I've heard on spaces people speaking about, you know, hitting where it hurts most, and where are those bodies, or rather, bodies in Kenya where when you hit them, the government hurts most. Let's talk of the U.S. embassy. Let's talk of the different embassies in Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, so to say, whereby all the domestic and international flights, most of them, land and depart. So the transport sector, whereby you block all roads and no matatu can access the CBD, and so on and so forth. Do you think those are, and probably others, those are bodies whereby if we touch, it tends to hurt the economy the most, and the presidential body also tends to feel the heat per se. What would you comment about that?
You see, these people, whatever we do, they live in, from where I come from, we call it Mbinga. They live like in a cave. When Ruto is in State House, he thinks he's in a cave, he can't be reached, right? Every one of them has created their own kind of cave where they have apportioned themselves security and all that. Now, whatever happens away from their caves does not matter. These people, you, in as much as you hit JKIA, you hit US Embassy, you hit all these other bodies that stream in money, the tourism sector, we destroy it completely. At the end of the day, the same jobs we are also asking for the young people of this country will have been multiplied by zero. So looking at it from a third perspective, as much as economic sabotage would work, but what is the end game? The end game is that we need to revolutionize the way governance happens or the way we are ruled in this country. So once we have destroyed all these things, we have sabotaged everywhere economically. The question we now ask, whoever we want to come and take over, how long is it going to take them to now create these job opportunities? That's why I'm saying these people, the ruling class, does not care about this economic sabotage thing unless you go to Ruto's properties and ensure that there is no work going on, there is complete distraction. Yeah, that is how you will have now managed to touch his spine. But as long as all these economic sabotage topic hinges on just things that touch on Kenya and Kenyans alone, and Ruto is still feels safe, his business is still thriving, at the end of the day, he will just deal with you with all the cruelty he can, the way we have seen. They will order police to shoot people because people are destroying public property, because that is what they can easily say. At the end of the day, we will have again send our young people to open bullets in a live way. And for me, I do not want a strategy whereby we get very little at the end of the day, but we have lost so much. There is nothing that is so much equivalent to one life that is lost, right? So if we go to JKA, we go to US Embassy, we go to all these bodies, yes, we will have it. We will have our way, right? Because this is our land. But at the end of the day, what will you have achieved? 1 day or 2 day sabotage economically, but we have lost some lives. Now, the result later will be that loss can easily be done, but the job lost, the lives lost cannot be easily recovered. So for me, let's get strategic. This economic sabotage thing can easily work when we have taken over Nairobi city as a whole. When we take the CBD to our nerves, then Ruto will be shaken because he has investments in this city. he has interest and still more interest growing in this city. When we get hold of this city, he will come out of State House.
Okay. Thank you so much for your humble submissions. I member underscore. Thank you so much. I want to go to the next speaker, and I'm going to hear from Murray. Scam Cardinali, mambo vipi? How are you doing? Is your mic hot?
Hi. Unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri sana. Talk to us.
Okay. Mine is just to point on two things. First, we gave Ruto time. And right now, I can assure you that some people are being threatened. There's this lady, I think the name is Cherotich. Her family is being threatened. To the point, she has deleted some tweets about Ruto must go or something like that because her family is being threatened. Yet I've not seen anyone talk about it. Please, if you can go check on her. Okay, I'll confirm her name, then I'll tell you. I'm not sure, but something like Cherotich, I'm not yet sure. Her family is being threatened. Number two, and some others, okay, I know her, but I know we are many. There's so many people being threatened right now. We have Kaskazini, who last night said he was being threatened, and so many other people. So I'm telling you right now, we are almost winning. We only have one shot, but today about occupying Uhuru Park, I think it will not be today. Let's have a perfect plan between now and next week. One day where we are sure all of us will be there. If it's going to be Uhuru Park or somewhere, one point where we will be there to fight for this. And again, the previous speaker before me said revolution, occupying these places will not help. No, it will help. Only revolution can save this country. We are past the point of being redeemed by normal things like election and this handshake of Raila we are seeing. If we don't do this right now, then I'm telling you for real, you're fucked up. That's being honest. If we don't go to if we don't occupy the Uhuru Park or do something like that, we are sure is going to bring Ruto down with this old regime. And at least the good thing is that we are not saying only Ruto to come down. We are also saying Ruto with the old regime, even those who voted no, they still have their bad side of it. That's why we want them down. We start afresh. We elect competent leaders. I saw Ababu, saying we need Gen Zs as majority in the parliament. No, we don't care if the Gen Z or anyone. All we want is a person or people who are going to represent us fully with, and are going to be accountable for whatever they are going to represent us there. Lastly, lastly is just to insist on that occupying Uhuru Park. Can we have someone giving us a good plan on how to do this? Okay, yeah, it was so fast for us to come up and say that's the day we are going to occupy Uhuru Park. So many people are still tired. So many people are not sure about it. Let's have a perfect day. If it's going to be next week Tuesday, then so be it. It's going to be on Sunday, so be it. And what about we do it like last Sunday where we are going to held there's this Sunday where people was it I don't know what to call it, where some artists were going to perform and it was free. No, we all went there, so that if it's going to be Saturday, Sunday, we invite some artists, we perform. Then after the performance, that's around 6 or 7 p.m. No one is going to go home. We can allow the artists to go home if they want, but we are all going to remain there. That's on a Sunday, for example. We are going to remain there till Monday morning. And we can have people supplying food stuff and maybe anything that's necessary for that, if it's going to be medication or anything. And we are going to go there until the day Ruto will come down. And that's for a fact. It won't last more than 48 hours before Ruto resigns. And when Ruto resigns, obviously we will have... the bigger question is, after Ruto resigns, what's the next thing? We will have... Obviously, we know that it's either the speaker or the deputy president will talk over for 90 days, so we'll have a general election. Because when you tell Ruto to calm down, it's not only him. We know all the old regime, the old people in the government. And also, let's not forget that I think at this point we need a referendum. Where do we need all these MPs? Where do we need all these deputy governors? So we have a lot of problems. But we have only one solution right now. To bring first this old regime down, let's start afresh. Then we can see. Then after that, I'm sure we we are heading first. What I'm sure about is we're heading on the right direction. So whoever is saying you are heading on the wrong direction, please tell us, are we at the right direction right now? People being killed. We have not heard of any officer being arrested. Now the media is being shut down. So many bad things are happening. So if we don't take this action right now, this only one option that we have, then trust me, we will still see so many abduction happening, people getting lost, some being found dead, even some will never be found. You have the incident of Kware. That's just one example, the Kware. How many dump sites are there? How many? We don't know where other places where bodies are being hidden. We only found one. I'm sure there are so many places. And I saw someone saying there was a meeting held last night in Upper Hill. I'm sure that meeting, whatever they were planning, is not anything good for this country or for the citizen. So we only have one option, and this option is to bring down this regime. It's either by occupying Uhuru Park or whatever the case is, but you have one option. And anyone who is going to say that's not an option, then I guess that's our enemy. Yeah, that's all I can say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your amazing sentiments. I want to go to the next speaker, but I wanted to reiterate on something that you said, or rather question something you said. You don't even have to reply, but it's a food for thought. At no point, since I've been attending all the demos and covering them all together in equal measure, and there is no day demonstrators ever sat down and planned that, kesho tuko streets, we found ourselves on the streets. Nobody planned that, tomorrow we're going to occupy parliament. And the next day they occupied parliament. It caught the government by surprise. And I think all these demos, to be honest, until we started now specifying the dates, will be on the streets on Monday and Thursdays. All those other demos really caught the government by surprise. And Nairobi led the demos, if I remember, if my memory doesn't fail me. Nairobi led the demos, and all the other cities were like, we need to join them. And for me, what I think is, yes, they've been talking about we need a leader, we need to have a better plan. And let me tell you something about having these plans. Yes, you can have a plan, but either way, in one way or the other, we'll have betrayers, or we'll have people who, and it's normal to have people who leak the plan and all that. But at the end of the day, I think the better plan is to catch the government by surprise. You have to have that element of surprise for you to succeed. Anyway, it was just a comment. That's my thought. It doesn't have to really be at the foreplay, but let's go to the next speaker. Then my next speaker was supposed to be Mombasa. At Eddie Light Years. Good morning. Talk to us. How are you?
Good morning to you. I hope you are doing good.
Can you hear me? Tunakusikia vizuri sana. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to say that first of all, first things first, I think Ruto cannot just sit there and expect us to push him out, and he cannot just give it to us on a silver platter. That's one. And everything that is happening now, he's trying to fight back. That's trying to block us from occupying Uhuru Park, trying to gag the media, and all the things. I think we need to stay focused and work our way out on how we are going to navigate that. But he's going to fight out. He's going to try to intimidate us. And that's normal. He could not just give us that on a silver platter. So we should be prepared for worse than what we are seeing now. This morning I woke up and I remembered the story of the hummingbird and hummingbird, that is. And I think we are getting closer. The few steps we are taking, they are yielding, and I believe we'll get to where we need to be. I suggest that we need to get Kenyan flags. Anyone going to on the days of demonstration, wale watu wenye wanaenda demonstration, wale watu wenye tunaenda demonstration, kama uko in a position kukuwa na flag and a flag and a white hankies, tutembee nazo. If you are friend, yule mwenye mnakutana naye kama hapa unampatia, so that we move around with the flags, waving them, and most importantly, we need to practice and sing patriotic songs all the way. Intakana tukienda tunaimba patriotic songs. For us, Kenya, we need to liberate Kenya. It's us against them. The government has it's a swamp. Like when we say we are draining the swamp, it's really a swamp. It involves the media. The media actually it's been against us. They've been selling us out. So we should realize that the media is not on our side. The most important thing that I can suggest, and we are all in this, we have media personalities, individuals who are part of us, like Larry Mado is doing a great job, and we need to ask them. They're our friends, they're our families. Let's talk to them, tell them to help us amplify this individually, from individual. Let's let them help us to amplify this. I will also ask YouTubers, TikTokers, the big wings on X, they need to help amplify this. All of them. Unapata kuna celebrities around, wamenyamaza tu. Ile wakati tulikuwa tunaanza, wali pretend wako na sisi. They all of a sudden went down, and yet we are fighting to bring a conducive environment for each and every one of us to earn, to go to school, to make a living. It will benefit all of us. The government has tried to subdue us into a corner whereby we cannot talk, we cannot express ourselves. And the only thing is we have to break out of that, to break the chains and ensure that the government listens to us. It must listen to us. It's not a request. We put them there. We can blame that on ourselves. Them there, but it's time. We need to push, keep pushing, little steps, step by step. We push, and we'll get there. I'm certain we'll get there. Uhuru Park, it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but I strongly believe we are getting there. And this government is going home. The government is going home and will be free. People keep asking, what next? There is no what next. The next thing we should be thinking about is that better future for our children, for our grandchildren, for us. We need to shape this country. This morning, I woke up and I told my wife, I told my children that I'm going to Nairobi. I'm going to Nairobi, but I don't know when I come back. If I come back, or when I come back, Kenya will be good. If I don't come back, still, I would have done something. And I believe me and many others are going to do that. We are going to camp to Nairobi, Uhuru Park, whichever place we'll choose. We go camp and we petition the government. We push, and we'll get there. Tusijaribu these are side shows. Zenye tunarushiwa mawe, people trying to stop us a little on the way, but we still need to believe that what we started was not just a walk in the park. People have died. A lot of people have died. We have a lot of people who are injured, people who will never, ever again have the normal life that they used to have. And they did not do that for nothing. There are people who have been arrested. There are people who are traumatized out there. We need to keep voicing up. We need to stay focused. Let's stay focused. We know what we woke up that day one to do, and our focus must remain like that. Tuendelee hivyo, tushikane sisi wote wa Kenya. Africans wenye wanasema wanaweza tusaidia vipi, there is only one way you can help us. If you are an African, you are here listening to us, there is one way you can help us. March towards the Kenyan embassy. Demonstrate in front of every Kenyan embassy across the world listening to us. Go in front of every Kenyan embassy, demonstrate there, call them out, and they will listen. We do it from home, we do it away from home. All of us, our energy, our resolve, we will bear fruits. One day we will sit down and remember the history that we are making. Thank you so much, and have a beautiful day.
Thank you too, and have an amazing day as well. I'm going to Felix Omondi. Felix Omondi, Oyo, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. Mine will be short, mine will be brief. What I wanted to also chip in on when they ask what next, I believe what next is we need to give the president clear instructions of what we want. The first thing we need to do is we need to put in enough pressure to have them constitute IEBC. Once they constitute those IEBC, we need to keep our eyes on the ball. And one of the things that we were supposed to do was recall all these 204 MPs who adamantly voted for that finance bill, even though we were shouting on the streets that bill needs to be dropped, because they're behaving like Ruto voted for them and not the people. So we need to make that message clear to them. We need to put them in a list and go after them one after the other. The second thing that the president did was disbanding or dismissing his CS. But you see, dismissing the CS is not enough. You can dismiss the CS and still reappoint them or reshuffle them. So we also need to be keen and wait for his next cabinet and see if he's going to bring for us back the same people that he had dismissed, which I highly think he will, because he's a prisoner of these people. I've seen some of them have gone back to their constituencies and they are paying people to demonstrate, to have the president collect them back. The third thing will be the PSS appointment. The president has not touched this. And if you look at the appointment of those PSS, you'll see that Kenya is made up of 45 tribes. And those PSS, I think it's 3 or 2 tribes are the majority. So this is also something we need to call the president out for. Personally, I feel that the president is a prisoner of 2 people. The president is a prisoner for those who campaigned for him, those who gave him the money during the 4 years of campaign, and he's also a president to those who made him president. When I say those who made him president, I mean the imperialist West, the likes of Meg Whitman and all that. That's why the president is so concerned with constitutional things like deploying our police force to Haiti while deploying the army to his own citizens. So I think we need to be very clear with him. We need to tell him that when they ask us what next is we need an IBC constituted, fully constituted, so we can start recalling back our MPs. And I like the way they've been trying to sell us fear that when he goes, that it leaves a void and that the constitution does not envision the president going. The guy can admit and resign. That's also an option if we keep this pressure up. So I urge everyone, please show up in large numbers at Uhuru Park, carry the Kenyan flag, remain peaceful as always. They will still bring the goons. This has been said over and over. That's been government tactics since the Moi era, to bring in the goons, to cause anarchy, to cause havoc, so that it can be seen that the protest is bad. When they did ban or tried to ban the protest yesterday. I saw that article from the police. It shows you that now they're running out of options. We've seen this many times during the opposition demonstrations, where now when they don't have any more option left, they start by saying the protest is illegal. If they are saying that there are going to be goons to infiltrate the protest, let them identify those goons and arrest those goons. But the police should know that they are not mandated to allow or not allow the protest. That's allowed in the Constitution. If they want, let them conduct a referendum and change the Constitution to say the police is the one to authorize for demonstrations or not. Thank you.
Thank you. That last point that you just made is quite important because we've been protesting and just being able to exercise our rights as Kenyan citizens. I mean, we are citizens by birth or by whatever means, but we are citizens, and the Constitution is supposed to protect us. And my main question is, what was the rush to amend the Constitution? What was the rush to amend bits of the finance bill, the whatever that was, because if we've been protesting all along, and now the protests are being named as illegal, what makes them illegal? Have we killed anyone? No, they've killed us. Who planted those goons? Is it us? It's them. So for us, they see like we are breaking the rules, but when it comes to them, that is where they draw the line. So I think we really need to have a government that takes accountability, because I feel our government has not been taking accountability ever, from the president to the least person in that parliament. They've not been taking accountability, be it allocation of resources, be it, then they're just not doing their job, and we really need to put them to task. And that is what we are doing right now with our demonstrations. And someone coming to tell us that, yes, you've been doing it, but it's now illegal. Who made it illegal? Those are the questions we need to start asking. And we will not relent. Like we've always said on Spaces, we will not relent. We will not back down. The idea was Ruto must go. The idea was reject the finance bill. And right now, they're trying to, there are rumors of them bringing back the CSs that had been sent home. Who asked them to come back? We don't need them, right? And I really wish we get to a point where we have to dissolve that whole parliament. And there's a bite from Musalia Mudavadi where he said that when a finance bill is actually rejected, that means that the whole regime is rendered useless, so they need to go home. And what's happening? Why isn't he going home? Why isn't he taking account of his word? So I think we really have a mean government. We really have a self-centered government. We really have self-centered politicians who we just need to clean that rot completely. We need to cut out that leg that is going to infect the whole body, that injured leg that is it's gonna virus, and we need to just get rid of it completely. If it's gonna cost the whole body, we need to get rid of it. I'm gonna go to Honorable Timothy, then Aziza. We haven't had any lady's voice since for some time now. So let's hear from Honorable Timothy Turunga, then Aziza, then we'll go to Jeff Juma, then Jules, Better Kenya, then Reject Finance Bill 2024, and that is Mogo Owira. That's our last speaker. Then I'll bring in a new cohort of speakers. Honorable Timothy, good morning. How are you doing?
Okay, good morning. Good morning. I hope you can hear me. Am I audible?
100%. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, listeners. So, first and foremost, I want to thank you for the opportunity. And also talk about my disappointments, because now all I can see is Baba Man is sanitizing Ruto. There's no way you can tell me that yesterday goons can go to the Raila Odinga Center at the Odinga Foundation Center without the security being there. So it's something which he knew, and that's why he was not there. That's why Sifuna was not there. And they gave a reason of why they left, sorry. So he has realized that the AU, he won't get the AU position because of this candidate from Tanzania, the foreign minister from Tanzania, who likely is going to be forwarded as a East African Commission candidate for the AUC. So what does he do? Baba is here in, and that's why you could hear people like Nuru Okanga vowing that they will deal with the Gen Zs who will go to protest. What does that tell you? He has now given his goons a go-ahead. They should try and sanitize Ruto and end this protest. That is so wrong. That should never happen. What does that tell you? When the people are coming together, the political class always regroup to protect the interests. That's what Baba is doing now. And if we are serious about this revolution, even him, we should not leave him on board. He should go. We should drain this one. We should never let this thing happen. And let me tell you, the list that you saw yesterday being released, I don't know the percentage of the CSS that people want them to come back. If it's not the CS who did that, it's the NIS. Because the NIS just want to collect intelligence. How are the people gauging? How are the people reacting upon the list or it being exposed to the allegedly leaked percentages, so that they can see how the people will react. And then if the reaction will be negative, they'll re-strategize. If it will be positive, they'll go ahead, reappoint them. You see? But then according to the constitution, if you dismiss and you dissolve that cabinet, they're not supposed actually to come back. That's unconstitutional. If you go deep down, that's unconstitutional. Although that's something which can be challenged in court and people can win, because I know definitely there's some ministries they'll try to bring people back, such as the Ministry of Defense. We definitely know why they opened our borders, mostly bordering Somalia. These people have a strategy of rigging the election in 2027. And if you continue giving them this opportunity, it will be so hard for us. If this person survives this revolution, 2027, you should forget about it. So you must ensure he goes home now. We shouldn't wait for any other time. This person should go home. Ruto must go. If you continue being petty, we give him time, we will be shocked come 2027. Baba might not be in the election also, but then this person will come back. He may support even the same Ruto. It's easier for him to work with Ruto than working with someone like Uhuru. They've been together for long. They open the borders. People from Somalia will be in Kenya. They will take part in the election. So tell me, if they bring even just 2 million, if the difference was 200,000 and they rigged, what they add about 2 million, and then they suppress the voter turnout, and then they ensure that people don't get ID cards. Because that's what has been happening currently in Kenya. Like for the past 9 months, people have not been issued with the IDs. So what does that tell you? They're laying an elaborate strategy because they know the Gen Zs are against them. Mind you, all the people in high school will be eligible to vote come 2027. So they know if these people are not against us, what should we do? We should ensure they don't get the IDs or they don't vote coming the next election. You see, and then, or whether they'll take they'll take votes, but then they'll ensure that those votes, for example, you take your vote in, let's say, for example, Nairobi, you realize, oh, you're supposed to vote in Mombasa. It happened in the last election. Some of the people, for example, someone from, I know more than 10 people, they're supposed to vote in Lamu, but then all of a sudden, on the voting day, they're supposed to vote in Kiambu. These people have never lived in Kiambu. What are you telling them? You see? So we must be so serious about this revolution. And as I can see, people are starting to give up. We shouldn't relent. Because the moment you see, these are the last kicks of a dying horse. They're realizing that even the international communities, they're starting to abandon him. So, guys, we are almost there. Let us keep pushing. Let us go to that Uhuru Park. Let us occupy this CBD. It will just take us 3 good days. And then you'll enjoy the results. Because, trust me, if this person will survive this, we will really suffer. So that's all I am saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next speaker. Jeff Juma, how are you? Jeff Juma, are you there? Okay, let's go to Jules. Good morning, Jules. Jules NSI. Okay. Reject finance bill. That's Mogo Owira. How are you?
Good morning.
Talk to us.
I think I'm audible enough. First of all, let me thank God for the few of us who still continue with this journey. Secondly, let me thank you, Court Sonko. You've been steadfast in making this thing happen. You've seen a lot of people have gone underground, watu wamepotea. Those who used to host spaces, you wameogopa. People are no longer holding spaces the way we used to do it before. But that one aside, I want to tell you that the political class are really trying hard to reunite. It's only that we've been fighting them so that where to start collecting the stone from is so hard. But as you can see today, from yesterday, there is that political gallery which is being formed. Some are with it, some are opposing it. That's why you saw some fracas at the Jaramogi thing. I want to tell you that as much as Baba might be not in need of sanitizing Ruto, but there are always some beings around Baba who are always yearning for those opportunities that you people made. Tusemene tu kweli. You people made some opportunities for others to do what? To come and take. The opportunities are the CSS. Now, people from the other rift of the government or from the opposition side want to join the government so that they can get their chance also to eat. And if you look at those chunks of people who want to do those things, there are also some people who at some point had an issue with the EACC, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. And there are people who squandered our funds. And now, because they always think that they're with us in the opposition side, this is their time now to get into the government thinking that they're clean, as white as snow. I want to tell you, our countrymen or our youth, the fight is not over. Why am I saying the fight is not over? I think if you look at our parliament is running under outside the constraint of constitution, and nobody's talking about this. I want to give you a very good leeway why this parliament should not even be in function. Number one, when we went for 2022 general election, Azimio lost the presidential seat. UDA won. When the UDA won, they swindled most of the MPs from the Azimio side to UDA side. But if you go to the laws binding the political parties, it does not give that vacuum for an MP to cross over within 2 or 3 months after election. Actually, it's always after 3 years is when an MP or a senator can cross over. But ours were being bought like cabbages. So you see, they crossed the sea to the other side, making the UDA government to sit on the fake majority. Actually, they should be at the minority side of the parliament. Number two, how can you elect somebody who's a party chairman or a leader of a given party to be a speaker of National Assembly? Those where this National Assembly has been failing us because everybody was voted to win the side of the government. So they are also working outside the constraint of the law. And you know, our president is somebody who fear working with the law. And that's why even reconstitution of IBC, as much as you saw many people in the political gallery claiming that they fought for it and now it's going to take its course. Who told you that even ODM want to send away those who crossed over? Who told you that ODM want to do the same? No, they won't do that. It's only to play with your mind, play with the masses. But look at the gallery. How many are we? How many are on those leadership positions? That's a very good question. So, what we want as Kenyans now, can we have one place, then we shoot our guns at that point? Can we recall these MPs? Can these MPs come back? Can these MPs who voted yes, who made our blood to shed, the blood of Denzel, the blood of Rex Masai, and so many other Kenyans who were killed at the parliament? You know, we don't know the actual number of people who were killed at the parliament. We don't know because kuna wengine bado wamepotea hadi sahi, we could find them. You see this? So we don't know, we are in fear. Kuna mzazi mwingine bado anatafuta mtoto wake since 25th of June. Up to date, we are almost at date 18th. It's almost a month. You've not seen your kid. So let's not see these bloods going without major changes in the government. The best way to bring Ruto is always to shout, Ruto must go. As you shout, Ruto must go, tell them that you need that IBC as early as tomorrow. The moment that IBC is reconstituted, take an urge. Take the first step. If you say that we go per constituency, we start with constituency number 1. Who voted yes? Who made this blood to be shed like this? Recall them, elect a new MP. If you elect a new MP, and I know very well, now the ground is very hostile, and people will elect, like the voters will elect people that you cannot not even manipulate with even 100 million because they'll fear what they saw kwa ground. And when they go there, as much as we are shouting, Ruto must go, we can also thwart him through the parliament way. Umetoa wale wengine, umeleta wengine wenye watawasikia. They go to the parliament, they say this and this should be done in this and this way. And if the president goes out the constraint of the constitution, something that he has been doing all along, you know, Mr. Ruto took an oath to always fight and protect the constitution of the land. But when things are taken, when things are
What's not happening? Fix your mic, then you can come back and speak to us. Your mic is terrible. Let's get to the next speaker, please. Better Kenya.
Hi, good morning, guys. Thank you so much, KOT, for this space. Umekuwa very consistent. Jana, usiku, umeturaukia. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nyakundi and Ayo for co-hosting. He needs some help. Ashachoka. So kuna nani ameongea, the Duke akasema that we shouldn't ruin, yani haribu Kenya. People shouldn't die. We shouldn't give them the opportunity to kill us. But I feel like for any revolution to happen, people must die, properties must be damaged, because hatuendi kwa streets, hatuendi kuprotest because our government is okay. Tunaenda kuprotest because the government is not okay. The government will never admit that they are not treating us well. So kutakuwa na hiyo mvutano. And in that mvutano, things are going to be ruined, properties will be damaged, lives will be lost. What we can do when tuta survive is to not let those lives lost to be lost for the sake of it. It should be for a better Kenya, for better governance, and for a better system. So, tunaweza shindwa ku-occupy JKIA for the obvious reasons. People don't want to do that. How about we go camp in Uhuru Park, and then very early in the morning at 3, 4-ish, sijui tunaweza toa wapi magari. I feel like if we closed State House Road, Parliament Road, Express Highway, the way to JKIA, we make the whole of Nairobi stop for a whole maybe 24 hours. Hakuna mtu anaenda airport, hakuna mtu anatoka airport, hakuna mtu anaingia parliament, hakuna mtu anatoka parliament, hakuna mtu anatumia the expressway, juu tunajua hiyo ni yao, walitengeneza for their own sake. We will have stopped something that affects the government. Juu kuongea ukweli, hatuna makazi. Hatuna kazi. That's why we can afford kwenda back to back protests. Sababu we don't have work. And even those that wanafanya kazi bado pia wanafinywa. The taxes are so high. Sijui unalipia license, unalipia billboard, unalipia wafanyikazi, ukiwalipa hata pesa iwatoshi. Kanjo ndio wao wamekusumbua, wanasumbua watu kwa barabara, wanasumbua watu kwa maduka, wanatusumbua kila mahali. So in as much as we don't want to fight fire with fire, I feel like we should find a strategy that affects them. Naona tukioccupy mabarabara, tufunge hizo mabarabara kabisa, tuseme hakuna movement ina happen, we might be hard. Juu kwenda tu kukaa Uhuru Park hivyo, knowing Ruto how we know him, he won't care much. Tumekuwa CBD a lot. No change have happened. Bado ana make the things that we were stopping him from doing, anazifanya tu, anapitisha tu, anaendelea tu. He didn't fire these CSs because of us. It's a game that he's playing. Hakuna vile utafukuza marafiki wako kazi. They put him there. Na hakuna vile walienda na wakanyamaza for no reason. They are strategizing. They are planning things. They are playing their cards. They know whatever it is that they are doing, and they want to lose anything. Sisi ndo tutaendelea ku lose. We will continue not having functioning systems in the hospitals. Sai hakuna NHIF. Hiyo shift yenye walikuwa wanataka kupitisha haikupitishwa, but the NHIF is not effective. Unaenda kwa hospitali, you have to pay cash to be even talked to. Hiyo ni ukweli. Huku Nakuru ukienda kwa hosi, unaambiwa kwanza ulipe 500 kabla hata ufanyiwe anything. Juu wanajua NHIF won't cover that. So sisi we are losing, we've lost so much, we keep on losing. I just want us not to stop. We keep pressing, we keep fighting for what is right. For now we can do the peaceful protesting, the stopping the country on a peaceful path. If it doesn't work, maybe in the future we will feel the pressure to also start breaking some laws, because hawa watu wana run Kenya vile wanaweza run kwao. Wakiamka leo waseme hakuna kuona TV huku, wanasema leo hakuna protesting without a leader. Wanatoa hiyo kanuni. Hawa polisi nao hata sijui kwa nini hawatu support bwana. Wangetu support tungekuwa mbele sana. Tungekuwa tumemake so many advances. But they are working with the government, of which the government is fucking them up. Have already fucked them up. Unaenda unatuua sisi, tunajaribu kupigania haki yako. It doesn't make sense, but I hope, guys, we will win. I hope the gods will be with us today as we go out there. I believe that the power of the people is always stronger than the people in power. So tutashinda hii kitu. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but if we keep being consistent, at some point we will win, and we can't wait for that day to happen. God be with us today. May they protect us. May they give us the right climate. Juu kama watu tutalala Uhuru Park with the cold, some of us might be affected. May just the weather, the climate, and the gods favor us today. You guys go have an amazing day today as we prepare for tonight. Asante.
Asante sana. Reject finance bill. It's your turn to speak.
KOT. Thank you. I think Ngoma is
Cheki. Kuna nako na mic mbaya hivyo. Reject finance bill. Please speak.
I think kuna mtu anafungua mic yake hapo. That's what the issue is. I think I'm at a very good place, better place. I think
Ni Papa Nduche ndako na mic mbaya. Go ahead. Mogo, are you there? Because I can't hear anything from you.
Yes. Now I think you can get me. But ulikuwa umeunmute. Haya. Now, this is what I was saying. Let me wrap it very fast. The political gallery is trying to come up back to the system. They want to sanitize Mr. Ruto again and make him as holy as never before. What we have as Kenyans now, we still need to push hard. The pushing needs to go that hard. Because even Egypt did this. I have heard people talking about that if we are going to do this, we are going to be anarchist. And, it's better to be an anarchist, or it's better that we don't have a country, but we have a country where few individuals want to benefit and make themselves billionaires. It's very sad that as at now, most of the people cannot even get a better education because of the high fees. It's very sad when our poverty ratio has rose to around 38 to 40%, away from 36 where it's normally rented. It means that even the GDP does not help us. So it means that our coffers are only to benefit the few. The few individual who can hang out at the power are the one who have that opportunity. So when these people tell us that if we go this much as Gen Zs, then we are going to cause anarchists. We are going to take Ruto home. Then this country will be run like Namibia, like Egypt, and other short stories. No, let it be. Everybody needs a job. Everybody needs a good life. But if that one will close the doors of corruption, the doors of injustices, the doors where people don't want to go by the rule of law, the laws that runs the land, then let it be. You see, I know everything. It's the way they say this government is God-given. Even if anarchists come and take the country, still it's God-given. We'll get out of there. It will not kill us. We'll not be there for good. But we'll not be in a government or in the governments of the day where the public funds are only to benefit few stomachs. Ndi was the other day. Ndi was here the other day. He was just a small guy who didn't have even a body. Today, tumbo yake inaweza hata crate moja. Why? They got a very peaceful way of stealing our funds. And the other day we told them, we want to know our public debt. Ni pesa ngapi? Nobody is bringing this one to the limelight. And now somebody tells you that if you try this, if Ruto goes, Gachagua will take. Who told you that we want even Gachagua? Better the military take over. We've seen the West African, 3 countries, they are being run by generals. I didn't see they are dying because the generals are running it. It's better than the few political gallery coming, filling it, taking money, and then they'll come to the masses that mweke line wape 200. What will 200 help you with? Apart from that, Mr. Ruto should not hide on the CS thing. He needs a lot of things to do now. Alisema kazi kwa vijana nitaleta. How much will he pay us? When Uhuru was having this kazi kwa vijana, he used to go and campaign akasema bana mnatoa hizo nini sinyu mnaenda kwa takataka mnafieka at 500. That thing should be at 1000. Now he has brought back the kazi kwa vijana. Let him put that thing at 1,000 shillings so that those who cannot have other part of employment can go back and have 1,000 per day, and should not be that one of 2 weeks after 2 weeks. No, we want it as a full month, so that people can also have that money which they are paying as tax back to their hands. Not somebody milking you, but you don't have anything to milk at. See this. Another thing, this thing of NHIF. Ruto was not supposed to run very fast to shift. Why is he running to that one? The only thing he had to do, look at the loopholes where this NHIF can be well strategized, that can reach every Kenyan, not running from one point to another. The other day, they brought Huduma card. I took my Huduma card. After a few months, Huduma card became illegal. After that, now they're telling that you have an ID. After 1 year, you renew an ID. Kwani ID pia ni driving license? Ama if I have my ID, then it expires. Does it mean that I'm not a Kenyan? So these are the injustices that we must fight. Another one, police brutality started in 1997. Koome went. We had Boynet who used to butcher people during the 2013 and 2017, during 2017 anti-government trials. We want these people to be brought on book. Those who've been killed, those who've been under police brutality, be paid. They be compensated, because it is very sad when you lose somebody, leave alone losing. Some people are even living with the gun cartridges. The bullet cartridges is in the IG. Why is Kahanya saying that protests are illegal? Don't we have a constitution giving us a mandate to peacefully picket and demonstrate? Is Nairobi CBD exceptional of holding demonstration? And if they know goons have been infiltrating these mandamanos, what are they taking? What are they, as who should be providing security to us? What are they doing? The other day they were seeing people in Kakamega, people in Kericho, and some part of Nairobi, wanabeba rungu na watu wanaenda mandamano. Who are the goons? Why are they allowing other people to carry same tools they are using to maim us? Huh? Are those not criminals? Why do you allow some people to carry rungus where you are a police officer? Huh? Who gave them the training to carry those rungus? Are they county government employees, those kanjos? Are they the one? Because I think apart from watchman, police officers and a kanjo, there's no any another civilian who should be carrying a rungu when people are going to demonstration. That's causing violence. And war, when you start a war is a war. Nobody will wait for him to be killed by somebody who carries a rungu. To bring a civilian war where a person like a Mwananchi fights his own Mwananchi as they watch. Something that we've resisted. Now they see the heat is too much. Now they're telling you that demonstrations are unlawful. Which are unlawful? Kama ziko unlawful and they know there are these people inside here, they should do away with him. Another thing I want to finish with the likes of this guy called Gaucho and Moshwa now and other. No, we need to be realistic. These are the same people who used to tell youths from every ghetto that Ruto must go. Today, we also love Raila. I personally voted for him. But now the course is going to another area. Baba didn't start this thing. Why is Gaucho always there in the social media telling us, oh, somebody's paying us, somebody's bringing this money to go where, somebody's financing the GNZs. I want to tell this guy, if you have a chance with Gaucho, tell him that we used to go to those rallies with him. We saw how Baba used to give him money. We've seen him how he walks behind those politicians and anawaomba pesa. Tunajua, we always see him. Everywhere he goes, yeye kazi yake ni kuomba wanasesa pesa. And that's the life you want to live. No, for us, we don't want to live such life. A life where you must always go down on your knees to unaomba mwanasesa pesa. We don't want to go that direction. If Gaucho thinks that that's what we want to do, we are not going to do that. For us, we are revolutionaries. We must change this country. Number 1, free education, free healthcare. Number 3 is better security agencies. Hata mapolisi wanaumia and they're still being used to fight the state. To fight, the state is using them to fight the wananchi. I personally, I think I'm employing some police officers. I'm their employees because I pay tax. They are being paid by my tax. Actually, they need a pay rise. They should not be living in such houses where they hold guns which are used to protect this country. Where are we going as a country? So let's not wait political gallery to close this road for us. Let's fight to the end. I saw this thing of it's called Shakiri Square in Egypt. People sat on the roads. Watu walisema tu, we are not going to go back to our houses. We want to sit down in these major towns. If we can just go there, you sit down. If you sit down, we'll ask the government who is now the good. Najua watatupa tear gas, and when you sleep down on the ground, wanaonekana watu wambaya. Because you've sat down, you're not even fighting anybody, you are just holding your flag while you are sitting down and just making noise and singing. And that's how the president, they overthrew the government of that Egyptian president. They just sat on the road. Hakuna kupigana na mtu, iwe umekaa tu. If you know, because we can't fight them. Now we sit down and we see who will they fight. You see this? So, Ruto must go, is still the song. Those PSS which are majorly challenges must also come out of those systems. This thing of you applying for things and then you are asked about your tribe should be a nonsense thing. We all pay what's called tax. And lastly, we need free education. The new funding model is killing a lot of youths who want to go to universities and colleges. This one must be brought down. And I want to tell all the comrades who are here that as we are going to start the next semester, we are not going to register for any campus until we have a new funding model that each and every common mwananchi can get an opportunity to have a freedom to get to school. Because hii mtu anakufungia hadi freedom ya kuenda kwa class, a fee of 300,000, how will you pay? Surely. Unatoka huko kwa village, you don't even have that land that can pay up to a tune of 1.5 million. So where are we going as a country? Free education must be first priority for comrades. And comrades, when you are going back to school, actually we should not be even going back to school. We will boycott those classes until we have the former school funding model brought back and the fee are reduced to a point where we can always be happy as comrades. That's my submission, and thank you for your time, Mr. Court, Cyprian, and the rest. And Cyprian, you're still the one who's still remaining there with a lot of followers. Kimunzi, I saw Kimunzi left and others. So keep pushing. Na tukue tu the way we are inorganic. Nobody is going to know who is who. And I see the fight will continue till Zakayo calm down. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Asante sana, Mogo Owira. I want to go to Jeff Juma. If you're not here, please, you don't have to come up here and you're not speaking. Jeff Juma, are you there? Jeff Juma? Okay. See you later. Let's go to Davis. After Davis, we have Vazagud. You don't have to raise your hand up. I'll just give you the mics according to how you guys came in. Davis, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Ayo. Hope I'm audible, yeah?
100%.
All right. Thank you, Ayo, and the host for this space. First, I'd like to start by sending my condolences to the people who've lost lives and the families wherever they are. Be assured that we are praying with you. We're keeping you in our prayers, and we will assist in our ways possible, even to call for justice for them. I would also like to send my sympathies to those in hospitals, the paralyzed, the crippled, those with wounds, gun wounds, short wounds. We're keeping you in our prayers, and we are hoping that this was not all for granted through the course that we do. I'll go straight to what I want to say. I think it's very clear right now that there's nothing new that is coming out of
Davis, I think we lost you. I think we lost Davis. KOT, can you hear Davis?
No.
Yeah, I think we lost Davis. Davis, fix your mic. Probably you can come back later. Vaza, before you go, Biril was here before you. Sorry, I skipped you, Biril. Please speak to us, Biril, then we go to Vaza. Biril?
Morning, sir. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Thank you so much for hosting this space. Thank you, KOT, and every listener. Guys, if somebody is coming with wants to choke the media, and then now he's using the tools, and there's nothing in the Constitution. I'm not a lawyer, but there's nothing in the Constitution that bars us from picketing. So that letter from the police, it's not really valid because we have a right to picket. So if we cannot occupy the Uhuru Park, how many parks do we have in Nairobi? And if we are trickling in, then we are really exposing ourselves. If we agree that we are all linking up at 10, we agree that we're all linking up at 11, let's go as a group. Another thing, what is the businesses of these politicians? Because now we have to go the boycotting way also. They're not going to sit there, they're trying to choke our voices because you're speaking the reality, and then you're just going to sit back. What is the businesses that you're going to boycott? What is the other park that you can have in Nairobi? What are the major roads that you can go and stand there and we just sit on the road? Because what you want is change. What you want is to be listened to. What are these PSs still doing over there? You cannot come and choke all of us. You're killing us, you're choking us. You want now to voice out the media. Even if they voice out the media, we received a lot of things that the media didn't even show us the other day from other towns. So we have to find another way of communicating. And you cannot silence all of us. When you're silencing people, it means what we are saying is the truth, and you cannot deal with the truth. Why can't you deal with the truth and correct it? We only need good measures that come around us. I am still here.
Okay. Pertinent questions. I have a problem with the government, or rather silencing the media. We saw the other day there's a journalist who was shot. I mean, why would you shoot a journalist? They're just trying to broadcast and inform and educate the public. Why would you shoot a journalist? And I saw MCSK giving a presser, and Zubeida was also questioning, sending those questions. Why is the police shooting journalists? Before we know it, they'll be kidnapping journalists. So where are we headed as a country? Anyway, Biril, do you want to answer before I go to the next speaker?
Yeah, sorry. Because the Githaigo was not a mistaken identity. If you saw what Githaigo posted on the newspaper, that is why Githaigo was being arrested. And then how do you arrest somebody in a police station? So how many police bodies do we have? What are you communicating to us? Because it's like we have different kind of police bodies. So where are you safe? Because when you see people trailing behind you, you need to go to the nearest police station. Then these people are supposed to be identified. Then you're being arrested inside that police station and you're not being charged inside that police station. That is hooliganism.
Quite unfortunate. Vazagood?
Yo, wase, mnanisikia?
Yeah.
Okay, so wase, mi kenye nilikuwa nataka kusema. Anyway, first of all, thank you for the platform KOT. Rada ni safi. But sawa wase, mi kenye nilikuwa nataka kuwashow.
like the ship has already started sailing. So at the end of the day, hapa tuko X, nyi wase mnabonga hapa ni wase wa X, but kuna mamtaani, sa mtaani wase watambui ma X, wase wako ma Facebook, ma TikTok, na wanaweza dai kuparticipate kwa hizo maandamano. I hope kama mnajua majenzi ni wase unruly, wase mamauru. Si ndo wale wase tulikuwa tunasumbuana na maprinsi high school, tunafukuzwa juu ya mabangi, suspension. Tukiwa high school tumeshikwa na makarau kutoka after form 4. Tunanipata, so hatufai ku back down. So mi noma yangu inakujia hapa wase, like tunafaa kukua wajanja, tujue venye okay mamtaa. For example, place ka Kitengela, tuliona Kitengela walikuwa wengi kwa barabara, walileta zogo. So kuna mamtaka Kitengela, kuna Rungai, mamtani mingi, kuna Kangemi. Tunafaa kujua venye numbers, tutapata numbers tao kaile day ya parliament. Tutapata numbers aje? Mina suggest kuwe na wase anonymous. Kuna kuanga na mamat mingi sana, na hizo mamat wanakuanga na maofisi kwa almost every mamta. Kani Latema sako, kani sako gani, kani super metro. Unanisikia?
Tunakusikia, endelea.
Kani super metro, kani gani, tunafaa kujua venye tutapata wase anonymous. Wase mse aende kwa hizo ofisi, alipe mat tuseme hata kutoka from 10 to 1 PM. Mat ukiingia ni free hadi tao. Ukiingia hiyo mat wase wana mobilize, wase ka venye Thika kuna konganizo mashule, hizo ma-KU, ma-JKUAT. Hizi mamtaa zingine kuna konga na makole, manini. Wase wanaingia mat, design yenye mse aneze donda, mnaambia donda ni aje, usiitishe wase fare. Mse akiingia mat, kwanzia 10 hadi 1 kuna mse ashalipa. Kani hizo masako mtu ashalipia hiyo gari. Alafu kurudi ni kutoka 6 hadi 8, bado mat ishalipiwa kurudi. So from 2 hadi 5 wase tushakuwa wengi tao, tusha create hizo ma video hizo za TikTok, hizo manini tusha trend within hizo 3 hours. You already tutakuwa na numbers. Jua unaweza afford kuingia tao. Kuna ule mwenye haezi afford. Jika unanipata, unaweza afford kubuy snacks, kuna ule mwenye haezi afford. Venye nimewashow hapa ni X. Like kuna wase unruly huku mamtaani wengi sana. Ni ile tu support tu ndio mse ana. And then number 2 ni our parents wase. Mimi manze, mimi tunashidanga tu, tumekosana tu na maparo tu juu hii movement. Unajua hao ni wase wenye hawezi unlearn. Nika okay, mi usema huu mse Ruto ni mseezi unlearn. Kuna konga na kulearn na ku-unlearn. Ku-unlearn ni yes, umesoma hiyo era ya Moi, umechop kampo maybe ma 2000s ama ma 1990s, but saizi niga manze tuko 2024. Like maisha imebadilika manze, like kila kitu yenye umesoma sahau, anza kujifunza tena upya. Sikiza ma Gen Z ndo tunajua manze. Hata sisi Gen Z in future tutaanza kusikia ma Gen Alpha, because Gen Alpha wakikamio time yao kani 2050. Lazima tu unlearn kila kitu yetu tulijifunza, jua watakuja na vibe yao different, kama venye sisi tumekuja na vibe yetu different. Anyway, number 3 ilikuwa hiyo story ya kunini, hiyo story ya parliament. Like wase, mimi hiyo day manze, mimi nilikuwa kwa road manze. Kila msee pale alikuwa na agenda moja, agenda ya kurudi state house. But sasa ile ya state house ikabako. Anyway, tuko sahi wase, sahi ni aje, sahi ni venye tutamobilize wase, venye nimewashow, tutafute ma solutions za kuget wase CBD. Tusionze kuongea hapa mambo za ma constitution, mambo sijui za manini, sijui ati ile time ilikuwa aje. Like tuko sahi ni aje, story ni wase CBD. Wao sisi tutawapata aje, tutafute ma solutions. Mimi nimekuja na solution moja, mwingine ingine. To remain anonymous. Si ni wase wajanja, hizo ma tactics tunaweza. Remain anonymous. Remain anonymous miaka mob sana. Ni venye saizi manze itabidi tumejibonga. Juu mse mimi sioni akitoka. Sioni akishuka. Aisee sioni akishuka. Itabidi tumespend pia sisi kabaridi. You spend baridi kabaridi. Juu obvious hapa najua kuna wasi wako na madoo. Spendini kabaridi. Jueni venye mavijana watatoka mamtaa wafike tao. From hiyo time to hiyo time nimewashow mavideo watu wa record zitrend the next day turudi the same way. Sini wasi hatuna wera, hatunanga mboka. We can do this day in day out. Tunashindanga tu kwa ma gaming zones na kwa mabaa. Anyway, mimi nishamaliza.
Asante sana. Asante sana Vaza. Nataka ujue tumekuwa tukitumia na fair hapa siku za protest. Tumekuwa tukibai wase maji kwa streets. Tukiwa na KOT hapa. Na hizi do ni public funds. Wasa wanakuja kwa space, we get money, we do that and we are accountable to it. Tumekuwa tukitumia wase fair. Naweza kuonyesha M-Pesa messages, people have been coming to my DM and I've been telling people, kama una fair, DM me na make sure umetokea, na usipotokea tutajua kutokea. And I always keep track wasa umetokea. So kama ni kutumia na fair, tumetumia na fair and it's been successful so far. Sawa, so let's just keep up the speed.
Sikia mse. So hiyo venye unasema hiyo story ya Ferrari like okay, unajua kuna mamtani mingi. Unajua umetoka mtaa fulani. Okay, me personally, mimi ni born and raised Nairobi, Kanairo. So unanipata mimi ni msee wa Nairobi, hadi unasikia accent yangu manzi. Mimi si msee. Okay, mimi ni msee najua tao. In and out. Ikue ni Dagoretti constituency all the way mpaka Emba. So kuna wase hawajakuwa kiget. Sijui unanipata, machuo ni mingi. Si hata hizo makeyu, kuna hizi makole. Sijui unanipata.
Nakupata.
So tuta access aje. Na si mi solo, juu mimi niko X. Kuna wase kaa 800 ama 200 hawako X. So unanipata na ni mama Uhuru wa mtaa.
Nakuget.
Nao ndo tunataka. Hii kitu tusipokuwa mama Uhuru ka huo msee atashuka. Lazima pia sisi tumuonyeshe mama Uhuru, juu tumekuwa mama Uhuru tangu kitambo sana. Ni venye sisi si wase wa era ya Moi. Era ya Moi ilishapitwa na wakati.
Asante sana. So I think hii issue si ati ashuke, tunamshusha. Tukisema ashuke ni kama tunapelina ashuke. So itabidi tumemshusha.
Yo mti lazima ikatike. Alafu platform ni ya Gen Z mse. Gen Z ndo kusema. Gen Z ndio sisi bro. Unanipata?
Nakuget.
Gen Z ndio sisi ndo tutakuja na hizo matactics. Unanipata? Si ndo tuko na hiyo ujanja. Sini wase tumefanya hadi mamode wachujwe, hadi Prince afukuzwe shule juu ya kumgeuzia story. Si ndo wale wajanja wase. Tusilegee.
Sawa. Wacha tusikize from Ashiv. Ashiv, talk to us. Good morning. Wazi. Ashiv.
Yes. Mimi niko na issue moja kwanza. Venye mtu amesema like venye wasa wanaweza fikatao. Hiyo ni poa. And then venye amesema ni right, like mobilization pale ground iko chafu. Kuna wase hata hawana simu, like msana smartphone. Number 2, kuna wase hawana data. Si hata smartphone peke yake, kuna msana data. So like sijui kama mobilization kwa ground inaweza kuaje. Alafu kuna msa amekuwa vocal sana. Nimejaribu kumtafuta but simuoni. Anaitwa Six Sounders. Kama msa anaweza like update. Kama msa ako ama yuko. Anakuanga na t-shirt nyingine kwa platform. Anakuanga na profile na t-shirt ya Arsenal. So kama msa anaweza tu update.
Najua 6.
Ako ama yuko.
6 yuko.
Yuko? Okay.
Tuliongea jana 6 yuko.
Okay. Hiyo ni poa. So like tutokee twende Uhuru Park tukutane pale.
Asante sana. So let's go to
to the next speaker. Nataka nimesikia tu sauti ya mama Chali hapa Mandume, but anyway, I want to go with venye mliingia. Excited Kenyan. Ukoaje?
Hello, unaweza nisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri lakini mic yako
Inakata.
Hebu ongea. Talk to us. Kwa kelele sana mzae.
Okay, sawa. Niko hapa hivi nimetulia place na strategies vitu mbili tatu, but anyways, sijui kasa hii niko better ayo.
Tutavumilia tu, but nakupatia dakika mbili.
The whole essence ya sisi ku come out is because we know what is wrong, we know what is right. We are not kids. We get to absolutely know what is right and what is wrong. We are not being schooled on what is right. We will never be schooled on what is wrong. We've been schooled by our parents to be able to know, to define between right and to define what is wrong. Nobody can teach us what is right, and yet we are learned. We are the generation wenye walitoka from your time ya Obako to come through, and now we are more informed, unlike the previous generations before the 2002. So we come out fresh. We know the intellectual systems vile huwa zinaoperate. So we are not about guessing what we are about to do, or we are doing just sheer lack kind of participation. No, we know where the shoe is aching. Na ati ni kitu tunabahatisha. When you talk about health, health is one of the fundamental rights that we were taught at school, that you have a right to a health. So when someone tries to sabotage the system of health, we know he's infringing the very right that enshrines fundamental rights. When you talk about security, when the apparatus for protecting the Kenyans is being messed around, that is something that needs to be checked on, because that is one of the systems that we use to make sure that there is protection for life. That's one of the points of safeguarding life. So when someone gets to infringe the apparatus that's supposed to watch over the Kenyan citizen, we have a problem with them because they are unconstitutional, let alone banning the demonstrations. Banning the demonstration, it is is a tip of an iceberg. It's a tip of an iceberg. But you get to ask yourself, where do you get the guts to try and limit the constitution from its full potential functionality? We need to have a proper understanding, a proper system that is operating. When we say about proper system that operates, we mean a friend of mine sometimes back went to Dubai, and he got to witness what he's never witnessed in Kenya. He gets to witness right the moment they entered into the UAE city, and they saw how the systems are functional. They saw the roads. They saw the systems, the immigration systems, how they are functional. Here in Kenya, the immigration system, you have to put up a battle. You have to brave up yourself. When you get to apply a passport, it takes time. Why? Because the system has been malfunctioned. When you talk about this, the right for freedom, it is not just within demonstration confines. No, when you talk about freedom, it is also about traveling. So the rights don't just confine when one aspect of a right is infringed on. Then we are missing a lot of things. When you talk about right for freedom, now we have the right for freedom is also in effect one affecting the businesses in Kenya. Investors are coming and then they find that we have compromised the right for freedom. Now investors, they come into the nation, they find the environment is not conducive at all. They get to ask yourself, I know of a story that is about that a person wanted to set up a factory. Then they were told you have to pay more than actually you're investing in terms of taxes. Then you ask yourself as a businessman, am I here to make profits, or am I here to lose all of my money just for the sake of pleasing some few people who do not get to understand what the whole nation is all about? What about the people who are trying their best to put food on the table for their children, for their kids? They don't have anything for that because they are kids. They are catered for. They have swiped enough for their kids. They have gathered enough. You see someone very arrogant on the social media and the person is saying, I've gathered enough for the generations. What about that person who lives in Mukuru kwa Jenga? What about that person that lives in the ghettos, in Bondeni, in Kibera? We have to ask ourselves, are we constructing a nation that is full of hope? Are we going around bursting every flame of hope in the hearts of Kenya? Talk about education. The right to education. When a person hikes the school fees, knowing very well some of our parents have to sell their prime properties so that we may have education. Then you go around messing with the fee structure. It is a very big issue that we are confronting. To the eyes of many people, it might seem like we are making noises that will not count. But at the end of the day, they will account not just for the money, they will account for the voices that we are raising. They have to know we are learned. And we are not just learned for the sake of just keeping ourselves busy. No, we are not a circumstantial generation. No, we are a purpose generation that is driven by its own purpose. We want to have a best future for our lives. We want to have a good future for our children. We want to make sure that our businesses are thriving, but we cannot be able to make sure all of those have come to pass when every other aspect of an effective system is being abused by people who think they are more than the population of Kenya. No, you don't get to shut down accountability. The minute you get to shut down the accountability, you're telling us forthright, I am not accountable. If a person embraces accountability, welcomes the idea of accountability on the table, but a person who is an antagonist towards accountability, that's a person you get to know that they are not accountable right from the word go. How do you parade your kids at the expense of other kids, at the expense of the money that people have struggled? Some people are struggling here. Cobblers are struggling. We have people who are struggling to carry the goods. And then they are struggling to, then you come and tell us that out of every 100 bob that you guys are paying, out of every 100 bob we are earning, 70 goes to the taxes. What kind of an economy is this? That by earning 100 bob, 70 bob is going to tax. That means what? Okay, we have no problem paying with tax, but our issue is, our taxes reflecting the purpose by which we are paying the taxes. If it's not applying by any nature, then we have no business paying the 70 bob. We have no business paying the 70 bob because there's no reason for me to benefit some 30,000 people at the expense of the rest of the nation. We have places that have never seen a tarmac road. We have places that are struggling. They are living, imagine a whole population within a certain set of an area, whereby a dispensary is operating for 4,000 people. 4,000 people, and some areas don't even have the dispensary. They have to walk kilometers to go to for a dispensary, not a hospital, a dispensary, let alone a pharmacy. If the hospitals that we are calling them governmental hospital, public hospitals, they don't have medicine, how then do you expect remote areas to have pharmacies? We have to come to ask ourselves. We need to know, how much do we allocate for pharmacies? How much do we allocate for medicine? How much do we allocate for the specialists that's supposed to treat the people? We don't have a shortage of. We don't have a shortage. We don't have a shortage on the people that are supposed to treat the people. We have doctors that are joining in. We have doctors that are even struggling to make an internship because some people have decided, we will not be people the way you want. You people, you don't know much. But you know what? We know what is right. We are not going to be schooled on what is right. We know our people are ailing. We know the Kenyan people, the Gen Z, the Gen Alpha are ailing. And there is need for doctors in our hospitals. We cannot have a hospital or a single doctor operating over 500 people within a day. A single doctor. Is it that we can't have doctors we can have 10 people being treated by one doctor? And it's not, we don't have an issue to deal with money. It's because some people have decided to be greedy. They must amass for generations. And my question is, do we need to have people that will serve a few people? And with that much said, thank you very much for the space, KOT, Cyprian, and Ayo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your time. You raised very amazing questions that that are worth looking thinking deeply about. I want to go to Mchina, then Paul Yule Mkul, alafu tuenda kwa the global walking, and then we get to hear from the new speakers. Speak to us, Paul. Speak to us, Mchina first. Mchina, then Paul. Mchina. Mchina, are you there? Okay, you dropped.
Mchina, yeah.
Paul, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, can you hear me?
100%.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm saying this. The regime the government of Ruto is taking is all of a sudden yani wanataka kutukandamiza sisi kama Gen Z, alafu hatupasi kuaccept hiyo. Saa vile walisema hawa watu wa journalists wasiingie kwa maandamano, hiyo ni kumaanisha wako na Aden, yani retreat yenye wanataka kutumia to those who will be there. But let's not give up, tutokeni kwa wingi, alafu tukuwe na umoja ndio kila kitu. Kama let's say kama tumeenda, usikubali mzee wako aende kando, tunakaa pamoja, then tunakuwa na umoja. I think nataka kufika hapo. Thank you.
Thank you. Santi for keeping it short and brief. Mna drop hii space kama kitu ingine global walking. Talk to us. Global, your mic is on, but you can't hear you. Are you speaking? All right. Lily Kamau, can you hear me? Good morning.
Hey, can you hear me?
100%. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just felt compelled to speak after, I think 2 speakers ago, there was someone who was talking about Dubai and how things work. And let me tell you, I'm currently in Dubai, and my God, like things really work. So I've been very passionate about this movement because like I came here and it was such a culture shock. Like for instance, in one of the cases I had to get similar to a good conduct. I was renewing my work visa, so I needed a good conduct certificate. I paid. I went on the link, did everything, filled all the info, paid. It was delivered in less than 24 hours. And this is just one, but one example. And specifically, obviously, here the leadership is a kingdom, so it's not exactly democratic. But the one thing I'll say is they're so passionate about their people. They're passionate about women empowerment, like ministries. If you go like there's no need for women reps, do a third gender rule. Like they completely empower. Like very strong ministries are led by women, and there's like so much commitment how they take care of their people. I just kept saying, oh my God, what if Kenya was like this? Like, how happy would we be? So, I mean, on my part, as someone in diaspora, I'm amplifying as much as I can on X, contributing on Mchanga, and just like trying to do my part to support from away. I don't think they allow demonstrations here. I had they arrest or deport people. So to kopale digital activism. I also I'm in WhatsApp groups. Like I'm very passionate about this because even when I'm here, I'm literally counting my days. I'm like, I cannot wait to get enough, cash to save, to invest, to go back home. For me, that is the end goal, and that's why I feel this so strongly. So when I see all the issues that are happening, I'm just, it's crazy. I'm like, I have to use my voice however I can, because at the end of the day, my heart belongs to Kenya. East or West, home is best. And, it's just so beautiful when you're just home and you're doing well. Like, that's the dream. You don't even need to go outside. And even when you're outside, you're longing, you're just counting the days, the hours till you can get back home. So I don't know, I'll pose a question to all of you, like, what else do you think people in diaspora can do to support the cause further? And I can rally in my own way, maybe via WhatsApp, just for people to keep making sure that we keep heading in the right direction. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. So for every next speaker, think about what the diasporians can do to support us back home to ensure that we finish this course successfully. I'm not going to front any ideas. That is upon you guys to think about. And whenever you're given the mic to speak, amongst your points, please just ensure that try and ensure to fix that as an answer in your submission. I'm going next to JN. JN, how are you doing? JN Ndunge, are you there?
Hi, good morning.
Morning to you. Talk to us.
Okay. Now, my name is Ndunge, and I think this is my first time speaking on this. But I'm a lawyer by profession. I'm not trying to front it there as anything, but I just want to address like 3 points of something that has occurred to me in the recent past, of the things that since the movement started. Just 2 issues generally, but I'm going to expound on them. Issue number 1, I don't know, from my observation from this whole thing. I have been on the streets. I have been in the forefront, not necessarily forefront, trying to get some protesters removed from the holding cells, and it's not been a very easy task for us. And sometimes I was asking people, okay, my colleagues, sometimes we feel like we are towing a very thin line of approval from Gen Z. And I want to put it out there. We are not all Gen Z. Some of us are millennials and we've been at the forefront. So issue number 1, I don't know, it's going to come out as something that we've all been against, but we are suffering some consequences of being leaderless. I'm not asking for anyone to stand up, but I'm just going to point out the reason as to why I feel like being leaderless is coming to bite us a little bit, and we need to regroup and think about it. For instance, political class regrouping. And we used to benefit from the support of the likes of Akina Sifuna and Chomba. And you remember every time we've gone out on the streets and come back, they have condemned the killings, they have condemned the brutality, but right now it's like they have taken the back seat. And right now them regrouping, in as much as we feel like we have the power, like we've done all this whole thing and gotten some of the things that we asked for, but right now they are regrouping. They're regrouping, and now they are against us. In as much as we are in power, they have the power at the top, and we need that power at the top. Hmm? And that is the thing now. And okay, I want to say this: we need to lay off the people that jump off the wagon. We started this journey together, but some of us are not gonna make it, or some people are not gonna make it, and we've seen that it's there, it's clear as day. And every time we jump on their necks and talk about them for a whole day, that is a whole day lost trying to talk about inconsequentials in our journey. It's a freaking movement. Watu watachokea hapo katikati, wengine watafura miguu, and they will not want to go with us. Imagine, let them go. Let's not talk about them. Don't give them the audience. Attacking them on a daily basis is a waste of energy that we should be using trying to move forward. And let people, achana na wasaliti waende, castigating them draws us away from the real agenda. We'd rather be with people who are in 100% with us than watu wako 50-50, because our watu 50-50 ndio wanatumalizanga nguvu. That's my 1 point. Let's go back to the political class. regrouping. It's more of a psychological thing than anything else. As much as we have the power in the movement, we do not have the power at the top, and despite what we think, we need some of those people. We need some of those people to fight our fight. We need to actually learn how to listen. I am a millennial. I have two alphas in the house, and me, I believe our alphas ndio wanakuanga ni wakali hata kuliko Gen Z. It's just that ni wadogo, and I want to fight for them. The reason why I want to fight for them is because I do not want them to be the magma of their future. I do not want them to come back on the streets fighting for the same things that we are fighting today. I can't fathom such a thing happening, and it scares the living daylights out of me. Thinking my kids one day going on the street to fight the Ruto of their time. And that's my motivation for being here. So we need to come up with a structure which resembles some sort of a leadership to establish whatever our end goal is. Let's not pretend that you're going to, I know the whole leaderless thingy, that nobody, you can't shika who, you can't touch us because we do not have a leader. But you guys, haven't they been shikaing us? Haven't they? They check our strongest Twitter guys, and sasa kama akina Alinur, when they got Nani, akina Obuda, and they are getting us. They're getting to us, and we may pretend that we are not, but the influence of the number that those people has is a very strong point, and we need to establish a structure of some sort. And let's not bury our heads in the sand when it comes to listening to advice. I've been into spaces whereby Kivuda Kibwana speaks in the evening, and I listen. We get where we are by listening. Listen to the guidance from the people that have acquired wisdom. Akina Nani, Akina Kivuda, Omtatah. Omtatah is also an activist besides being a leader. Let's not ever forget that. And I have got nothing against him, but we have people that have got great wisdom. Let's listen to them. Let's not bury our head in the sand. We need every help we can get. And Sazingine, even when we don't like these people, like for instance, I was telling people, I attended the public participation for conflict of interest bill, and I remember my argument was, there was no need of it because it's already embossed in other statutes. So I did not feel there was need to produce another one. But there's nothing wrong with it. It still forbids the political class from participating in government tenders and what have you. So we need to read some of these things without bila condemning people. Saa zingine mkishinda mkikondemn watu wanachoka. And this is now where being a lawyer comes in. As a lawyer, I feel like we've been fighting for our lives since this whole thing began. I personally do not want to imagine anyone sleeping in cell since I have the power bestowed upon me to bail you out. But at the end of the day, when you go there, tunatupiwa tear gas, and then they curtail our anything. Like you go there saying, I'm a lawyer, I'm here to bail these people out. Then they wanatusumbua. We are not gonna lie, and we are fighting for our lives. And besides fighting for our lives here, we're also fighting for our career. Because if I cannot use the law, the things that I've gone to school, to make a career out of it, then what is there for me? Me, the lawyer to by Gina, and it's very frustrating. So I feel like I've been curtailed from highlighting the mutilation of Chapter 4, which is the Bill of Rights. And every time ukikanga hivi atinamuka najiita lawyer, then I ask myself, I cannot even fight back. I cannot fight back using the law, and it feels frustrating. So every time, like you remember that time, Faith, kama sahi, everyone is saying, oh, LSK, kama jana, magistrates walikuwa funeral service ya majanja, very senior judge. We've all, and for some reason, I feel like there was some delay of proceedings and people got frustrated. How my lawyers were happy. We also forget that we are human and we have things that are happening in our lives besides this whole thing. But at the end of the day, when tukimalizi, we are running to come and make sure that people hawalali kwa cell tena. Hatutaki watu walale. So every time a small move tunafanya tu hivi, tunakuwa attacked. Do you know how frustrating that is? We need to lay off people. We need to remember that we are in this together. We're in this together. Saa zingine nashikika vitu zinanifanyikia huko. I cannot start telling you that I have personal issues going on in my life. We need to stop attacking people and just remember at the end of the day, we are in this together. We are also fighting for our careers. I am fighting for my life, my career, and I also want us to win. We need to extend grace. So bottom line, and also something someone said yesterday, no, on Tuesday, the reason why they were feeling like they are being attacked in town is because people hawakutokelezea, and when the numbers are huge, they cannot just like fight you all off. So mko hapo mko to groups to watu watano hivi kumi, it is easy. That's why someone here just said we need to have a way of planning this thing, meeting in one place and proceed as a huge group. It's easier. It's easier to beat these people. So extend grace to each other. Let us start thinking about putting in some kind of leadership structure. I'm not appointing anyone. I'm just saying, start looking into it. Third, let us start listening. And it is much. Kalonzo is our guy, and Kalonzo is Kamba. I'm Kamba, and I've never liked the kind of a person that he is. I feel like he's such a weak leader. But one thing that I've come to realize during this whole thing, he's a listener, and he's read the room, and he's listening. So zingine, let's take what we can get. Listen to these people. We don't have to go with them anywhere, but we can use whatever they are willing to offer at that particular time. Let's not bury our heads in the sand. Watu wa diaspora, mmesema mnataka kusaidia. Right now, digital activism is the best that you can do, and financial support whenever you're called upon to do. Because hapa tuko kwa ground and we are trying, like something zingine unaenda kutoa watu, hakuna pesa ya kubail watu, and we need the money. We need the money. LSK has a paybill number, which is highlighted on their website, on their page, Twitter handle. Look at it, tuma pesa hapo, so that we are able to get these people out. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jayan. So I'm going to go next to Jayan. Can you mute your mic? Okay. I'm gonna go next to Nyamato. Nyamato, how are you?
Yes, I'm very fine. How are you, sir?
We are perfect. Please give us your sentiments.
First, I just say hi to all the panelists who are here and the listeners, and the speakers, co-hosts, and everybody who is listening. First, I want to say viva for our movement to continue. We are not going to tire, nor we're going to faint. Still, we will work on and we will soldier on. I have three things that I want to say on today's Mandamano, Occupy Uhuru. But I want to send my condolences to our patriots, gallant soldiers that who have departed through being gunned down by the mercenaries, colleagues who are called the Kenyans, police, that were being superintended and supervised by Mr. William Samoei Ruto. It is painful to lose this kind of our people, our young people, our future leaders who have come out clearly to give out the atrocities, the injustice, the corruption, the tribalism, nepotism that it is being driven within the government system and apparatus. I want to say this, that we are in our time. I know times have gone from 1963 during our independence, during 2010 with our new democracy that came to the constitution. We appreciate what has been done from those past times. This current hours, it is us. Let us not cheat anybody. Let us stand firm. Let us focus. Let us not even retreat. Let us keep on the journey. Still, we have seen the shore. We're gonna to cross. The bridge is being constructed right now. I know it will be tired for some of us because I have seen a lot of us. They have fainted on the way. They have retreated. They have dropped. Yeah, I can equate the journey of the Israelites from Egypt to Canaan. They did not reach all of them, but those who conquered it, they stood firm and they said, yes, we will reach there and we will give the testimonies. Let us now pull together, hold hands to everybody who is on board so that we thrive together on this journey. Our constitution is stating very clear. Article 37, it is our sovereign to protect us during picketing, demonstrating, and when we are presenting the petitions. And our petition is loud and clear. We don't have any of this where we are taking. It is loud and clear. That is our meeting. That is where our assemblies are online during picketing. The voice is being heard loud and clear, not only in our country, Kenya, even those who purport by saying that they start with Kenya. Next thing I want to say, this the acting inspector of police, that who is purporting to mislead the citizens by reading, I don't know whether it is the old constitution is reading currently, by saying that we cannot picket. It is our mandate that we need to picket at any time we feel that we are being agitating for a certain provision to be done correctly. We are not supposed to seek any permission from anybody. In fact, once we have said that we are on to picket, the police IG comes automatic. I think we have talked about the constitution for the past times, and we have been read by the constitutional lawyers. The two have said clearly, the police comes in because they have had the call to come and protect property and the lives. Although they are not doing the same, it is against what they are doing, or opposite. But for us, we will just soldier on. We will go and proclaim our dignity as a country. Because we cannot continue to die every time and again. Every 10 years, every 5 years, we die and we forget. No. In fact, today morning, I had a Wiris, Lawyer Wiris, he was in Daybreak Citizen. He said that even if what they have said as their own team of lawyers, they're going to pursue this issue of murder, judicial killing, till to the end. We see that we're going to get the justice to our departed foreign soldiers of democracy. Secondly, I want to talk about this forming of the cabinet. You know, this gentleman called Mr. Ruto is taking us for granted. I do remember during his campaign, we said Kenya is sort of fools. Fools have gone out of Kenya. The we are remaining the genius people, clever. So he forgets that now we are not clever, we become fools and terminate his cabinet abruptly. Yes, it was our grammar that let the cabinet go because they have displayed occurrence. They don't want to listen to people. They don't want to do what is mandated for them to give as they are ratifying some bills to come or proposals to parliament so that it can act as a laws and the bills. And we said, let them go home, all of them. He did a good thing, he sent them home. But still, he has audacity that is coming back to reappoint some of them. What I'm calling my people, let us resist. As Miguna said, let us resist. There is no anybody who was chased from the cabinet will be reinstated back. Because if you remember the words that he used, he has terminated them. In fact, when you follow the procedures and the laws of HR, once you are being terminated or dismissal from any organization, from any job, there is no any provision that allows you to be recalled back. There is no any clause that gives you to be called back because you are not fit for that office. That is how it is. So I know people like Duale, people like Murkomen, Kindiki, and some, I think like this is ready for runs. Maybe they're going to be called back or being reappointed again. That is what I'm having. My conscience tells me such. Let us resist them. Let us. That is the day we will call a mammoth demo. Now we draw from all the counties. We tell people to Nairobi so that now we have the mammoth, the mother of demos, to tell Ruto now it is the end of your tenure in the office. Now quit with the appointment you are making so that we can be able to go for the new election within the year. Lastly, I want to say this. Yes, we are on this journey together. I know there are those people who may came to listen and not to have that power of acting. Kindly don't give people negative energy or attitudes in this platform or elsewhere. We need people that who have the positive energy, positive vibes that can lead us to our destination. Still, we are not on our boat. We don't need anybody to take a hammer and a nail to start making holes on the belly of the boat so that water can seep in to sink the boat. We need, even if we being raped individually or in few numbers, let us pull together till the end. I know today it is Uhuru back. The guy gave some thread through the letter that I saw. They put online from Inspector of Police that we are not organized. We don't have read us in those kind of demos that they are being infiltrated by goons. Why can't they synchronize these goons they are talking about? That is their responsibility of them. Ours, we know ourselves. We have our coordinates that we can use to identify ourselves. Why can't they arrest these goons? Because they know them. Who told them that they are goons? It is them who came up with the goons because they know them. In some areas, we saw them, they are protected. Some, they are having patterns, wooden patterns. They are working with the police. So we wonder, who are these goons we are talking about? Why we have never seen they have been killed by bullets? Those goons, they are killing innocent people. Members, I want to say this. 51 people have died. Let us stand together. Let us call this government to know that now Kenya, where we have reached, the constitution says nobody has a mandate to kill, to shed the blood of any Kenyan. Let us stand together. Let us now proclaim our liberty. Let us now democracy prevail. Leave about this, we call democracy that it is not there. Let us now bring the new democracy whereby everybody is accountable. If the police shoots and we see the police, let us go for that police. Even if, I'm sorry to say this, we are peaceful, yes. But now, where it has reached, for example, I saw they were arresting one guy, I think it is Kitengera. Once they realized they are arresting this guy, our team, they took stones and they fell to them. The guy was released and left. And that is what we want to do. Now we need to protect ourselves. If they wanted to take the bullet to shoot us and kill, us also will now take the responsibility of protecting us. You kill one of us will kill you also. Because that's where we are going. Not to keep on watching, seeing our comrades being shot down. But let us restrain, let us demonstrate peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nyamato. Thank you so much, Nyamato. Kimte Jerry.
Yes, I'm here.
Is your mic hot? Talk to us.
How are you guys? Thank you for the platform, KOT and Cyprian. I'll just quickly go into it. First, I want to pass my sincere condolences to all the patriots and all the guys who've lost their lives, and even to their families. We just pray for consolation for them. I also want to commend you guys. You as patriots coming up and taking the platform to listen again and strategize and know what to do next is just an honor to be part of this. So I'll start by something that everyone has been discussing about, the strategy on how we are going to move. Somebody mentioned about sitting on the roads just to ensure that we pass our statements, because already we can see the guys are ready to shoot, they're ready to kill us just to protect the political elites. So that is one of the avenues I felt that would work. There are many people who cannot get to the CBD, so nilikuwa naona watu wakaeza within their jurisdiction, like how guys in Juja closed the road. That would work very well. So that also, we also need these police guys to get out of the CBD. If we are able to pull them out of the city and make sure that also we can allow people to come in, it would make a statement and it would allow even more people to come in. I know one of the things that our president fears a lot is accountability. Majority of the things we've raised, including him being accountable for what he's borrowed and what he's ready to account for, I don't think they are ready to do it. They will go at all costs to make sure that they don't explain how our resources were used. And that is why they've chosen the hard way, which is killing the citizens. So it is a matter of us strategizing even better and knowing how we are going to go around them. I believe we have great minds amongst ourselves. Hawatatushinda ujanja, tunaweza fikiria, and I know also we have collaborators amongst us. Even in the colonial systems, we used to have collaborators. So, but at the point where we fought for independence and got it, we were able to overpower them. And at this point, I believe even as we proceed on, we are going to fight the goons. We are going to fight even those who are planning to collaborate with the system. And above it all, I know we'll prevail. It is just a matter of us borrowing on and sharing strategies as we are doing right now. There are people who are close to the CBD, and those are the best positioned to penetrate in. If we talk, I listened to one guy who proposed paying for buses, but even if we pay for transport for people to come in, they are blocking them at some points. So we should at most think about how a guy is going to come in, and who are the closest people who can even walk in crowds to get into CBD. And the rest of the people who are bad to get in, they also protest wherever they are. Because we should focus on uniting every front at every point that we are going to be heard. If they see unity amongst us, and that's something else I also wanted to raise, as much as we have our differences amongst us, let's be wise enough to see on how we can deliberate and deal with them. Let's not show a disunited front. The moment we start attacking each other, even on the X space, we lose a lot. But every single time we show a united front, it's a win for us, because they'll know we are speaking one mind. Every single time they see that we are at a win, and already I believe we are somewhere. Sahi wase wameshtuka. Hata hapa hivi kwa hii space, najua kuna watu wanasikiza, waende wakatuseme huko, na hiyo haitatudeter from forging on. Wasikize, waende waseme, and we still forge on. People have died for this cause. There are 40 people, and it's 40 plus. There are some even who we don't know. There are people who are missing. And right now, IPOA is saying they are not being allowed by the police even to find out what is happening behind. So we cannot lose this front. Every single time we have to be united. And I think that's the that's the best thing that will put these guys down. Unity. Just ensuring that in every county, we saw it in Kilifi, the Mandamano that was so successful, we saw it in every part of this country. So the more we promote unity amongst us, the more we win. I just pray that we continue with the same spirit, and I believe, I can't wait to see when we win at the end of the road. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. I want to go to my next speaker. And guys, if you had already spoken, please don't request the mic, because I'm trying to get fresh speakers every time I bring the speakers up. Eric.
Yes, hello, good morning. I hope you guys can get me.
We can get you, but please just take 4 minutes. Do not extend kindly. Just take 4 minutes. Don't speak for too long. 4 minutes, please.
Okay, so thank you. So let me dive in. My first point is as to why I'm protesting. I want to make it about me, not about any other person. One of the reasons why I'm protesting is because of the poor governance that we have in this country. We need to reset the governments that we have in this country. And when I wake up and say Ruto must go, I don't necessarily mean Ruto the person, William Samoei Ruto. I mean the establishment, from the presidency to the judiciary to the parliament, the way things have been done all along. If I get to a mat right now, at some point, there's a policeman who will stop that matatu and ask for 100 shillings tip. I need that to stop. That's what I mean when I say Ruto must go. So I wish these guys can get this message out there to their superiors that when we say Ruto must go, we mean a restructure and a resetting of the governance of this country. Thank you. Number two, I wish you could now start moving to a structured way of demos. I don't mean we are not structures, and I don't mean that we have leaders, but we need to have our activities coordinated. There are coordinators that have arisen out of the need. Like now we have the spaces. We have people who are doing the spaces. They are doing it every day. That is their space. They have found a niche there. We need someone to take care of the welfare. We had Anifa rising up to do collections for those who were shot in hospitals, those who died. So that's a coordinator in that particular area. So we also need to move to who coordinates people in the ground. I'm not talking about leaders. Let not someone misquote me. And also we need to start drafting memorandums. This is what we want, but in a structured way. We have a lot of lawyers on this space. We have a lot of lawyers in this movement, and they can give us guidance because there are things that we need. When you talk about governance, we are talking about the constitution working as it should be. The institutions are doing their constitutional mandates, but we have some things that are beyond the constitution. And I want to push for us to have a referendum, a citizen-led referendum, especially the BBI that fell, that was fallen by the courts. One thing it gave us is an insight on how a citizen can start a referendum. We need a referendum on a lot of things that we need to be put in the constitution so that for them to change them, they need to amend the constitution. Things like now, the ceiling on salaries, we need to restructure the number of representatives that we have from the county assemblies to parliament to the Senate, how a lot of things basically. Lastly, I want to speak about Occupy Uhuru Park. We can make Uhuru Park our Tahrir Square. And one thing that Uhuru Park gives us is that it takes us away from the destruction they have been trying to put on us. There's no supermarket to loot around there. We are not interfering with anyone's space. We go to Uhuru Park, we stay there, we demonstrate there every day until someone hears us, until someone listens to us. So no one is going to say that we're trying to cause fracas to anyone, we're trying to interfere to someone is right who doesn't want to participate in the demonstration. And this we can also be able to bring Mwananchi on board. We had the doctors when they went to the Ministry of Health. We had people taking food there, they were taking blankets there, they were taking water there. So we can have people gathered at Uhuru Park 24/7. Mwananchi bringing food, Mwananchi bringing blankets, Mwananchi bringing water, people bringing the portable toilets and everything that can be able to support that movement. And last but not least, I'll say this, kindly let us all find a niche in the movement. If your place is the media, please focus on that. If your place is blogging, do that and do it perfectly in support of the movement. But each one of us has something that they can offer to the movement. Thank you. I believe I'm done with my submission. Thank you.
Are you there? Ama, you have dropped.
I'm here, sorry.
Okay.
I'm here, sorry. I'm gonna pick the next speaker. That was Eric. I think I'll go to Radak, then Bluesman. Radak, are you there? Radak is not there. Bluesman?
Thank you so much. Good morning. So thank you so much for this opportunity. First of all, I want to say
Ruto must go, and condolences to the families of those guys who lost their lives. Sina mengi sana. At first, nataka kutouch on to try as much as possible ku-educate wase about how wase wenye wanaamini kuna politician fulani mzuri. A good example is Raila. If as much like tunaweza point out the moments zenye Raila amekuwa so selfish, tunaweza at least avoid ile like unapata politician fulani amedivide wase amefanya like venye tulikuwa tushaanza kuback down cause tunamfuata. Like you remember hata hii division ilikuwa hapo kati ya sijui alikuwa Gachagua na kina Moses Kuria. Okay, hiyo ilishapita, but it's an aspect yenye ni muhimu sana yenye ina distract wase. So basically kuna wase bado wanaamini a certain politician ni mzuri, maybe anawawish mazuri, but if we keep on every day tuna point out manze politicians wako selfish, so that tusikue distracted na wase wenye wana believe ni wazuri, at least tukifind some points za kuwa convince, hii itakuwa a plus for us. And then kitu ingine unapata maybe wase wanasema ati the fight is over. Kama Cairo nimesikia mara mingi sana akisema ati finance bill ilianguka, so tunafaa to back down, wamesack sijui au ma-CS, so tunafaa tutulie, but tunafaa at least tuna point out those very corrupt leaders. Like kama any scandal yenye imekuwa, tuna speak out every day like as a demand of the day. Okay, like kila siku tunaonekana yenyewe tuko na demands mingi, hatuko general sana. Like every day tunasema fulani wa fulani, pesa fulani, can you arrest him? Ama hapo chini Ruto must go. Like ndo tuonekane yenyewe tuko na more points, ati atuleti anaki peke yake. And then the very most important point yenye nimekuwa nayo for the longest time, sijaipata hadi chance ya kuisema, but kitu yenye inaweza fanya tukue very successful ni wake up early in the morning, yani maandamano ikianza mapema. Like that's the main key factor ya success, because I always feel like ile siku yenye wase waliweza kuingianga parliament, kama wangekuwa wameingia parliament saa 4 asubuhi, bro, either tungeoccupy parliament like wase wajae huko na wasurround, ama tungeenda set house hiyo siku unstoppable. Lakini shida unapata wase wanakuwa wengi maybe kitu saa 10, and then ama saa 9 saa 10 hapo, and then kuna ile advice mnapewa of which it makes sense, like ikifika maybe usiku demonstrators mnaweza shutiwa nini, of which it's kind of true. But kama hata saa 4 tuseme mse yako home, saa hii mimi nikiwa mtaani nione saa hii ni saa 2 na already hii Uhuru Park imejaa wase, like nitakuwa motivated in the next 30 minutes mimi niingie pale ni wajoin. So unaweza pata like the moment kama kuna siku inawezekana ati saa 3 CBD kukue kuna kaa totally different, yani kumejaa wase, hiyo siku it will attract hata msee anaweza toka hadi mbali kabisa apande gari akuje Nairobi because anaona yenyewe now we have the victory. So kuna hizi posters zinatoka, unapata poster inasema maybe tuna occupy place fulani, sijui what we are carrying, be peaceful nini. Okay, try to insist on mapema. Kama I remember wakati kuna time Ruto alikuwa church fulani huko Mwambili alikam huko from sijui Mombasa. So Ruto alikuwa church, I don't remember the name, and then walikuwa wametoa poster wamesema let's meet up at saa 6. Now unashangaa saa 6 bwana, and then ongezea wase time nyingine watajiongeza hapo wafike late. So unapata yes masses zilifika, but zilifika time Ruto alikuwa anatoka. But kama angefika saa 2, bro, ile chaos ingekuwa moto sana. So thank you so much. Yeah, that was my whatever, my time. Thank you so much.
Sawa Bluesman. This 10:49. I think that's 10 minutes to top of the hour. 11 a.m. East African time. Thank you so much, guys, for just coming up and giving your sentiments and also keeping time. Plantif by Ken, you've been keeping on coming up and dropping. I think it will be only fair if I give you the chance to speak before you drop again, because probably you have network issues. Can you hear me? Plan fit? Queen Arab Sugal, are you there? If you're not there, we'll go to Shokes.
Hi.
Oh, you're there. Go ahead, please.
Hi,
4 minutes.
everyone. I hope everyone is well. My name is Keen. I've never talked on this space or any other one, but okay. My suggestion is that we fast as a nation. I know it sounds ridiculous, but we should all put God first, because it's only God who can undo Ruto or undo whatever is happening in Kenya. And fasting and praying. My suggestion would be from 7 tonight or any other night, from 7 to 7 a.m. in the morning. You basically just fast throughout the night without eating from 7 to 7 a.m. in the morning. And like Jacob Juma said, I think in 2015, he mentioned once that the Kenyan youth are drawn into drinking, sex and other things. So we are children of God. We should never forget that. And we should never forget that it's God who gave Ruto the approval to be president. It's not, even if it's us who voted on the ground, God approved it first. If you know the Bible, you'll understand that concept. So we can also ask God to take him out on our behalf. And I know many people don't go to the church or don't read the Bible, but I can suggest we start there, because this is more of a spiritual battle than flesh to blood. So that's my suggestion. And to the person who said we wake up early and demonstrate early in the morning, that's better, because with that we can be more effective and more arranged, or we can plan, but the earlier bird get the worm. So yeah, that's my remarks. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity also.
Thank you. Shokes.
Ayo, I have a question. Ayo.
Six.
Ayo, before Shokes goes, the lady said that God approved Ruto to be the president. I didn't get it, so I want her to explain that kindly. To explain to me like I'm a 2-year baby, kindly. Just explain. You can give her 1 minute to explain to me, because I don't understand, kindly. Please.
So what I meant by hi. Hello?
Tunakusikia, anakusikia. Just go ahead.
Okay, so it's God's sovereignty means he allows certain events to happen for reasons beyond our understanding. When William Ruto won the election, it was under God's approval. This does not amplify that God endorses every action or choices made by leaders. Rather, it can be understood that Satan, who has a role as the accuser, might present cases against us to God. The churches already are involved in politics. According to the Bible, if you've read the Bible, because I've read the Bible, especially the New Testament, all of it. I'm trying to read the Old Testament, but according to the New Testament, there is nowhere that allows churches and the government to be together, or for them to work together the way we've seen it in Kenya. So first of all, that is number one, we are breaking that rule. Secondly, of course, we know the commandments also. So everything that the Satan has against us, that is why I said, let me read this quote from a Bible verse so that you can understand. It's more of a spiritual battle than flesh and blood. Yes, and I'm saying this, and I was on the road. I live in Nanyuki, so I went to demonstrate those 2 times that we demonstrated in this town. But it's more spiritual than flesh and blood. And I'm not saying that what the police are doing, it's not acceptable. They are human beings. They have family. They have mothers. They have sisters. They're killing their neighbors. You see, so we are also even breaking the two main commandments of God that surpasses the rest of the 10 commandments are love your God with all your heart and love your neighbor. So when a police shoots someone, he definitely does not love his neighbor.
Plantfit, can you hear me? I wasn't supposed to request this mic today, but I want to tell you this. The more wicked people in the society hide behind the church. And the church has been a backup channel for all these things. Ayo, I hope you can hear me, Ayo.
Yeah, mi nakusikia. Endeleeni tu. Nakusikia vizuri
I
sana.
was saying the church is the most useless organization in this country and the most wicked people in this country. Look at the likes of, I'll give you one trip, who says ni God but is a wash guy. Cairo does wash. And that is things I have evidence. But atakuja hapa atuambia ni God manze. Ruto killed people, banned people in a church. In the 2007-2008 post-election violence. He went to the ICC. He killed the witnesses.
So
then he went to the church. No, let me just finish, because I want to explain to you. You see, people who hide behind the church, they do the most evil. Go to Catholic church. A person kills in the morning, goes to Catholic, kneels down, says, Siji Salam Maria, Umeja Mema, Bwana yu nawe, goes, eats the sacrament, drinks wine, then goes back to kill the next day. When people were killed in Kenya, Catholic churches came out and they gave statement, including Bishop Anyono, who I have interacted with. Mimi nimelelewa Catholic, who have interacted with the Bishop Anyono. Then, after things got cool, they were called to State House. They were given brown envelopes. They came back and condemned the youth. They said the youth are killing this country. And that has been the cause.
But that...
Yeah, listen. I'm just explaining to you. If you come to tell me that Ruto was chosen by God, and the other day we were on a space and a lady explained, I can't remember her name, the same space you were with Wanjigi Juzi, a lady explained how the 2022 elections were rigged and how Ruto became president, then we are not fit to come and say here, Ruto rigged the election, Ruto has killed to be the president. And if I want to tell you Ruto, he was a spanner boy for Uhuru, for Moi. But when Moi was leaving that seat, he chose Uhuru as his successor. He was a spanner boy for Uhuru. When Uhuru was leaving office, he chose who? Uhuru chose, how do you call him? Raila. Can I tell you why Ruto is the president? Ruto is the president because he has good PR, he has good communication, and he can play with human psychology. He's a good strategist who knows what to say and where to say it. He knows, if I went this place and manipulated these people, they are going to give me the votes. And he came up with a narrative, and this narrative is what made them president and deputy president in 2013. When they came up with Vijana na Wazee initiative. The Vijana na Wazee initiative imewafanya yeye na Uhuru president against Raila. And 2017, they came up with the Turaku Kumira narrative, which made them president. They came up with Hustler in 2022, which is something that was meant divide and rule. These people will come and neglect this cause because when we say hustlers, Kenyans tend to hate people who have a lot of money, and how they came up with that narrative is by putting in that watu wametuibia pesa since independence, since 1960s, they have been stealing money. And those Kenyans who hate Raila and who hate Uhuru because they believe Uhuru is a thief and they have been stealing, hated these people and went out to vote for Ruto. But the difference was not much because these are two forces that have united two major communities in Kenya, the Kikuyus and the Luos and part of Luya. He went to Luya and bought Musalia Mudavadi, who is a just stupid, spoiled kid who has been in government, who knows nothing. Mudavadi was a minister at the age of 22. So I'll tell you this, if you come here and bring that narrative, you're God. Personally, I believe there is God. But one thing I believe in this country, the most wicked people go to church. Look how many churches have been, people go there and put harambes. Ruto lied to Kenyans.
Can you give me a second to explain this?
I'm winding up.
No, let
I'm
him
winding
land
up.
first,
Ruto went to church recently. Just recently. After he had told all Kenyans, any public servant shall not participate in harambes. His first place to lie was in church, where he went to church and said, "Munitumie check nitamaliza hii mambo," which means he preaches water and goes to drink wine. As a people of the Republic of Kenya, we should get rid of these churches and come up with a policy that allows pastors in this country to have degrees in theology. Give an example where I live. We have more than 50 churches just across. PCA, sijui PEFA, SEK, Catholic, sijui ingine inaitwa Madukani, PCA Madukani, whatever. And what makes this church? They come to steal for us. They have become avenues of money laundering. If an MP goes to church and gives out 20 million to those people, and we see like that is not evil, and we want to say Ruto was chosen by God, me, I'm just here, I'm saying, Ruto rigged the election, Ruto has not been chosen by God, and Ruto is not fit to lead this country. Let us all agree sometimes, and I'll tell you this, as much as we read the Bible, we've done theory, there are now certain aspects we should know. I work as a strategist, and I work as a PR person. And what I do, I tarnish names for other companies for my company to thrive. I come up with campaigns that will outweigh other companies in the industry for my company to succeed. And Ruto has done that. There's one thing that I was explaining yesterday in a board meeting, and I told them, Imandamano imenifunza that you always need bloggers that you'll always pay to go and tarnish the name of a good cause. Ruto managed to do that well, paid bloggers, and they have been out here tarnishing the name and trying to drag this movement into mud. So if we say the church, let us try and look what strategies have been deployed for Ruto to be the president since 2013 to date. What strategies have been put in place? What PR has taken place? Go look what came up. The HNIB, Hashla Nation Intelligence, CG Informal or Intelligence what? That is what made Ruto the president. Because they used to come up with false lies. They had to abduct Itumbi themselves. They had to abduct Itumbi to bring a narrative for the public to believe that the government of Uhuru abducted Itumbi so that they could get information, which was lies. So if we come to bring a narrative of the church, let us bring difference. Personally, I said all these churches in Kenya should be scrapped. And if anybody has to be a pastor or what, they should have a degree in theology like Kagame did. As much as he's a dictator, he's leading his country to do away with these stupid things that are happening there. I think me nimeranti ya kutosha. If it's a narrative ya Ruto kukuwa president, look at the strategy-wise and not church-wise. Kindly. He is a good strategist. And I'll say this. Just a minute, just a second. How recently, Ruto ametumanage aje sisi during this mandamano. Look at the times Ruto has been putting out his press briefings. Just minutes, hours before to end out streets. Juzi they managed. The DCI came out with a report about the murderer wa Kware, which divided people into two. What walikuwa undecided. And you know umejua ni watu wagani wana consume media. The media, where they are using this press, They are our parents, they are the old people who are consuming this information. And when they are consuming this information, they know a parent can get through a child's heart. My mother will tell me, usiende niwe peke yako ndo mtoto wangu. So that is the strategy he used successfully, using the media against the people, using press briefings against the people, and that divided us into two. There are people who are saying finance bill ilikuwa drop. That is a strategy. He did not drop it willingly, and he admitted it in front of TV when he said he has to cut down budgets and leave what, which he did not drop it with a good heart. A good president drops it and could have said, personally, we feel sorry for the people of Kenya. We had to do this. We have dropped this finance bill, and we've decided to come up with more good measures that will raise funds so that will run this government during this financial year. But he doesn't have to come and say people will have to regret. CG, this was wrong. This finance bill was to do what? Kindly, if you are trying to defend William Ruto with the church, I have said the church is the arbitrator of all evils. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, no one say that I'm defending Ruto. And second of all, the Bible itself has no fault. It's the humans who make mistakes. While our money and resources may have been squandered, the teachings of the Bibles and the teachings of the Bible are not to be blamed for human actions. Ruto and his whole team, including you and your company, you are humans. You make mistakes. The Bible is not a human being. Those are God's words. And that is what I'm using. And when I say that God approved for William Ruto to be the president, he did. Whether it's Satan who went there and appealed to God and went there and petitioned and said this and this about Kenyans, he did it. That is why he's there. Second, thirdly,
Who wrote the Bible plan? Who wrote the Bible? Kindly answer me. Who wrote the Bible?
Humans.
Yeah, if it was wrote by human beings, it means they are not teachings by God. We have to agree all. We have a supreme God.
Really? You just said you believe in God, meaning you believe in the Bible, meaning you believe in Jesus Christ.
So I want you to tell me.
Can you give me a space to talk?
Yeah, I want to ask you one question. Out of the 10,000 gods in this world, which one do you worship?
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Jesus
Christ. That is what I'm saying. Jesus Christ.
We all have to agree. We have all to believe there is one supreme being that we all believe in. But we shouldn't come here and say the teachings of the Bible. The Bible was written by human beings. Let us all agree that. I believe
so
there is a supreme God. I believe
say my point
I believe there is a supreme being. I pray to that supreme being.
Then
Indians believe in a cow. Will you go and say this? Because they believe in a cow, they want.
Where? Are Kenyans, are those Muslims not? They also have their own God. And come on, guys, this thing's not about religion. This issue of trying to force religion on people and God is supreme. Come on, the enemy is Ruto. Allah, wake up, guys. Stucky back and forth.
So I'll just wind up. I'll tell people this. There's somebody who said in the comment section, in this world, we have 10,000 gods, and everybody believes in whatever they believe in. Indians worship God, a cow. CG Hindus do what? And that is a narrative. That is something that has happened. We should all sit down and say, religion has failed humanity. And if it has failed humanity, it has been a backup to all this evil happening in this country at the moment. Personally, I'll say this, and I've said it very, very many times. I believe there is a supreme being that we all worship, that we all pray, that we all go to when we have a problem, that we all vent and say when something is not right, that we all believe they are going to bless us. There is that person. And if there is that person, we shouldn't be dragging that person where there is evil. If something is evil, it is evil. If today I made a mistake I will not say that I was backed by the church because I'm a Christian. It is either we say things the way they are, black and white, rather than coming to sit down here and start, we are not leaking us. Say things the way they are, black and white. I read my Bible as much as it was written by human beings. I read it. I pray. I sit down and believe there is a supreme being, and I'm not against religion. I'm against churches that have been here trying to support a regime that is killing innocent people. And that is something that should be said out here each and every time we move out. Let us not be among people who will start supporting these churches and let evil continue happening. Churches have become avenues of money laundering, bribe, among other things. Corruption starts in the church. So it's upon us to come out and call a spade and not a big spoon. We as Kenyans are suffering. And I'll tell you, we are against bad governance, recycling of leaders, opulence, corruption, tribalism, nepotism. Those are some of the things you are against. You want to tell me is God who tells Rigathi Gachagua to go to church to say Murima? Saying Murima is a being tribalistic. And we will sit here, we will sit down and say Mtu wetu makachiet. Are we the ones who will say Mtu wetu na watu wamebebewa mishale Eldoret and Kericho, they want to be killed? Because these people were paid. And when we come out, these people go out to church on Sunday, they say we were chosen by God. This is not a religion that was chosen by God. There is something Pauline Njoroge asked. Which church, which denomination does Ruto belong to? Uhuru is a Catholic. And we all saw that bishop that used to come and preside all of his events. Which church does Ruto belong to? Which leader, which pastor can we call right now? Which priest can we call right now and talk to your boy? He's misleading the country. Uhuru, they could call that bishop and he could listen and go and tell Uhuru, hapo wa Kenya wamekata. And he will come back and sit down and talk sense. So it's upon us to start calling churches out and stop telling people here that the regime was chosen by God. There is no regime that was chosen by God. What makes you there, as much as it is God who presides over everything, it is strategy. We should just say William Ruto is a good strategist and he managed having a good strategy. Anyway, I wind up. There is one supreme God, and if I've talked bad, may he forgive me. Thank you.
Where Shege, unasikia maneno kwa space. But me, what I want to say, ni venye mi sipendi kuargue na watu, lakini when people bring me that nonsense of a leader is chosen by God, yet those leaders, same leaders are killing us, then I'm like, so God sent that leader to kill us? Because the lady said, and for the record, I did not drop her, please. She dropped herself. For the record, I did not drop her. I've been approving and exiting people on this space as soon as they're done speaking, but she dropped herself, just for the record. So, in nonsense, I feel whenever people bring up church issues on politics, I feel that's some sort of narcissism and gaslighting, to be honest. But oh well. Let me go to Angela. You've been waiting for so long. Shege, just a moment. Just hold on right there. I know when to bring you in. Angela, I'll bring you in. Shocks. Oh, no, it was supposed to be Shocks, then Angela. Sorry, then Roslyn. So Shocks, Angela, Roslyn, then Shege. In that order. Shocks, please. Go ahead. Forgive me for kukuskip.
Sawa, nimekusamehea. So, umnanisikia?
100%, endelea.
Sawa. Wase wameanza hapo kubishana. First I will thank KOT kuhost this space. Everyone akona a role to play. Of late nimekuwa kwa almost all spaces from maandamano ianze. na of late wase wamekuwa complain kuna biasness kwa kuchoose wase wanatoka kwa hizi space. So then KOT at least tunapea kila msee chance na mraise hizo issues juu kuna wase wengine wako abducted, wengine wajulikani wako wapi, lakini juu ni msee ana ma followers tunamwachilia tu hivyo and everyone anahitajika. So to amplify hiyo story ya kumarginalize wase wengine. So far Sara ndongele siko niongele hiyo story ya church. I think we Kenyans we have to look back and reflect juu sasa wote anything ina happen tunatafuta someone to blame, sijui church, sijui nani, and the biggest problem is ourselves, unaona. So first thing tukianzia kwa Ruto, even if aliiba ama kuiba hizo kura or whatever, unaona, first thing constitution inasema msee yote amepatikana na any graft case afai kuwa akiwa anywhere around kura nini public whatever, lakini sisi wenyewe tu hiyo time ndio tulikuwa tunafaa kuamka, we start complaining mazee Ruto should not be, unaona, jua kona already a graft case, lakini sisi wote tuliingia kwa sympathy sijui wacha sijui nani. Ruto was accused stories za ICC man, he was accused that he had killed some people, of which your story will drop here. And all the others wenye wako kwa hiyo gava, all the people, most of them wako na graft cases, unaona, lakini tuligo tu sisi wenyewe tuka-approve wa run kwa hizi offices, then after all tunakuja tuna complain. Ni mic yangu ama ni nani?
Ni mic yako mzae. Yeah, ni mic yako.
Yeah. Also, after all, after
Please, if you come in here, please just mute your mic. Ukikuja hapa, please mute your mic if you're not speaking. Shocks.
Sawa, niko clear saizi. So nasema mazee, let's not blame anyone. Let's not put the blame on anyone. We are the ones na already kuna wase washaanza kuamka, unaona. We need to recruit wengine, to take the blame on our shoulders. We say now hii kitu tulijiletea and we have the responsibility to make it right. This is the time. And we should go back to us, we should go back to history to us,
Shocks mic yako haiwezi. Oh God.
Okay, sawa.
6. Is it my mic or who?
Yes, ayo.
Mic yangu ndio mbaya. Keutini drop.
I think kuna msiaje haja mute. Msemingine kuongea hivi kuna msiaje mute.
Keutini drop unirudishe.
Ayo mic yako ni chafu.
Si mic yayo. Ebu Shocks mute your mic because ni mic ya Shocks. Because that mic yake iko on.
Bado kuna echo.
Ni kama ayo kujimute. Ayo unaweza kujimute?
Yeah.
Are you able to mute yourself, Ayo?
Cheki, KOT, drop.
Tumekuwa tukicompromisewa. Even mine is sounding funny, yeah?
Roslyn, ebu try your mic. Try to say something so that you can get if there's any feedback.
Hear me? Mnanisikia? 6.
What ayo kitu tutafanya nani KOT refresh space. KOT refresh space. Mavo,
KOT to refresh space, but I can siski your space anymore. Siski your whatever echo anymore.
mimi nasikia echo. So acha tufanye hivi speakers wanaweza drop wakitana.
Okay.
Let's try that.
Sawa, nitawapatia mic tena. So, KOT unanisikia? Before anyone, can you hear me? Before mtu yoyote unanisikia, wewe cheka na mimi hapo. Mic yangu bado ni chafu. Let me restart my phone. Acha ni restart my phone.
How is the speaker now? 6, maybe confirm. So that check up your mic. Ikoje KOT?
Yes, iko sawa.
Then patia kina Roslyn na chege mic walikuwa wanafaa ongea. Hata 6 aliko kwa mic. It's a bit clear. I think ilikuwa ni mic ya Ayo. Kieti, are you able to add the speakers or you send them the mic for invite?
Nawatumia inbox because may refresh, so I can't even be able to see anybody on the space. Lazima ita take some time. So let me just send them in the
And
DM.
Cyprian can see anybody so that he can send mic. Are you able to see the space? Yeah. Try to add the speakers here, kindly. Because if it starts like that, QT may not be able to handle it.
Cyprian, Niaji, good to see you here. Kumenyamaza sana.
Chege endelea as they're adding speakers. Cyprian, I think you're the one who will be able to add the speakers. Either you send them invite, because if QT is refreshing, you will not be able to add speakers until he's able to refresh it. So just send them those. Either you accept or you send them direct invites. The people that are on the panel, the speaker panel.
Oh yeah, and KOT had done something. He sent me via message. Therefore, I was able to join. So ukiona kwa message yako umetumiwa speaker, you just log off from the space and then use the link and you'll come in directly as a speaker. Sawa Biril. Thanks KOT, Cyprian for holding this space. Mimi ni Mkristo kama 6. Na I think calling out the church is important, but I also advise against lashing out on the wrong people. I think 6, you spoke very well about how the government was using tactics to divide us, and it worked. We saw after the killings, the bodies that were being removed from Kware, they brought a guy. The conversation shifted. The Ninis dropped. The hashtag Ruto must go dropped. The anger was expressed in almost all spaces, and people were outraged by the whole thing. And the conversation became about that rather than the Ruto must go. But let us all remember that the hashtag Ruto must go is the biggest push and the biggest weapon that we have against a regime that has failed. When people are screaming out Ruto must go and we are peaceful, they're saying this system is not working. You are put there to represent us and to fix the ills that have been there in society. And 2 years down the line, you have failed to do that. I want to address the acting IG, who is very quickly working himself out of office, because if he can look at what happened to his predecessor, his former boss Koome, he failed to act as Kenyan youth were being killed outside parliament in the streets of Nairobi holding flags, and all they were doing was giving us rhetoric and inaction. And he had to step down. Ministers, an entire cabinet, except the prime cabinet secretary and unconstitutional body, have been sacked because of the pressure of this movement. So don't think that you are unable to be removed. Don't think that trying to create leaders by capturing Machogu and Gaido is going to deter this movement. No, the anger is not going away. You trying to tell us that a leaderless movement is a reason for you to take away the constitutional right for people to picket is not going to win you any points. You will leave office as well. We will force you out of office because you are also incompetent. You're proving your incompetence. If you are competent enough to hold that office, then show us that you can hold that office. Ama ushuke ukwende na Zakayo, because we are tired. We are tired of a country that does not work. We are tired of an IPOA that cannot oversight anything. We are tired of a justice system that the Law Society of Kenya is struggling on a daily basis. I had yesterday the CJ finally condemning the killings, but then saying that judges are protected by silence. Please speak through judgment. The same judgments that you're saying, the Law Society of Kenya is struggling. We've had a lawyer here who was telling us how they are so tired when they are running up and down from their cases, and then they come and try and be defenders of civil rights, and they try to bail people out. And then they are still being attacked. Our judges, come on, are you not Kenyans? Are you not seeing the kids of Kenya being killed day in, day out? This is the kind of thing that has just made us so sick and tired of this system. Kijana na uwawa nini Kitengela, we all see it in the news. People refuse for the police to pick. For Red Cross, of all people, Red Cross wanakatazwa kuchukua mwili because nobody trusts the police. They took the body to Kitengela police station, alafu akifika city mortuary anaambiwa ati amegongwa na gari Juja. What nonsense. What kind of country is this that we are having? So we will continue to rant, we will continue to hold these spaces, we will continue to call you out. William Ruto, I'm sorry, you stopped being our president. You've lost your legitimacy. Uhuru Park is a free space. Uhuru, not Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru freedom. Uhuru Park is about our freedom. Let us see how many you will kill today when they're not disrupting any business. We are watching everything. Kenyans in diaspora, thank you so much for coming in here and speaking out. Guys in the Middle East, we know how tough it is, the environment there. You cannot pick it, but you can be there for the people here. You can support the movement by pushing the hashtag. Guys, we are over 3,000 here in this group. If everybody pushes, Ruto must go, and everybody following them pushes, Ruto must go, it is going to go back up. Iliteremka, nilipoamka, nilipata iko 500K. Let us push it back to 3 million. Anybody who is here, let us resist. Mpaka this country, I really wish we could go to JKIA and so that they realize that this is serious. We are going to put up a day of saying we are going to JKIA. If you have if you have any flight booked for Kenya, cancel it. We are occupying JKIA, musikuje. Then we are going to occupy all the embassies that are collaborating with this killer regime. Shame on you, all of you, for trying to think that muneza mkahada wa Kenya. We are not fools anymore. Okay, and we are tired. Guys, we are angry. Wakristo, you are not our enemies. 6, wacha nani aende akaombe, wacha Wakristo waombe, kwanza waombe altar, clean the altars. Pray for us to have bishops like Archbishop Ndingi Mwana Anzeki, Reverend Njoya in the pulpit, people who believe in truth, justice, and freedom. Okay? By the way, the police, simuko hapa, tunajua mnatusikiza. The American Constitution was amended. 5th Amendment is the right to bear arms. We are going to amend the Constitution, and then we will have the right to bear arms. We will give ourselves the right to bear arms because you have proven to us that those arms that we have given you with our taxpayer money, munatumia kutuua. We will give ourselves the right to bear arms, alafu sasa tutapambana vizuri. Gen Zs, we are very proud of you. Keep pushing. I know they have tried to finish your morale with showing us gruesome images of killings and abductions. Shame on them. Don't be deterred. Stay strong. We are proud of you. We went through some of the pains that you went through, clearing campus and not having jobs. Unaambiwa degree ni karatasi, degree siyo karatasi. You guys are smart. You guys are amazing. You guys are leading this country out of the yoke of neo-colonialism. And that is what we are breaking. Washindwe kabisa. Okay, I can see more speakers are on. KOT Manze, I salute you. Ayo, I salute you. 6. Chill, man. Let's direct the energy elsewhere. Power to the people, guys. Ruto must go. KOT weka ile nini till number kwa sababu ya support. Kuna watoto ambao wanahitaji kuenda nini. Let's organize ourselves. Me, I'm personally helping kids who are asking me, Manze, I want to go to town, sina fare. And they're asking for just 200 shillings. Imagine, guys in there.
Sasa umeenda wapi? Tukusikii. Walikuwa tunaongea tu vizuri. Umeenda wapi sasa?
Nimepotea.
Umerudi.
Hujapotea, mimi nimekumute kidogo. So guys, kuna namba iko hapo juu, nimeweka hapo. Hiyo namba nimeambiwa ni ya police officer fulani, amecall kwa simu yangu. So simu yangu iko kwa nyumba, niliacha simu zote kwa nyumba juu ya some 1 2 3. I hope you guys understand, yeah? So nimeambiwa huyo jamaa amecall hapo. Kuna but karibu ishikwe, after kushikwa ikakatika. So kuiangalia nimeona ni namba ya police officer. So just in case of anything, mtu aende kwangu nini, mjue ni hiyo namba ilikuwa inanitafuta. So yeah, but place niko mahali tu, of course nimetulia. Anyway, ni hivyo. I hope mmeona.
So Chege, are you back? Shege. Ala. Wewe mzee, maliza sentiments zako.
Oh, I was muted. Thanks. Ayo, hashtag stop abducting us. Hashtag stop killing us. Hashtag Ruto must go. Guys, munaweka hizo hashtag 3 in every tweet that we put until they hear us. Okay? There was a very nice guy, Center for Multi-Party Democracy. He was on Citizen TV this morning. Ruto, police, endeni mumusikize. Munataka dialogue. Hatutaki dialogue. Our message is very clear. Listen to the people who are speaking the voice of the Gen Z. Manze, nilikuwa nimekasirika, bado ninaendelea kukasirika, lakini let us direct our anger to the right places, because they cannot kill us and then we remain happy. We are not happy. We are not happy. Na watashuka. Asante ayo.
Thank you so much. Unajua hizi spaces zinafanyanga nikutane na watu wa ajabu sana. Wanafikiria Ruto alichaguliwa na Mungu. Unanifurahishanga sana lakini by the way. Yaani mtu alichaguliwa na Mungu anaweza kuwa anaambiwa aende home na hao watu wengi. Ati watu nini petition. Wanasema president alichaguliwa na Mungu arudi nyumbani. Surely. Nye bwana, hata kama tunaenda kanisa.
There's something Muslims say. There's something Muslims say that I like. There is good in every evil. So Mungu ana mipango mingi. Kuna ile wimbo iliimbwa, mipango ya Mungu ni ya ajabu. So Wakristo wakaage tu akijua Mungu alikuwa labda anataka Gen Z waamke. Kwa hivyo the problem is not God.
Bwana Chege wewe pia umeanza kutuletea theories hapa, vitu za conspiracy.
Tutampiga hizi conspiracy theories zake. Wewe mzee.
Bwana, wacha nikwambie Chege, one thing I'll tell you, and this is after me nimekaa chini na watu. Strategy is what drives success. And if strategy drives success, somebody here, do you know why Nyakundi is an accomplished blogger? Is because he has his strategies. He knows when to hit, he knows when not to hit. Do you know why Alai is a good blogger? Because he knows when to hit and when not to hit. Try and focus on that strategy. Umejua mbona mimi siwezi pata likes, siwezi pata comments? Because I'm inconsistent. But mtu kama Keoti Sonko atapata because he's consistent. That is his strategy. He knows if he... Guys, there are things sahi muache kuweka kama conspiracy theories. Muanze kusema ukweli venye iko. Kindly.
It is the same thing na inaitwaje? The same thing na kupiga magoti kila siku kwako asubuhi. Unaomba Mungu akupatie kazi. Alafu unaenda on Sunday, unaenda church, unatoa tithe, hiyo pesa kidogo uko nayo una tithe, Mungu akupatie kazi, lakini au hit streets kutafuta kazi. Alafu unafanya hivyo every single day of the month, of the year, and then you expect the different results. Come on guys. God, acha mimi nataka kuongea story ya God by the way. Mwambie mabeste zangu.
God helps those who help themselves.
And then another thing 6, mwambie wase, Yesu, wanasemanga Yesu alisulubiwa kwa msalaba. God did not send his son to die on this world for you to be stupid. Sorry for using that word. Usikwe mjinga. Mwambianga wase, it sounds very harsh, but mwambia wase, usikwe mjinga. Tafadhali. See, just let's not, we are not sheep, we are human beings. Anyway, I digress. Let's go back to the conversation. And I can see new speakers. I have Muthomi, Engineer David, Caroline, and Lexishish. Jesus, kuna majina kwa hizi spaces. I'll start with Lexishish, then I'll go to Muthomi, then Caroline, then Engineer David Owino. And guys, I'm giving you 4 minutes each. Saizi ukioverrun na commute. Allow me. Ukioverrun hivi na commute. Alafu na kuelezea, hata sita kuelezea kwa nini nimekumute. But guys, let's keep time. Discipline inaanzia hapa. Usikioverrun hapa ni kama hii ni radio station. Lexishish, is your mic hot? Talk to us. Lexishish going once. For the second time. Muthomi, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Kioti Sonko and friends, our co-host, and every citizen listening in. I hope you can hear me clearly. I have had a lot of submissions. I feel like most of them have been covered, but I'll cover just the little I have with the 4 minutes. So, guys, thank you for this, everything that is going on. I thank everyone who is in this, who is trying to push and to make sure we clean this country to be a better country. Yeah, I've had some few arguments. I'll just pass through them. I'm not like repeating myself, but I'll just pass through so that I can clear my mind. Yeah, someone talked about religion. You see, you can't separate these two, religion and politics. You can't separate them. Actually, that's where it started. Politics started in the religion. That's where it started. So it came up and the religion became corrupt. And that's how you can't separate these two things. Whether it's a Muslim, whether it's a Christian. In fact, Muslims just don't believe in just Jesus Christ, but all the Old Testament is just for Muslim. They know it. So you can't separate anything. So when you say that some lady was trying to explain how God was involved in this thing of electing Ruto and being a president, yeah, sometimes God can allow things to happen so that he can teach the nation on how to choose better leaders next time. Like, how do you expect mtu amekuja juu ya gari, amekuja amekulipa, amekupea 200, alafu ukampea kura instead of following the real facts? And then you think God will help you? And someone just said, God helps you those who help themselves. How are you helping yourself, Kama? You're just accepting someone to lie to you and you can see it. God will punish you. Even Israelites, they cried sometime back in the Old Testament, oh, we need a leader, we need a leader. Oh, God, okay, you can get one for yourself. They got a very terrible leader that they ended up being in captivity for the years that we all know, we all read about, because of that was a punishment. So God is in this thing. And the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing. Even this one, having traitors, having people who are selling us. It's not new. Judas was there. Like, this thing is all connected. Okay? Thank you for that. But the next thing I would say is I was passing through some place in the morning and I happened to meet a friend who works in prisons. And it turns out that the guy supports the movement, though he's a cop, but he likes it. He told me I felt so bad when I saw my fellow colleague. I know everyone remember the police who was just fired, who works in prisons because of supporting this protest. And the guy told me how he wishes that one day we all protested, storm the prisons, and even unlock them. Because you know what? Actually, I started thinking the people inside the cell are not the ones supposed to be there. The ones supposed to be there are the ones who are killing us. So I think we have a common enemy. I thought like that, like this is a common enemy. We get these prisoners out. They come out and we fight these guys. But kwani unafikiria those people who are in jail are worse than the ones who are killing us? No, let them come out. I thought it was a good idea too. Yeah, and I felt like it is one way of paralyzing the government, because in the way they are going, like they just want to kill us. They just want to make sure they confiscate the truth, because hiyo truth ndio inakuwa ngumu ku accept. So guys, I don't want to talk too much. The points are many, but most of them have been covered. But the little I have said, let's continue pushing. Don't be scared, because if you stop doing it right now, then you will never do it ever. We'll have to leave it for other generations to do it. So let's do it now. It's now or it's never. Let's work with that law of victory. Anyone who have read the book, The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, it says, the law of victory, it says, it's victory at all cost. Victory, victory at all cost. We don't care what happens, but we have to win. Thank you guys, and have a good day. And I wish everyone to get home safe. Let's meet there. I'm in town though. Thank you.
Asante sana. There are guys who are DMing me, Buddha, nisaidie mic. Buddha, mi hata sioni request yo. Naona tu request moja hapa. Space imekuwa na issue. So, KOT, if you can see any request, please accept them. If I see your text, if you see your DM, I'll send you the mic. So when you see the mic, just drop off from the space, go on your DM and tap on that link. It will bring you straight to the speakers panel. Moving on swiftly, I will go to Joseph. Let me go to Joseph first. Joseph Kipruto, your 4 minutes begin now. Please do not overrun. You know the drill, and after you're done speaking, please just drop so that we accept other speakers. Thank you so much. Joseph, take the center stage.
Asante sana Ayo kwa kunipa chance ya kuongea kwa hii space. Mimi langu tu ni kuwashinikiza tuingie pale Uhuru Park. Actually mimi niko hapa around, nimejizuia kamvua kidogo hapa. I'm just waiting for the others. Yeah, actually niko hapa around Uhuru Park. So actually sioni movement yoyote, but niko sure mtaingia. Alafu kitu kingine nilikuwa nataka niwaambie majamaa, chances zinakujanga, kuna chances zingine zinakujanga moja na inaenda hivyo. So I think hii ndio chance nzuri sana ya kumkuta huyu mjamaa vizuri sana. Tunaweza iacha hii hapo mbele tukuje kuregret. So lazima tutumie hii chance wametupatia, tutumie, tumng'oe huyu mjamaa mamlakani, alafu tuendelee. Majamaa, moral, naamini mtaingia.
Asante sana, Joseph. Let me go to who was she? She's dropped. Let me go to Caroline. Caroline, how are you?
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Your 4
What I
minutes.
was saying, kenye nilikuwa nasema ni right now our biggest, I don't know what cops want, but mnafinyiliwa kama sisi. Like you guys, you need to work for the people. Kwani hamjachoka kudhulumiwa na one class of people? These people are using you to protect themselves. They're using you so that they can protect themselves, ndo tusiingie ndani, so that we can't get what we want. Kwanza right now, there are a lot of things that really annoy me. Like a president going to commission a borehole. You guys, can you imagine if this president commissioned Statu City? It was supposed to be a modern city. Sai tungekuwa wapi? Mimi sai nimekaa home 4 years without a job, 4 years. And when you want change, people are coming down, they're telling you, apana, hatufai kufanya hivi, eti we are going to spoil things. By the way, ni eti tukue wabaya, na tukue vichwa ngumu, na tukue mang'aa. Because tumesuppressiwa sana for so long. And Kenya is home, and we need to really fight for our country, because my child's future depends on a better Kenya. Hawana.
Is she still there, Caroline? We've lost you.
Caroline, I can't get anything from you. Probably you just get to fix your mic.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hello?
unmute your mic and go on. Yeah, go ahead. We lost you.
Oh, I was saying, like, these guys are stashing billions, millions in offshore accounts that could help the health sector, that could help our education. Yani, kwanza, the things that annoy me, like you see in other countries, even if they're impoverished, like Senegal, I was looking at Senegal. They have, like, look at their stadiums. They really focus on, even hata kama wako impoverished aje, wana focus on things that bring them money. Sisi tuna wakimbiaji, sisi tuko na people who do rugby, but when you go to Eldoret hakuna hizo tracks, hakuna hizo nini places zenye people have to nini. You see, like in the US, the nini boxing arenas ziko, baseball. Why aren't we focusing on things like that? Like mtu mmoja anakuja anakula hizi pesa zote, na this money zinaenda kwa obviously these others are pawns, they're going to specific people. So can we come up with impunity? Like, can we come up with measures for these people? Wakishikwa hivi, hizi pesa zetu zirudi. And can we come up with the really tough measures on corruption? Like the way Singapore did, like the way other countries that have been released from the shackles of corruption have done. Like, can we come up with these measures that can really deter corruption in this country? Because we are tired, we are angry, we are hungry. I don't know. Can we suggest measures? And lawmakers, can they be lawyers who have run successful farms? I'm sorry, I'm putting a lot of things into one box because of the time. But can our lawmakers become, can they be lawyers? Because why is my lawmaker a D student? Why? We need now to start having accountabilities on our way forward. Can we do a referendum where cops go to have a specific grade? They are paid well, and then they attend police academy so that they can know what human rights are. Can we have that in our country now? Can we have people who have done the job, have had the merits, and we can see they have had results? Can they be those people who are leading us? Tumechoka na wa D-list students, tumechoka na watu wenye wanaweza kamanipulatiwa. We want systems that can work for us. Why is the Minister of Health not a doctor who has run a successful practice? Why? Who can bring some change? Why? Mbona nini watu nini vitu mob sana zinaweza kachenjua? Why is kwanza minister wa IT, why is it an old person? Anajua kuencrypt. We want systems that work, and I pray to God that to succeed. I just pray, I just hope tutakuwa na measures zenye zitadeter corruption. I think Egypt failed. I think Egypt failed because they really walifinya and then huyu president next akaogopa. Can we have something that will work for us, that the next person who's coming, or the next crop of leaders who are coming, it will deter them from stealing or something like that? Thank you for the time.
All right. Let's go to Kennedy. Kennedy, then with Ngigi, then Sir Ken Odongo, in that order. 4 minutes each, no wasting time, no overrunning, then we move on regardless. Kennedy, speak to us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. And the host KOT. Vitu ningependa kusema, unajua saa zingine the only thing we should not do is to blame God. Maybe Mungu akona mpango zake. He wanted us to know the real leaders we have in the churches. Hatuna mapasta siku hizi. So if God want to reveal for you something, he will use any means. So this is the means God was using to reveal for us that we don't have pastors today. So in kwa hii situation tuko nayo saa hii, hatufai kublame Mungu. Ni vile tu Mungu alikuwa anataka tujue ukweli. Do we really have the pastors today? Nikiachana na hiyo mambo ya makanisa na pastors, the problem we have in this country, where all this problem starts with, is the parliament. This is where all this problem starts with. Because inafaa tuangalie, we look at this constitution. There are some powers given to the parliament which should not be there. Especially, unapata kwa parliament, the parties wako na more say in parliament. Unapata mtu alichaguliwa na ODM, tuko na minority whip pale, tuko na majority whip. Tunafaa tujue the role of these people ni kufanya nini. Hapo ndio unapata the ruling party, they will always make sure that they have the majority in the rule, so that they can control everything in the parliament. So where the problem is coming in Kenya today, ni hapa kwa parliament. So the members of parliament will not go there to serve the people who elected them, but they will go there to serve their party and the party leader. That's where the problem is coming. So even that today, if you say you want to impeach the president, you cannot impeach the president as easy as you think, because all this process must start in the parliament. There must be an impeachment motion taken to the parliament, because the president himself has the majority rule. All these people, all these idiots he call these people, they will not support that bill. So that is where we have the main problem. Then another thing, we should avoid these politicians who are talking about tribes. I come from Nyanza. If you want to make a cabinet, all the 8 cabinet or the 10 cabinets should come from Nyanza. No. This is another problem we have. Because these people are, mtu anachukuliwa from Nyanza, the person cannot even be able to do that work. Why can't we take even somebody from Kisii who is capable of doing, take somebody from Mithika who is capable of doing the job? Why is it a must that because we supported the president getting into the Nini, we must just have to get that big portion of all the cabinet, the majority of the cabinet should just come from that region? That is nonsense. Then these people, they know very well that the politicians know very well that this is what I want to tell you today. They know very well that if that day citizens will come together without tribe, without considering language, without considering where you come from, they will be in a problem, because dealing with these people will not be easy. That is why they always fight. They will always fight. Hata sahi what a fight bado, they will not agree. Even the opposition people, they will not be in a good they will hawatakuwa kwa side mzuri, wananchi wakakuwa pamoja bila tribe bila nini. That is why you find them fighting this issue of tribeless, do you what? I think things are many, but let us consider these things. The only thing is to be together. Let us be together, all of us. These people will not kill all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy Odek. I really appreciate your time coming to speak to us. So next we go to Witngigi. Then we hear from Sir Ken Odongo, then Roslyn, in that order. Please ensure you take 4 minutes each. I want to delegate now, going forward, the co-hosting duties to Biril. Biril will pick up the mantle, at least for now, as I get something to munch. Yes, but I'll be here any day, anytime. With Gigi, your 4 minutes begin now. Go ahead, please.
All right, good afternoon. I hope I'm clear. Hello?
Yes, you are. Just go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, KOT, Cyprian, and everyone who's co-hosting this, and everyone who has taken the time to be here. we've come from far and we are still going far. That's what I believe, first of all. However, I have a big concern, especially on X, Twitter, that is. You find that we have people who are passing the messages around, like, let's occupy this place, let's do this, let's move here, or this has happened. However, we also have people who've been diverting their attention to other things. They started with the movement, but along the way, they tend to lose it. For instance, sorry to mention, but I'm a follower of Cairo. In the beginning, there was all this, he's in the movement. However, at some point, he's also trying to tell people, please don't go, don't do this. It's so bad to be following such a person who changes their mindset in the middle of the night. Because, for example, if Cyprian says something different from Cairo, now we are torn apart. That's why we say 1 million, let's march to Nairobi, but because of few people as such, we divert. We only get 500 people in Nairobi, and then people get killed. But if there's so many, like on that 25th, I believe that was the mandamano of all mandamanos, we could do that again, but then there's a lot of diversion. We are still fighting even through X spaces, and we are fighting against ourselves. So I think we need to stick together. Who's speaking the truth? And I really want to thank people who have remained authentic. For the bloggers, for instance, there was some that was trending that these people didn't show up. There was a list that came out. I saw that on Cyprian that these people are only inciting you, but they're not showing up. But this movement, everyone has a role. There's someone who will come to preach. There's someone who will distribute flags. There's someone who will keep us updated on X. So let's appreciate everyone in every way they can. Let's not get diverted that everyone should be on the streets. We can't all go to the streets, but others can. Others will do other things. So please do what you can do best. Let's not divert. Let's not fight each other on X. It's our space. It's where our movement really began, and we have to maintain our territory because they're finding ways. I know they even here listening. They know when we are going to occupy where, and we're not hiding it from them. But we have to be very careful on how we respect this platform. Even the same goes to TikTok and everywhere that's working towards the movement. So please, let's protect this territory. Let's know who to listen to and at what time. And again, it's a movement for everybody. It's not Cyprian's, it's mine, it's yours, it's for everyone. Kenyan is CC, and just do what you can where you are and at your best. That's all I have to say, and thank you for their time.
Ayo, are you there? You've dropped, or there is someone who is speaking.
Yeah, I was the next speaker according to Ayo, the host.
Okay,
Allah,
kindly proceed.
co-host amedrop. Co-host amedrop, jamani, mnanimaliza hii town. So the next speaker is Kennedy, yeah? Ken Odongo.
Yes.
Then after Ken Odongo, we have Roslyn. Then Makolabo. We, yani co-host amenitoka hivyo. Mambo gani haya?
Thank you. I think he had already requested that he would be passing on, getting something to eat. Now, okay, as I dive in, I have a few issues that I want to raise because I have realized that there is a lot that is still needed to be done. One, if you look at what is happening in this country right now, these people have not understood actually what we want. They still think, especially the political class, that there is going to be some sort of ethnic balkanization, and then they will get us into singing our tribal songs again, and then going back and saying, now this is the end of our demonstrations. You know, a lot of times people have said it this time without numbers, that politicians, the political class are very few, but they are very organized against us, the people they rule, their subjects. And I think the biggest shock they have today is having that narrative changing. Because today what they are seeing is a leaderless revolution that they don't even know how to approach it. And we look so organized, unlike what they have always thought we should be or we were for them, that made it easy for them to rule us. So I want to encourage us with that to keep pushing, because now if we stop today, we shall have achieved nothing. Every gain that we have made within this short time will be reversed within no minute. That is why you can see hashtags and sponsorships going on them trying to tell us that there's some fake poll that was done to, Kenyans saying that a given individual should be reappointed back. I think if you look at some of those posts within the media, you can clearly tell that they are still sponsoring these things. And if given a chance, if we're to back out today, people like Murkomen will come back to the cabinet secretary positions. I can see Kindiki, some people are saying he work. There is nothing we want. The only issue that has to be there is Ruto going with all the political class. Like a speaker had said, the problem we have is not about individuals. Problem we have is about the whole political class establishment. They all have to go home. There are so many problems that we cannot solve by trying to even change our institutions. I know, and I'm well aware that our constitution very much wanted development and capacity building in our institutions. We wanted to run away from the individuals running our organizations and our government to institutions doing the same like it is done in developed countries. But it is not going to work. We are not going to be able to do that because every system is rogue and corrupted today. So the only thing that we have to do is to overhaul it. Overhauling it means we have to keep pushing. And at the end of the day, we have to show these people that we can achieve this. There is something that David Indi said that I want to bring back to our attention. Before he joined the oppressors, he said that we have a chance. By that time, there was the Raila running with Uhuru backing, and then Ruto running on his own. And he said that we need to understand that if we were to choose these same faces that we've had all along, what the people they call dynasties that time, we would not have a chance as Kenyans to get anything right. But if we were to choose Ruto, we would have a chance to uproot him because he does not have his tentacles around the political leadership of this country. So it means he is the only guy. He's the only guy right now that we have a chance to to push out of power. And if we do that, we are going to change a lot of things. So I am still just encouraging the people that we have a chance, and if we don't do it now, we might never do it ever again. We have a chance with someone who is not so grounded in our political cycles in this country, what we have had for the last 50 years. So we have to push. Tomorrow, all of us has to be there. We have to all be there at the Uhuru Park. Every other demonstration or any calling that is going to be there, we have to all be part of it. I want to finish my submission by saying that if you look at the current political establishment, everything is rotten. The only thing we can do as a people is to clean it. Clean it will not take a month. It might not take even a short time. It means we are in for a very long run. And sometimes, I am sorry to say this, but sometimes even the kind of the atrocities that we are meeting in the field, they are part of the struggle that we have to go through so that we can get what we want. Always revolutions and any kind of change takes a lot, and there are costs that comes with it. It's unfortunate that they're killing us. That is the worst thing that can happen to us. But I want us to all still fight and keep this spirit alive, because without it, we can never achieve anything. Let us not get tired with all these things that they're doing. Let us keep pushing and show these people that regardless of what they think they are or who they think they are to us, we can equally organize ourselves, even as leaders and scholars, and still get to the bottom of everything that they are doing today. If you go to the health sector, it is rotten. Things like ID that we were taking on the other day at 100 or less cost, today you are told all those outrageous costs. Everything is getting worse in this country. We have to stand up for ourselves and we have to keep pushing. I hope I am still within my time of 4 minutes. But again, I want to...
It's actually up. Just give us your landing
statements. Finish up. Conclude.
So now I think what we have to all agree with is that there are going to be a lot that we have to do. It is not going to end by tomorrow's meeting. We still have to push, and I am for the revolution to the last day and to the last end. We cannot change anything today by trying to go the institutional way. We are not going to achieve anything. These people are just going to be the same characters that we are going to have today. If Ruto were to come up with the cabinet ministries of the people he fired, they're just going to be the same political class, because that is how they know best to organize themselves. The very few people will co-opt from our system, from our group, are people that they are going to corrupt within the first 1 week. So the only language these people will understand is the state's language. Thank you.
Yeah, you can take that break. Sorry, Kioti dropped me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, take a rest a bit. Rosalind, I'll give you the mic. And I agree with Saken. We can't go back to touching on the constitution. We'll work with what we have so that we can clear the swamp. Caroline mentioned something that, how can we get these people out? These people are, we call them political class. Everybody's having a shadow behind them that they did this, they did that. So everyone is covering the other one. That's why we cannot get a change with the current, because everyone is corrupt in their own way. This one stole this one has this case, this one has this case. So if you try to expose me, then I'm going to expose the other one. We cannot get it cleaned up with the existing. Rosalind, take the mic, and then we'll go to Bocha, then Escowino, and then Makolabo. Rosalind?
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. And when you take the mic, just check the screen. I'll give you 100 emoji so that you know we can hear you. Carry on.
Awesome. Thank you for the feedback. Allow me to build and actually pick up from where you have left off, because thinking about the revolution and the movement going forward, we need to be able to change tact and to grow into different spaces, because we need a social revolution in as much as we are looking at political revolution. The thing is that if we ask for political accountability, we must have social accountability. So that means we need to raise our standards. That's on a personal level, a social level, at work. The shortcuts, the culture of shortcut, the culture of looking for the quick way out, that needs to end with us, so that as we are demanding it of those who represent us, then they know they cannot lie to us, they cannot take us on a joyride, and this is the basis on which they will know that they cannot divide us on tribal lines. They must come with issues, they must come with facts, they must come with reports, and they must come with performance to us, rather than telling us, oh, promises here, promises there. I believe this is the era of promises as a culture to hoodwink people coming to an end. My second point is in terms of the money and the budget that we have seen. The finance bill has been a catalyst for us to ask hard questions. The encouragement and call to action I'll have to the audience is be involved in at least one budgetary proceeding to know where the money is going. If you can't follow them all, choose a specific ministry, choose a specific department or agency, and ask the hard questions. If money is meant to be building a school and that school is not built, or they're using substandard materials or substandard processes, document it. Say that they had allocated X amount or X millions for this particular school. It was not built, and until we document, then a lot of our stories, a lot of our feedback, a lot of our concerns are getting lost in the sea of anger and emotion, such that if I cannot track how many schools were not built in the last financial year, then it's easy to dismiss and say that maybe the next person will come and build schools, right? But as the, just as the burial has mentioned, it's that if we can't expect this change of the current crop, it has to be from the next crop. But we need to set a right template so that whoever is coming into these positions of representation knows what is expected of them. My third point is that as we're looking at social and political accountability, we must educate ourselves about the money, because if you hear, for example, 1 million shillings has been spent on soda, or 5 million shillings will be spent to launch a borehole. That is not right. The fact is that we must educate ourselves about the basic and the unit costs of government processes, government procurement, so that we don't have all these cases of millions and billions missing. But if we do not, if we want that higher level accountability, it has to start on a personal level. If we find ourselves stuck on predatory loans, if we find ourselves stuck on gambling, and we find ourselves stuck on all these, especially betting and scams that tend to come to hoodwink Kenyans and say that they're offering quick returns, we must be the first line of defense to say stop. You're not taking any more of our money. You're not taking you're not taking any more of our time. If someone is telling you to bet here, bet there, refuse. Because if you can refuse someone who is trying to bet your money away and trying to scam you, whether it's a friend, whether it's a relative, or it's a former classmate, if you can refuse in that regard, you will have the same mental discipline to refuse it when a politician is telling you, do this, do that, and sell your time or sell your integrity for this other thing. We need to have a higher level of fiscal discipline on a personal level before we can see it on a social and on a national level. So allow me to close it with that, because the fact is that we vote with our money. Our money is our voice. And until we think about the way we spend money, where we allocate money, be it in saving opportunities or in investment opportunities and in the business world, we are making votes every day with our money. So the fact is that we need to reclaim and rethink our identity and personal sovereignty from a monetary perspective, because if it's the one thing that politicians are abusing, then it needs to be the one thing that we uphold and we tell them we know who we are, we know where our money is going, we know what we want to do with our money. So you can't come and sell us a different vision. You can't come and sell us a manifesto that you will not uphold, and you can't come here and expect that we will say nothing if you're flashing luxury and abuse of our finances right in our faces. So let it begin with us, and going forward, let us know we have the power to do it. Thank you so much. Let me wind up with that.
Sorry about that, Roslyn. One person opened the mic. Kindly wind up. It's a great thing you're saying.
Yes, so I've actually just given the closing remark. The fact is that let's wake up to our own personal responsibility. We can recover our identity. We can reclaim our financial sovereignty. So let's be diligent to study where is our money going. If you're getting that little, if you're getting that much, have financial boundaries. Refuse to be sucked into betting and scams. Because if we have that discipline within ourselves, then we will be able to demand it of the politicians, so that someone doesn't tell you that I've spent 100 million on something that should have taken less than 1 million to do. And I believe we've seen a great example with how Hanifa has accounted for, trying to sort out the different, cases with people. And, she's done so much with so little. And we are wondering, how can somebody, say that 300 million is gone because of a typing error? That kind of fiscal irresponsibility should come to an end. And we have the ability to stand with that. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Roslyn. And guys, I would urge you to follow her. It's not the first page she's talking about money and where our money is disappearing. We may just talk about politics, but politics goes with governance. And right now we are talking about governance and management. So if you don't have a handle, just click on her photo and follow her. She talks about money most of the times. We could not all have the same information. So the next speaker will go. Thank you so much, Kowino. You're here now. Makolabo will go, and then Kowino, now that your co-host, will jump in the middle along the conversation. So we'll go Makolabo, then Bocha. Nyakundi, when you get onto the mic, kindly mute it, and then when you start talking, we'll give you an emoji 100 so that we can hear you, and everybody will get the mic. Makolabo, kindly go ahead. Bocha, you can take it if Makolabo is still preparing.
Yeah, thank you very kindly, host.
Just a moment. I think Makolabo has a connection issue because his speaker is on, but I can't hear him as well. So Makolabo, you can fix your internet, then you come back. Watch it. Then KOT, maybe you should set a specific time on your normalizer space so that those who are going to Uhuru Park can get there in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, host.
Okay, so before that, I've seen the weather in Nairobi is inakaa mist. So I don't know if there is anyone in Uhuru Park to update tujue how the weather is, then we see the way forward because huku hata bana ukivaa sweater jamani, nimefika Githurai nimerudi.
Bocha, go ahead.
Thank you so much, host. I want to commend everybody for the great job they are doing because everybody is taking their role and playing it excellently. Now, there are a few issues I'd like to highlight. First is that Generation Z is supported by everybody in the country, by the way, whether these are some of the politicians, but let's leave politicians aside, whether you're talking of civil servants, you're talking of the army, you're talking of the police. I know a lot of guys are favorably talking about and are even proudly talking of this generation. So I want to urge you to carry on without feeling intimidated by everybody. After all, what you're fighting for is competence. What you're fighting for is inclusiveness. What you're fighting for is patriotism and nationalism. So nobody should make you feel that you are not worth being listened to. So the other thing I want to say is that when you look at these loans that politicians are taking on our behalf, they are essentially robbing the exchequer. So going forward, we need a chance, once the revolution has succeeded, to revise the constitution so that nobody takes loans on behalf of us without a referendum. Nobody sells national assets without subjecting that to a referendum so that all of us can agree that let's sell Uhuru Park, for example. Without that, we are not going to allow anybody to continue doing the things they are doing. Now, the other thing is that if you look at this opulence that is being exhibited by politicians, it's not merely happening in the political scene. Look at what is happening in the police and the army, for example. And even in parastatals, you'll find that the heads there, someone can go to the extent of allocating himself 15 cars, and then several cars for the wife, for the children, for the grandchildren, and yet these are public servants who are supposed to abide by chapter 6. So we need you, Gen Z, to ensure that you are documenting this. For example, if you have an opportunity, document what the army generals are doing. These guys are opulently exhibiting what does not belong to them. Look at what the police commanders are doing. Look at what parastatal heads are doing. And then the other thing that you must be cognizant of is that for us to fully liberate Kenya, the thing that we got to fear is fear itself.
Bocha, Biri unampata ama nimempoteza peke yangu?
I think we lost Bocha. We could go to Ismail. Then Bocha, once you fix your mic, we'll add you back.
The other thing I want to insist on is that this housing levy and this university funding formula must be resisted by Generation Z because they are hurting. These are our kids. Going forward, never allow anyone to bribe voters wherever you live. mobilize your friends, arrest that politicians who's bribing voters. And then there is this thing that we see again and again. For example, politicians like the octogenarian running Kotu. You know, these are things that need to be watembelewe, you know. And then if you look at these tribal appointments, we need to ensure that everything is revised. There is no turning back, my friends. Let's revise this so that our intelligent youngsters get jobs. And this thing must take a tribeless angle. You know, the issues of letters, for example, you saw by Osoro and Machogu, you know, that was crazy. When we got jobs years ago, we went through a procedure that was very fair, and that those who deserved the positions best are the ones who got them. But then along the way, everything has failed. You know, when you hear people say that Kenya is a failed state, this is what we are seeing. So I urge you, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, that we fight to the very end, and that we are better dead than living in perpetual slavery. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Bocha. Biril, who was next? Okay, I think it was Lydia. Biril, kama unanisikia. Lydia?
Yes, hi guys. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, I will be very quick. I have seen the latest update that they don't want, I feel like Uhuru Park is going to be condoned off. In as much as this is political, it is also about mental health. We have nothing but time on our hands. So if they don't want us to occupy safe places away from other people's businesses, then we occupy highways. Tuone ni nani, we go play in traffic. Because so we are not going to discuss any, major issues in Kenya because the political class, want to suppress people. You see, this is not okay. So instead of people sitting at home getting depressed and they have nothing but time, we must be allowed to protest in a safe way. So, and Uhuru Park is a very good idea because it's away from businesses and we are doing nothing but sitting there and protesting in the most peaceful way that anybody can think of. So, wakikataa hiyo, then all over Kenya, let people congregate in highways. You see, because we have to find a way of expressing ourselves. That is all. Asante.
Asante sana, Lydia. Asante. Next, we have Ismail.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My brothers and sisters, I would like first to, I think I'm audible, yeah? I would like first to pass my condolences to all the kids, all the innocent kids, the innocent blood that was spilled for no reason. And the people who are spilling that blood, the man they think that they are protecting is the man that will throw them under the bus at the final end. I just wanted to brief you on some aspects regarding security. Yeah? There is no turning back. I'm a guy who has served in the security forces with a vast experience, served in the special forces. I know most of the things, how they operate and how everything goes on up there. I would like to tell you, please, if you turn back now, you guys are doomed. We are all doomed. Trust me, we are all doomed. I got some inside information And kama wanasikia hapa ndani, they can listen to it. I don't give a shit. Me, my life is out there. I'm ready to lose this life. There's no problem. But let Kenyans, the ones who will come after me, live with freedoms and live a honorable life. So I have nothing to lose. I'll basically spill everything for you guys. The guy who is currently, we were complaining before about Koome, yeah? Koome, and I'm sorry if I'll take some time, but Koome was just incompetent. That's the guy who was pushed through the ranks. But I'll tell you, the one who is now the so-called Inspector General, the acting one, Kanja, is somebody that is so rigid. That guy is a tyrant. He is exactly, he matches the exact character of William Ruto. The other guy that was taken to the GSU from the DCI before, Langat, now brought as a deputy. Yeah, he did something like that, the Inspector General. So there is no easy ride here. Watu, as in the way the movement came up, that is tribeless, we are leaderless, we are all Kenyans. We all live under the spirit of being a Kenyan and a proud Kenyan. So the aspect of patriotism lies with the Gen Zs and the millennials and the people who are supporting this movement. There is no any other patriot. Msidanganywe. Ati baba, this. We just wanted to know what wataenda how. And they proved themselves. They want to ride on Gen Zs and the young men and women of this country and what they achieved in a very short span of time. They did not expect this. So I'll advise KOT and the team, when you feel that you are threatened, these guys might be coming looking for you to abduct you, whatever. Don't stay alone. Usikae peke yako. Always make sure you are in a hood. Make sure you are in a certain group. These guys cannot come for you when you are in a group, and you have the right to protect yourself. One thing, the ones who are coming to abduct you guys, don't show their identities. There is no warrant to arrest you. There is no offense that anyone has done apart from exercising your constitutional right. The threat will be if the judiciary will be on their side. But the thing is this, the judiciary currently is showing a lot of restraint, and they are almost siding with the people as much as they were compromised before. Now let me come to these security guys who are currently doing this bullshit or arresting kids and abducting people. Deaths are there. A lot of people are missing. The few of us who maybe know each other through Twitter, through X and these social media spaces, they are those kids that even don't have a smartphone. They are those kids that are out there protesting and speaking out, supported by their parents who have nothing but came out to liberate this country. So remember, let's be so watchful of the kids. They are the ones that are not connected to any social media, but they will hear the word just by mouth. Somebody passes through them and they'll all come and appear there. What these people saw on Occupy Parliament is something they did never expect. No one expected it. So there's a greater power watching over these kids at the end of the day. This thing was just not normal. These guys are in utterly total shock, including the security agencies. Now this Kanja guy and the DCI guy, who is here, these are all criminals. I'm not fearing to say that. They are all criminals. When you try to cover up a crime that has happened, how do you feel? A kid that has a mother, that has a father, that has uncles, that has sisters, that has brother. Those bodies that were chopped, that's a lie being told that it's a serial killer. That is bullshit. Those are the ones that we know. How many were taken and their bodies, I don't know if we'll ever find them. How many are in great danger now? But the thing is this, the way the things are going on right now, it shouldn't stop. The momentum should increase. The momentum should just increase. The guys have been mobilized from majorly on tribal basis now. The tribal basis is that there are guys who are not even questioning orders. So when you hear now that demonstrations have been banned in the country, these guys have already formulated something. But with unity, that will not happen. The kids they want to murder, the youth they want to murder, the people of Kenya they want to kill, they cannot do it. As long as we come out in numbers. And for the youths and the Gen Zs, please, history, we are peaceful, should not be taken to be a sign of weakness or a sign of, it shouldn't be seen as a sign of cowardice. No. I'm telling you, the ones that are coming out there, we decided. You touch one, you touch us all. You don't have any constitutional mandate to come and shoot somebody. No. If tear gas wanarusha, there was that poisonous gas. Please avoid that. If you see that poisonous gas, you're already kitupwa. Just try to go where the wind is not blowing towards your end. And when the tear gas is thrown at you guys, you should come towards the tear gas. Where they're throwing it, run towards it. They will retreat because once the crowd comes charging, they cannot contain that. Let me don't lie to you. Blood will be spilled. These guys will spill blood. But for the sake of this country, if I am the one who is in that front line and I get hit, I am ready to go. If you don't have that spirit, where can you bally? Just stay there because these people will not hear anything else. The time for begging, talking, the constitution is totally disregarded. William Ruto has been against this constitution since the day of memorial. So there is no day you will expect William Ruto to obey the rule of law. He knows the hard way. The old man has joined him now. In the pretext of we are saving Kenya. There is no Kenya they are saving. These guys have a lot to lose. The budget that the youth came out and saw, the Generation X and millennials, what we couldn't see that these kids saw is that this budget was drafted by the IMF. Now look at what William Ruto has done. William Ruto has a lot to lose if the movement wins. So we must win. How do we win? Look at the American bases being established in Kenya today. They have taken over Lamu completely. The British guys and the European guys are coming in bunches all over this country. When these demos are going on and the youth, we are all out there, we are being monitored. I think Nyakundi has enlightened one time about it. We are being monitored. What the hell will American airplanes be on our skies? What are they doing there? Why are they monitoring whatever that we're doing? The social media spaces, they are totally now being monitored. This guy is trying to get refuge in all sectors that is possible that he can go there. But the thing is this: we are doing it for Kenya. We are not doing it for ourselves. If I lose today, if I get hit today, I did it for Kenya. Let the ones that we left behind. We are not looking for publicity. We are not looking to get fame. We're not fighting to get into positions. No, that is none of our business. We don't want that. We just want this country to run better. It's not that our country is poor. Well, you will not believe what William Ruto has taken to give those Americans the bases, because West Africa, they are kicked out. There's no other place now. The one in Djibouti, do you know what goes on there? They need a stable country that they know. Kenya, this guy has already went there and amount of check now and everything, and America, everything out. He's told the amount, whatever, everything is gone. IMF used to give a lot of conditions for them to give you the loans that they are giving. Why is he being given the loans on behalf of Kenyans on a silver platter? Because a lot of interest is there. That's why you find in that bill the land and so many issues that are entailed into it. So this guy doesn't go for it's not easy. There is a lot of money that has been frozen by the CIA's through the CIA FBI thing.
that's out there. This guy was asking that money to be brought back to the country, and the American guys refused. It was almost immediately the uprising was starting, the revolution when it was starting. He was on the verge of getting back that money. If that money that is frozen out there through the offshore accounts, most of it are frozen, it's out there. It's Kenyan money. Stolen Kenyan money that is out there. We can demand that money should be returned back to our country. That money can offset whatever that we owe, the loans and the monies that we are told we owe. Although I don't believe if we owe any money, it's just a scheme to steal our monies. This guy has put all the parastatal chiefs, the parastatals that are in this country, apart from the ones that are service to the citizens, they are supposed to generate income towards the Kenyan economy. But every year they are given money in form of their budget. What do they do with our money for? What are they using it for? Where is the money that they are bringing back to the economy, and where it goes? There is no accountability. So don't rely on IPOA, on your issues of human rights and the police brutalities. Don't rely on anti-corruption. These are institutions that William Ruto has already planned, and he put his people there. If I ask you today, anyone amongst you that is in IPOA, and that is, I swear to God, I will be in IPOA or I'll be in anti-corruption commission, that commission, when our day comes that we come to victory. Because these are we will be ruthless and we will not have any mercy. These people will not have any mercy towards us. They will be brutal to us. But one thing is for sure, as we are united, they can do nothing. These bodies that are supposed to safeguard the interests of the citizenry have failed. William has put everyone of his team up there.
Wind up.
Yes. As I
Wind
wind
up is mine.
Please do not relent. Please. We have won. The world knows we have won. But the fight is for us. It's not for the world, it's for us. Our Kenyans that are here, our Kenyans who are abroad in diaspora, we are all standing together. If a Kenyan is living a better life today, we will be proud that yesterday, yes, if it wasn't for us, this couldn't have happened. And it cannot happen. The day that it needs to happen is now. The moment you show in numbers, please make sure you stick together. Don't be fragmented. The guys will be selective. You will be threatened. Others will come to us to solicit bribes and whatever to buy up youths. Let them come with whatever they want. Don't allow it. Stay with your honesty. One way or the other, you will be recognized one day in this nation. If it's recognition, if it's publicity, you will have it. If it's people to follow you, you will be followed. But please, let's do it for Kenya. Let's do it for Kenya. These guys are never patriotic. They have stolen everything from this nation. Let them not finish us now. Let's stand up together. I applaud everyone. Thank you for listening to me. Please know that these policemen and these murderous gangs that are now being brought all over the country according to their tribal lineages will not succeed in whatever evil that they are planning towards the youths and the Gen Zs and the millennials and the Kenyans at large. Whatever they are trying to do against us, they will not succeed. We will be there in the front line. Please let everybody specialize in his sector. I will be there running up and down in terms of security and giving guidelines, and I will do it. Let them hear it well now, even if I know they are inside here. Let them do it. I will coach others to go ahead, do the drills 1, 2, 3. We'll fix it, but do not relent. Do not. If somewhere that I am, in case a kid or anybody gets hurt, I will follow that one. That nigga. I know how to handle it. Don't worry. We will do it. A lot of guys from the previous, from the security sector are in the movement. You are not alone. We are all inside there. We have felt the pain more than anyone else. We will stand up together. We will stand up together, and they will not win. Thank you so much, everyone. God bless you all.
Let's stick together. Be safe. Take care of yourselves. Inshallah, we are winning. We are winning.
Thank you very much, Ismail. We really appreciate the millennials that are joining us. And we would like you open your come on.
Excuse.
No, you don't speak until we give you the chance, kindly. Let's just have some order. Ismail, thank you very much. We have some people that are on the ground with us. We ask you to open your inbox because some things we can't share on the platform. And for anybody that is still having somebody that is missing, kindly, you know that you inbox the co-host, you inbox the host, you inbox anybody that you know can be of help because we don't want any more life. One more life is one too many. So thank you very much, Ishmael, for that input, and we really appreciate it. Kowino, internet has really given us shit since morning, so you'll understand when you keep on being dropped. Actually, some people cannot even join the space. They're actually asking where is the space because they can't really join, and we've held on it. And if you see me dropping and you dropping, you just come back on, don't tire. So we'll carry on. I don't know what your lineup was, but I was just dropped and I couldn't rejoin back until I had to switch off my phone and come back again. So those kind of inputs that Ishmael has given us is what we're going to carry on with.
Yeah, next we have, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Carry on.
Okay, good. Next we have underscore, then Esther, then Gloria, in that order. Underscore, what's your name?
Hello. Nejini you guys, nimekuwa nikingoja sana, lakini acha nifike tu. Niko na dakika 4, si ndio Kowino?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to echo what some people have said. Cha tuweke kizungu kando kwanza. Occupy Parliament ilifanya kazi vizuri. Sai tuko kwa Occupy Uhuru Park. It's a good idea, but sasa we are missing out the point, you guys. We want to be heard both locally and internationally. Lakini ukiangalia where Uhuru Park is stationed, its location haitu favor juu iko huko. Nyi mnaweza kaa ni kama mumeenda tu kuangalia maji na mkae mtulie, lakini tebu mkipeleka hii muende sit down wapi? JKIA, mkae chini hapo kwa barabara, kwa hiyo entrance, ama hata kama mtaingia ndani, watu waingie ndani, mtakuwa mmesimamisha juu sasa kutakuwa na some tension, tiaga zitakuwa mingi, yes and all. Mtakuwa mmesimamisha hizo flights zenye zinaingia to and fro. Mbona juu watakuwa nasema watu wako unruly na kuna hiyo tension mingi. So itafanya nini? Watu watawasikiza, watauliza mbona ndege zilanda, mbona ndege zikubaliwi ku take off. Yes, najua matiko zitakuwa cancelled out, tunaweza lose do mingi, lakini tunadai kusikizwa na tutasikizwa aje? So ndio hiyo strategy. Ismail amesema hapa amekuwa in the service na most of this service tuseme war inafanyika sasa, kuna war. Msi akienda kuattack, hata attack penye mnaendanga chini kukaa na kuchill, atapeleka pale atawahat pale kwa infrastructure penye watu wengi wana rely on hizo vitu. Target major highways. Kuna msi amesema tukae kwa major highways. Tunafunga transport, hakuna gari zenye zinaingia to and fro. Au wanatuzuia na roadblocks ati wanasema sisi wenyewe hatuwezi pita. So acha sisi wenyewe tuwafungie barabara au wasipite. So mimi hakuna wenye wanaingia CBD, hakuna nini nafanyika CBD. So Nairobi hakuna watu wanaingia. Tukisema tuende CBD, most of hizi ofisi hata ziko CBD. Most of hizi embassy, most of hizi government agencies aziko CBD, ziko outside CBD. Most of the offices sama hizi ma international companies hakuna ofisi yenye iko CBD. Ofisi yenye iko CBD ni ofisi ya Kanjo na ya Sakaja peke yake. Tokeni CBD, mseme hata mnaenda Westlands, kuna motel, kuna hizo maofisi mingi Westlands zenye mkiweza shika Westlands, mshike barabara Westlands Chirom, huko ndio penye kuna hizo the maofisi kubwa, the head offices to most of these international banks, international organizations ziko huko. The likes of Milimani, huko ndio penye kuna hizi government offices mingi. Mkisema mnataka kwenda Occupy, hata hiyo prison offices za prisons, offices za lands, offices za nini ziko huko. Wametuzoea sana CBD, mbona tusichange narrative? Kuna msee alisema hapa, niliona tweet, tumekuwa tukienda CBD tunatumia the same strategy as always, mbona tusichange strategy? Mbona tuache kwenda CBD hata kesho? Tuseme tumebadilisha, twende wapi? Tunaenda milimani, tunaenda West. You guys, we need to be hard. Na tutasikika aje? Hatuwezi rudia kufanya the same thing over and over again expecting the different results. Results zitakuwa same. Tutaenda CBD, tutamwagiwa hiyo maji, tutamwagiwa hiyo kitu ya brown yenye tulipewa, lakini tutarudi tena home jioni, watatufungia barabara tutembee. So we need to change. We need to re-strategize. Tunashika wapi? Hii kitabu fulani inaitwa Art of War. Inastahili hata tutumie hata some things, we need to borrow some things hapo. Juu sasa hii gava inatucheza kama chess. Unaonanga vile chessboard inakanga? Bas, hivyo ndo natucheza. Watu ambie tumetoa hii, tunafanya hii. Tumetoa hii, tunafanya hii. Alafu wanataka au pia wanatuoccupy kiplani. Wanatuoccupy na hao mabloggers wenye wamelipwa hapa hivi. Wanatuoccupy na the church. Juu najua church ikiongea, maybe our parents wako wanaendanga church sana, watasikia kitu new pastor nasema, alafu akama kuambia kijana wangu usiende street, sijui nini ndafanyika, ndo watuuzie hiyo uoga. Sasa ndio huyu wanataka kushikana na the opposition. These guys wanatucheza tu kwa hii table, wanatupanga tu kwa table ni kama sisi sijui nini. Hizo wanaita pawns ama sijui nini, sijaicheza chess, lakini hizo vitu zenye zinakanga hapo, hizo ndio vitu zenye wanatucheza nazo, wanatupima kilo, wanatubeba wana. Hii kitu ukiangalia Citizen, si ati nasema kubaya. Citizen kuna an ad they are running, from ukiangalia iko na graphics poa, iko na hadi kangoma fulani hapo inakaa poa, inaonyesha vile ni kama wanatusupport sisi na hii protest. Inaonyesha, unaweza fikiria the listening, wana portray vitu zenyu, lakini in the end kitu yenye unasema hapo nini, hapo mwisho ni nini? Tubonge. Na ina couple for like some 4 seconds. So unashangaa mbona waste 30 seconds yako kurani hii ad, alafu hapo mwisho unakuja kusema tubonge. Sisi wenyewe hakuna msee mwenye tunataka kubonga naye, ama hapa kuna msee anataka kubonga na msee. Ni kitu yenye tunataka ni tusikizwe, hatutaki kuongea, ni hao wasikie na wafanye kitu yenye sisi tunataka. Lakini hapo unapata tubonge. So unashangaa, is Citizen in bed with the government? Kama mnafikiria nadanganya, just wait and see, mtaiona. Niliona jana, muangalie hata saa hii, muangalie. Saa hii ndio hiyo TV47 juzi inasema sijui tunataka 4 cabinet secretaries wenye wametolewa juzi warudishwe. Kina nani hao wanataka? Mimi sitaki. Ama kuna msee mwingine amesema ati anataka? Sijaona. Ama kuna msee ametweet? Hii Communication Authority ndio tena inataka kuanza kulimit kina nani kina nani hizi mainstream media. Kina nani kwa mainstream medias watakuwa wanaonyesha protest. So in some way hao watu wanataka kutufinya tusionekane, vitu zenye tunafanya zisionekane. Lakini wanasahau tuko na internet, tuko na Twitter, yes, tuko na Instagram, tuko na TikTok, watu wataenda live. Lakini kitu yenye nafani, we need to be heard. Hiyo ndio kitu yenye nafai kuwe, we need to be heard. Hatuwezi sikizwa kama tuko CBD, hatuwezi sikizwa kama tunacheza Kenyatta Avenue. Tutoke hapo, twende JK yenye unataka kuuza, twende tuone ni kina nani wanauziwa. Twende tukae hapo, hizo mandege ziache kuenda na kutoka. Ama hata hizi ofisi bigi, ofisi ni bigi hapa za magava za mani, na zimekaa tu hapo. Jua tunajua protest zinaendelea CBD, yako sawa, yeye kazi inaendelea kwa wake as normal. Mbona tusiwa occupy? So tunafaa tujiulize maswali. Tunataka results tofauti, lakini tunataka kufanya strategy tofauti. Alafu tuna kuna some MPs hapa, some MPs at start tukianza hii kitu walikuanga like tunaona tuko sawa nao. Acha nipatiane example na huyu wa Mushomba, wa Mushomba. That lady was specs amekuwa against finance bill from the start pamoja na ule governor wa Nyeri from the start. Lakini juzi after cabinet imekuwa dissolved unaanza kuona wanasema ati umpatie Mount Kenya sijui nini. So you should just ask ourselves, hao ndio wale watu wenye walikuwa wanasema wako na sisi ama walikuwa tu wanataka vitu zao? Those people are opportunists. Hao wanadandia tu, hao wanatupeleka hivi alafu wanatudandia. Sasa wako wapi? Sasa ongei. Huwa Mushomba sijuzi amesema hapa ati tupatie dialogue a chance, ati prezo, tukitoa prezo sijui nini nitafanyika. So mnafaa muangalie this our MPs. Muulize mlikuwa mnasema hivi. Sasa mbona mnasema hivi? So niyo hadi hii kitu na bo.
Thank you underscore. Next I had Esther.
Hi Kuyoti, unanisikia leo?
Loud and clear.
Jana nimejaribu kumake submission nikakata, but I am glad I'm back. So personally I have a lot to say and I'll try and compress it. One of the things yenye imeniwasha sana kwa space leo nikasema lazima niongee ni mwenye alijaribu raise the religious card. Let me start by saying that I respect all religions na sijawahi leta issue ya religion hapa. Personally have a personal relationship with God and my father. So mtu asione tuna support movement afikirie sini mapagans atujui Mungu. Na nikasikia hiyo hapo akihepa hiyo point ya religion hadi akasema hapana, mimi nasema ukileta banta hapa be ready to end nayo hadi tuimalize. And I'm personally not afraid of the religious card. Mimi nimelelewa church kutoka nikiwa mtoi. I was a Sunday school, like nimefanya kila kitu can imagine. I've been a Sunday school attendant, hata leader, worship team, hizo vitu. So mtu asijaribu kutugaslight na mambo ya Mungu. Na personally naweza sema hivi, the same way tunachambua constitution, mwenye anataka tuchambue Bible hapa akijaribu kusupport the evil that the government is doing, because personally if you banta tunaenda nayo hadi tumalize. I want to point out a few things from the Bible. God rejected Eli. One thing you should know, Mungu anaweza kuwa na kukatae. If we started with God nicely na umalize na mwili, believe you me, God will reject you. I want to try and compress a few points. Number one, I've written my points down. God rejected Eli. God rejected Saul. God rejected Nebuchadnezzar. God corrects people and does not condone nonsense. Let me tell you something. Mimi napenda Mungu na mimi ni wa church, lakini mimi spendi ujinga. And I say that all along, and I apply that from family level, work level, everywhere. Mimi spendi ujinga. Na usiwahi tumia Mungu kujaribu bring up that card ati ni nini. So now, kuna hii part ingine. Kumbukeni Yesu vile alichapa watu. Kwani wale watu walikuwa hapo, do you know who Pharisees were at the time of Jesus? Pharisees were highly respectable people. Watu walikuwa wanajulikana, like don't try nonsense with those people. Na Yesu hakujaribu kunini ati kusema ati juawa ni Pharisee sitawachapa. Aliwachapa na hakuwa support. Another thing, if you want to bring the religion, by the way mkiwa niona kwa hii space, mtu ajaribu kuleta the religion card, muniite, juu mimi nitakuwa hapo nayo hadi mwisho. God doesn't support bloodshed. God is a God of justice. God is a God of holiness. There is nothing that anybody anafanya wrong kwa hii government imesapotiwa mahali kwa Bible. And another thing people need to know, Bible usapotiana from Genesis to Revelation. I don't know what we call referencing. If you give me a verse, don't go with one verse. Unipatia verse ya kwanza una reference na ingine na inasapotiangwa na ingine katikati na ingine mwisho. Then another thing, don't be cheated. The Old Testament and the New Testament, they are all together. Vile Mungu alitengeneza hiyo kitabu yote inasapotiananga. So mtu asiwe jaribu. I'm speaking from a Christian perspective. I can't speak for the Muslim or for the Indian. I'm speaking for what I know and what I've been raised in. Another thing, if God has sent out his people and they have disobeyed him, and again I'm referencing from the Bible, Mungu akikutuma ukatae, he will pick somebody else. God cannot be fooled, God cannot be bribed. There is something also called holy anger. Na nimesikia kuna watu kadhaa wa Mungu wakisema kama nyinyi mlitumwa na Mungu mkakataa. God has raised Gen Zs. He has poured out holy anger so that you can bring out his mission. For those people who don't know, na ndio nasema msituone hapa tukipiga kelele mkadhani hatujui God. This country was appointed by God to bring revival for those who know and for those who are born again in this space. And if the revival is supposed to come from Kenya to go to the whole world, but Kenya has been filthized by people, it has been dirtified, bloodshed, rape, every evil thing you can read in the Bible has been done in this country. And I can assure you God is very angry at the people who are delaying revival in this country. So mtu asijaribu kule, yani I am shaking with anger. Mtu asijaribu kuleta hiyo kadi hapa ya religion na Mungu. Kwanza usitumie Mungu kujificha kwa kazi chafu. If God appoints you and you refuse, hata kumbukeni mali kwa Bible imesema msiponiabudu mawe itaniabudu. That is another thing. Musisahau pia mahali, who is this person God used the donkey kuongea na yeye, umekataa kusikia, punde itaongea, ng'ombe zitaongea, farasi zitaongea. So kama Mungu amechagua sisi ndio tutaongea because mouthpiece zake zimekataa, so be it. I want to, when I was thinking about the points that I had in mind, it's like God was also dropping a few things in my mind on what I wanted to speak. Remember, if you read the story of David and Saul, and I want you guys to go back to your Bibles, the same way mnasema constitution for those who are Christians. When David started out, he was probably a Gen Z in his time. Alikuwa amedharauliwa na brothers wake. His father was Jesse. Alikuwa huko kwa mang'ombe when his brothers were fighting in the field. And when he was picked, he was probably a Gen Z of their time. And then when he was picked and he started now, Saul akaona, kumbe aka kaboy kaneza nisaidia. He was also, sorry to say, like Raila. Akaona, wacha ni ride kwa hii glory kwa David, ndio nifike mahali nataka. He had his own dubious motives for using what God had poured into David. And if you remember how Jonathan had become friends with David, Jonathan was Saul's friend. They were best friends. Ni kama mimi sasa nikwe best friend ya mtoi wa Ruto ama wa Raila. But for example, kama ni mtoi wa Raila, si believe Kenya my dad anafanya. That is what David and Jonathan were. They were best friends. And so David was anti-government at that time. So I want you to relate those things. Even that time, at some point, David was anti-government, and then sijui roho chafu ikaingia Saul, so that now, again, God had to use the gift he had given David to play the harp to Saul so that the evil spirit could get out of him. So relate that to what is happening to the Gen Zs and the movement right now. And that is what exactly is happening. So somebody is trying to use what God has put in us to ride into our glory. Wao walitumwa kwanza, sisi tukanyamazishwa, lakini sasa Mungu ameinua his holy anger in us. Now, so when David started out as anti-government, he finally became king. Okay, he finally became king, overthrow government because Saul got rejected. The minute God appoints you, let me use that card that lady used, though I disagree with it for my personal reasons. Let us even assume that Ruto had been appointed by God initially. Okay, fine, he was appointed, but now he's rejected. We cannot keep on swinging onto that card of he was appointed. You want to use that card? I will also come with my nail at the coffin and say he is now rejected. And he's rejected because he's gone against what we had promised. He's been rejected because he's just gone against everything he's been saying. Now, by the way, as a Christian, I don't think Ruto stands for anything that he purported to be supporting. Hata iwe ni ya Mungu ama iwe ni ya constitution. And by the way, God hates a lying tongue. I'm so angry right now and I'm shaking. My ears are hot and I believe I'm all red right now. God hates a lying tongue, and mimi mtu asiwahi jaribu kutumia hiyo kadi. Hiyo nimemalizana nayo, nikiongea mambo ya Ukristo hapa sitamaliza. So hiyo kadi mwenye anataka kuileta hiyo msiogope. Tunaenda nayo hadi mwisho. Something else Kenya, my last speaker amesema double speak. I have noticed that people want to ride with the Gen Z wave when we are being celebrated, and again they want to move backwards when we are being condemned. Mimi usema hivi, even in my personal life, stand for one thing. Wacha kuwa kigeugeu. If you're for the movement, be for the movement. If you're against the movement, be against the movement. Wacha hii maneno ya, I'm for the movement when people are being all nicey. I'm against the movement when now we are being condemned. Personally, I've been for the movement from the word go. I've been for the movement for the word go, not because of the wave, but because of I, as Easter, what do I stand for? I will not swing because somebody has told me I'm doing a good thing or a bad thing. Because Wamushamba is now not clapping for me, now I'm feeling ashamed to be for the movement. I'll be for the movement all the way. If I need you guys to read something about the Financial Times article. I've read that article. It's so good. You need to go read it. Nimeiona kwa timeline na nimeisoma. Ruto started a class war when initially he thought this wave will work for him. Yes, it worked for him, but he should have made it work for him all the way. He started by saying the poor, the what was it called? The dynasties, and now it has become a class war. And now the rich people are saying, oh my God, the poor people have risen. They have known what they need to. They've known what we didn't want them to know. Yani mjinga sasa amerevuka, and we have become a danger to the rich people. I'm sorry to say, I'd never wanted this argument to be about rich and poor, but you need to read that article, and I agree with it. When these guys started saying ati watu wa vitendawili na watu wa bodaboda na nini, kwani what was that? That was a class war. And if you go back to everything that happened and all the clips that were replayed, there was some leader, hasa nakumbuka Uhuru akisema, this is a class war you're starting, and he started a fire that he cannot put out. Hiyo nimemaliza. Be true to who you are. If you're for the movement, be for the movement. Then there is something else as I close my submission. There was this thing about the police saying CBD is out of bounds because nini. I have one thing to say. Why do we have to be double standard? Again, I go back to that thing. Kama wanasema tunaharibu CBD, why are they not saying, and by the way, as watu wanaharibu pia sisi tuache kushoot? They've still not given us the person or the people responsible for the deaths of the people who are in SACS. You know, Kenyans, we have this weakness of forgetting. Tunasonga, sila pasi nasonga haraka na tunasahau. Let us note in our minds the things that are being left hanging here and there. So we've still not been told who killed the people. And by the way, I've heard people saying it's not only women who are killed. Kill that narrative. Si wanawake pekee walikuwa kwa hizo magunia. We still don't know who is responsible for that. These people are also not saying they've been shooting protesters. Hiyo kitu NPS imerelease ya kusema nini? Ati tusiende CBD juu tunaharibu vitu. Have they also admitted that they're shooting people and they should stop? So maybe even in my personal life nasemanga, as I correct you in your wrongs, I should also correct myself. The other thing as I finish, abductions by the police. It is very good that God is releasing confusion amongst these people. Wenyewe wanaambiwa sijui gaitho huyu, and there's a part I put in my timeline and said, who is this Kanono? Sorry to say, I can't remember his first name. Is it Francis Gaitho became collateral damage? Yes, it's Francis. Francis Gaitho became collateral damage. The person they wanted, it was not a mistake. Walikuwa wanataka mashari ya Gaitho because of what he wrote. Kwani wewe unaweza confuse mtu mali anaishi hata kama tunaitwa the same surname. The same thing Mash said. Huyu mtu hakuwa ati ameandamwa bure. Now because they had to clean up their narrative, that is why they had to arrest Francis Gaitho too. Try and make it look like, oh, by the way, it's true. This is about that he was collateral damage. Just drop that narrative. So right now, I'm so angry, and I'm angry because of hypocrisy. I'm angry because even we, sometimes the citizenry, cannot decide on which side we are on. People want to go on the populist side. Na mimi husema, hata kama nitaachwa peke yangu, I will stand on the side I believe is right because of my morals. I close my submissions. I am so mad right now.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you very much. Tafadhali usikunywe maji. Just take a deep breath in and breathe deep breath out. Don't even drink water. I don't want you to drink water because these guys are playing us. They are playing us. They're playing us.
Biril, I've seen
Yes.
finally somebody is with me akiongelea the classism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Esther. Thank you. Next we had Gloria. Then after Gloria, we'll go to Western. After Western, there is Wallace, Pambazuka, then Kevin, in that order. Gloria?
Okay, thank you very much. In fact, I'm glad Esther went before me. Na ame-explain hizo vitu za religion vizuri sana. And it's from there because these people are so much anchored into religion ama nini. Hapo ndo pia sisi lazima vita yetu tuweke. Not necessarily openly saying, oh, God has refused this or God has refused the other. But we can strategically, tuseme Mondays, we want all our days to be occupied. From now, because hao wanaandika vitu, they're writing narratives, so we are always going to their, whatever I see most of us going there to try and negate or counter their narratives. We do not have to counter them like that. We can have our own narrative that we stick to, which is still going to counter their narratives without us having to waste energy going to their pages, seeing what they are doing. It's a good thing Raila ameshajitokeza, because hiyo ndo inakuanga mostly a hindrance. He is usually the hindrance, because we always have this fantasy that what if tungekuwa tumechagua Raila, what if now hata ungemchagua hakuna kitu ingechange, they are the same people. Unaona sasa ameenda ameshikana na Ruto. Thank you very much. It makes our work easier because all enemies one side. The rest of us citizens who are looking for good governance, who are looking for change, one side. So now let's just have every day one narrative yenye tunapush. Tukisema Monday, exposing Ruto's lies. Tunakuwa na hashtag kama exposing Ruto's lies, Ruto must go. Wewe ni kutafuta zile video vitu zenye amekuwa akisema. Hiyo ndo kazi yetu. Hatujali hao wanapush nini. That is what we are pushing, but always we have Ruto must go. Tukisema Tuesday, tunaoccupy mahali, tunapush ya hiyo siku ya tunaoccupy. Tukisema Wednesday, corruption in the government. Hizi vitu zenye zimetolewa hizi sijui 15 billion lost where tunazicollect zote. Tunazipush. Mtu una copy to paste kwa mwenzako. Ukisema exposing corruption, Ruto must go. Hivyo. We fight our own war without having to be distracted with what they are doing. So right now, they are fighting the media. Okay, we agree. The media has always been not balanced. That much we agree. But still, we need the media. So saizi, unaona Citizen venye Macharia alishikwa, and then Macharia Gaido, then they shot some journalists in Nakuru. All of a sudden, Citizen TV now wakatoa hiyo, that short compilation of theirs on police brutality. Hawajakuwa wakitoa. And because of that, now they are there occupy Citizen TV, genocide media. When something like that happens, much as easy media ziko corrupt and nini, just know that we need the media. So we can even come up with a counter hashtag, while pushing our own things. Na lazima tukue na sisi pia media day, Friday ikue media day. Tuna unleash video zetu za what happened during the week. Media day, media information day. That is the only way we'll keep these people on their toes. Tusiende kuangalia Itumbi ameandika nini, tusiende. No. Sisi tukue na yetu na tuweke inaji zetu hapa. Let's not bother what it is they're doing, because they are dividing our attention, they are dividing our energies. Ujui ujigawe mara ngapi. Mara hapa ndo huyu, mara kuna Raila traitor hapa to deal with, mara there is the other. No. Let's just say bad rubbish, bad whatever, one side. Wakae huko, wajipange wenyewe. Sisi tunapanga yetu kila siku. We have something we are pushing every day, putting all our energies on our own mission and not dividing our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Funny guys, you still follow those guys? We asked to unfollow them so that they don't have a platform. Let them talk to themselves. Don't follow them.
But thumbs up, and you see people that are in the movement, you see them, struggling so much to counter. Ndo nasema, let's not struggle. Let's leave them say whatever they want to say. Let us have our own strategy, our own message yenye kila siku tuko na mission, hii ndo message tunapush.
Thank you again. If you're here and you heard what Esther said, we stick to one. If you're in the motion, if you're in the in the movement, you stay in the movement. If you're not for it, just drop out of it because unatuchokesha. Pambazuka, I'll give you after Wallace. So let Wallace speak and then Pambazuka.
We had Western
Yes.
first, then Wallace.
Okay.
Western, Wallace.
Western, then Wallace, then Pambazuka.
Thank you
Western.
so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make some submission. I salute all of you. I salute our fallen patriots, our comrades, our soldiers committed to this cause. I wish to say something about the media. The media. I've heard the concept of genocide media. Fellow compatriots, the media is referred to as the fourth estate for good reason. Fourth estate. It means the media is the fourth leg of a democracy. Fourth leg. You've got the executive, you've got parliament, the legislature, you've got the judiciary, then you've got the media. Without that leg, then you have no democracy. You don't. And it's the media that the citizenry relies on to expose the rot by the powers that be. Because often these other three legs tend to conspire against the people. So it's the media to at all times stand by the people, raise what are called public interest issues, issues to do with human rights, issues to do with human dignity, issues to do with constitutionalism, social justice, corruption. The media should never relent. But in Kenya, unfortunately, the media is reactionary, is state-centric, panders to the state interests because of advancement, who gives them money. You've heard them complain about the government is not, giving them adverts. That compromises them. Because of ownership, the media in Kenya is owned by the very, very individuals who have dominated the state for years, the Kenyattas, the Mois, and name it. So they're not independent. In fact, it's a misnomer to refer to the Kenyan media as national media. It's very parochial, which takes me to the genocide media, ladies and gentlemen, fellow compatriots. For some of us who have cared to read what happened pre-genocide Rwanda in 1994, you will come across a newspaper called Kangura newspaper, Kangura. And there was a radio station called Radio Milkoli. Those two media stations, they were instrumental in the propagation of hate speech, which provided a conducive environment for the commission of genocide in Rwanda. So when the media is irresponsible, that spells doom for all of us. It spells doom. When the media exercises self-censorship, the way the Kenyan media does, when the media plays to the cynical politics of the political elite in Kenya, today they are pandering to Uhuru Kenyatta's orchestra, demonizing William Ruto. Tomorrow, they have gyrated. They are pandering to William Ruto's orchestra. I don't know who they are demonizing. The following day, it's somebody else. It's never about the Kenyan people. That's the most unfortunate thing. Such that I used to watch Citizen TV, and then you would see in the background, there was the image, I don't know whether they've removed, the image of Nyayo House. And I would ask myself, this media house, what do they mean by this symbol of Nyayo House in the background? Nyayo House, for all who care to know, a symbol of oppression, dictatorship, brutality, death. Why would a media house have that symbol in the background? And it's still even a symbol of corruption. when we're talking about passports, IDs, and what have you. It's still a symbol of bad governance, oppression, corruption, inefficiency, dysfunction. So I would ask, now a media house that can be so illiterate like this about Kenya's history, how can it inform? Because that's one of the core mandates of the media, is to inform. How can it inform? When you celebrate a legacy of oppression like that, how can you inform the Kenyan people about social justice, about human rights? You cannot. So we do have a problem with the media in Kenya. And it's not just the political elite who propagate ethnic sentiment. The media is a cog in the tribalization of the state in Kenya. Listen, when we are gearing up for elections, they'll frame the elections like a two-horse race. They will ask some candidates what they're bringing on the table. When they ask what you're bringing on the table, they're asking for your core ethnics. Do you come from the so-called populist ethnic group, such that, okay, you're such a viable presidential candidate? It's never about your policies. It's never about your morality, your ethics. It's never about where did you get your money. It's always about he has the numbers. This other candidate doesn't have the numbers. That narrative is about ethnicity. It's about tribalism. They're very integral in that. And then pandering to tribal stereotypes. They do that a lot. The media, very responsible. Some of you must have perhaps watched Churchill's show. And that show, the snippets that I got an opportunity to watch, my stomach would churn. Because why would ethnic stereotypes constitute raw material for fun, for humor? If somebody is speaking English with their first language accent, why would that be fun? Why would that be humor? Why is it humorous? Of course, this person has got a first language. English is not their first language. French is not their first language. So why should that be a source of humor? That's not satire. Satire, you poke fun at the powers that be. That's satire. You satirize the powerful, not the powerless, not the ordinary people. That's not satire. You're making a mockery of satire. You're debasing them. And the media will broadcast those things. That's not satire. JK, there's an MP called JK. They used to satirize Moi, how Moi used to speak. That's not humor. Because if Moi at that time would turn on his TV and watch them, doing that thing, he would just feel, there's some light moment here. But if you want to know it's satire, the powers that be will fidget in their seats. They will squirm in their seats. That's satire. But these attempted to speak the way, pronounce, enunciate words the way the political elite does, that is not satire. It's not satire. And that's why the lives of John Kware, people are wondering what became of him. What became of him? I don't think he was conscious. If he was conscious, he would really have satirized Moi. He didn't satirize Moi. And that's why he's in parliament, and is very much part and parcel of the very excesses that Moi was accused of. So the media in Kenya, the church in Kenya, the state in Kenya, the education sector in Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, these are the most colonial of institutions in Kenya. And they're the ones that are yoking us down. They jealously guard the colonial way of doing things. And they look at people as, the ordinary Kenyans as these are not full human beings. These are superfluous people in Kenya. So they have no right to dignity. They have no right to decency. They have no right to human rights. You kill them at will. You debase them in life. You debase them in death. Chop them into pieces and dump them into some compost, site with the rubbish. So you debase them throughout. From the womb to the tomb, Kenyans are debased, ordinary Kenyans. Why? Because we have colonialists for leaders. We have colonialists for pastors and priests. We have colonialists for people in the media We have colonialists for people in the education sector. You people, have you ever talked to Kenyan students, the kind of experiences they go through in schools in Kenya? Have you ever talked to them? You are told, oh, we were found, I don't know, doing what? And the teacher told us to go and lie out in the sun there. We cover ourselves in blankets from morning until the afternoon. And the sun, you know the sun along the equator is so hot. Poor kids are lying out there, outside their classrooms, covered in blankets. That is oppression. And it happens in Kenya. We say nothing about it. How did colonialists treat Kenyans? Read history. How did they treat them? Not any dissimilar from that. It's not just that way. And they will tell you they're disciplining them. How do you discipline someone? By denying them of their dignity. How is that disciplining the person? Even prisoners, you don't have to break their spirits. You have to correct them. You don't have to break them. And students in Kenyan schools, especially boarding schools, are like concentration camps. So we're saying it's the entire architecture. The state and its apparatus in Kenya don't work for the Kenyan people. And it doesn't matter where you turn. You go to a public office and somebody asks you, unakuja kutafuta nini hapa? Mkubwa yuko hapa. Mkubwa yuko hapa. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. But I don't stay in Nairobi. I came from where? I mean, I traveled overnight. I came, no, ukuje kesho. Nikuje kesho. Where do I get the money to come back tomorrow? And they tell you like that in a matter of fact. They don't care. You can get jump. You go, mkubwa yuko. Mkubwa yuko and you just wanted a signature. Signature for 1 month, for 6 months. Haujapata signature. Ile tu karatasi mtu aweke signature. What kind of a state is that? What kind of a state is that? And they speak to you so arrogantly, with a lot of hubris, as if they're doing you a favor, whereas they're to serve you, because it's your taxes that sustains them. Very arrogant, very hubristic, very callous, even in hospitals. Mtu amekuja ni mgonjwa anauliza, huyu ni nani? You just lie there writhing in pain. No one gives a damn whether you die or not. We must have a society that prioritizes human life, dignity, as opposed to money, as opposed to wealth. Government spokesperson is telling us about how much was lost in billions. We're saying that kind of talk is completely aggressive. Don't make money take precedence over Kenyan lives and their dignity. You are calculating. You don't care about people who have lost their lives. You give some very conservative figures, but you'll talk about the billions that the economy has lost. You'll talk about how business people are being inconvenienced by protests, but you don't talk about human rights. You don't talk about decency. You don't talk about freedoms. You don't talk about development and prosperity for all. You care about the interest of a tiny fraction who behave like slave owners in Mississippi, or Georgia during those days in 2024 in Kenya. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, fellow compatriots, we have got our work cut out for us, and this work, more than anything, is ideational. It's about the mindset, nothing else. A revolution begins from the mind. But people think a revolution is about anarchy, is about destroying property. They don't get it. It is the mindset that we will have to think differently, and we will have to stigmatize anybody who thinks the way they've been thinking all these years. 60 odd, we will have to stigmatize anybody who insists on thinking like that. We will have to center Kenyan people, not money. We will have to stop these questions about how much money do you have before you run for this election. How many people are you bringing on board before you run for president? We will have to stop that kind of conversation, because it's what has yoked us into this servitude, into this backwardness, where we still suffer and die of preventable diseases, whereby we cannot bring to an end maternal mortality in 2024. Why would a mother who is going to a hospital to give birth, why would that be a matter of life and death in 2024? Why? Why should that be? Because we don't care about life. We don't care. Whatever happens to you, tough luck. It was bad luck. Bad luck. These things happen too often for them to just be dismissed as bad luck. So it is the mindset. The political elite don't have that mindset. The media don't have that mindset. That's why they keep asking, what next after Ruto? These kind of people are caught up in a time warp. Honestly, they're still carrying out some very weird polls, which cabinet minister is supposed to return and what have we. We are not like dogs which vomit and then eat their vomit. Why would you call for a government to collapse and then at the same time say so and so should come back? No, but those are the narratives they're running. There is no Kenyan that I've interviewed. They're running a particular narrative to corral Kenyans in a particular direction to maintain the status quo. And we're saying, no, we are wiser today. We are wiser today and we're only getting wiser by the day. You're not going to take us for granted. We promise you. You're wiser. And it's where it matters most. The mind. That's the power we have. Nothing else. They have the guns. But I can tell you for free, the mind, the pen will always prevail over the gun. Will always prevail over gunpowder any day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's soldier on. For only freedom is what we're yearning for, and we'll get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you very much. We're not being biased, but we give Sheila a bit of more time because he's a realist. We want you to speak that hard truth, that uncomfortable truth, those factual facts that we really need to table, those things that are really affecting us, those things that they're trying to blind us. You're blinded with security, you're blinded with Christianity, you're blinded with you want to ban your country. Who would want to ban Kenya? We all live in Kenya. So we're not going to be blinded by that. We need those factual hard truths that we are dealing with. We speak about them, and we speak about them and as a matter of fact, not as if we are begging. You go to governmental offices, you're always begging for services. Why should you go through that? Kowino, I lost your rest of track on the next speaker kindly. I just wanted to add more to what Sheila said.
Thank you. Thank you, Weston, so much. It's always good to have you here. Guys, like Viril has said, it's not that we're being biased. He's always our political analyst, and he always hits the points home. Wallace, you're up next, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good. If you can hear me, let me just see any sort of like 100 or something. Excellent.
Yes, I can hear you, but would you mind getting closer to the mic? A little bit closer.
Am I better now?
Yes, better.
Perfect. Man, as I listen to these conversations, I'm feeling so blessed to be a Kenyan. Kujua kuna wazalendo wamekuja pamoja kwa ujenzi upya wa Kenya. That's why we are here. We love our country. I've been happy to hear Ismail saying it's time to be ready to die for our country. Surely, if patriotism is not being ready to give your life for the fellow Kenyans that you love, what is it? And also, I think it's also marvelous to see that since we are soldiering on, people like Rex and those who have already died before, their sacrifice is not in vain. I think it would be important for any one of us to know that should anything, God forbid, happen, Kenyans are not going to be scared away from liberating this country once and for all. So I think I really appreciated his statements, and as well as Easter really charged me up. She was so mad, she was shaking, and it's because I'm of the same persuasion. I also believe that there's this the confusion between religion and relationship that the church had, that has been there before, has been misused in its religious format to misguide a lot of Kenyans. And in that respect, it has been anointing people who are obviously and outrightly in the wrong. Think about, because even the African church likes to copy the American church. Look at the people they've been trying to anoint their saints. For example, a guy like Trump, though I'm trying not to go too much into politics, but that obviously there's a disconnect between the behaviors of the person they want to endorse and that they are claiming to be a particular faith. So I agree with Easter and even Gloria. And I think also there needs to be a cleanup, like an Occupy church. In fact, I want to urge we come together also as people who are eager to see the church clean up its act. We start having some spaces to highlight that there's a difference. Being for God does not mean you stomach injustice or you stomach foolishness in our country. And I think also Onyango pointed out that we have to have new strategies, chess strategies. I've said this before in spaces. We can't have the same old way of protesting where we say on Tuesday we are going to be 5 million. They now know they're in the spaces. They'll just wait there. Gen Zs will shed a bit more blood. But the idea is, let's change our tact. Let's change our strategy. As somebody was saying, you then have to be there. We can like now Gloria, the way she's saying, we can have our media strategy. For me, protests, I've been trying to say, we can now have a protest where everybody gets engaged, where we say, we are all just going to go to town, normally dressed, so that business doesn't stop. But we agree on that specific day, maybe at noon, we will all stop together, wherever we are. I don't know if you remember, there was a time Kenyans used to call it Feb 28th. On the 28th of February, we would have a time we would stop, everybody sings the anthem. But then we would say, what was that going to gain then? But now it's a difference. Now we have a momentum. Now when we do that, we sing our anthem, and then we can proceed to say whatever is the hashtag of the day. Of course, the Ruto must go is always there. But the idea is we look up for that way businesses don't have to close. All Kenyans can participate, everybody in the office, everybody, and then we record, make sure we record it and put it, we'll find a common, maybe media space to put online. So we have to shift our tact. It can't, there's other way. I like that idea of media hashtags being pushed on different days of the week. I like that Kenyans are thinking differently. That's how we need to do it. We can start even boycotting products. The way we said, if we know a hotel, we don't need to burn down stuff. You say, if you know these people have stolen money and opened this business, we can say we are going to be ignoring, we won't engage those services. We'll be boycotting services and products, and they'll feel it. Even some of these American companies that maybe are working together with IMF, if we know who it is, we could say we are boycotting Coca-Cola products, for example, and they'll feel it. They'll feel it, but definitely local, because these guys, remember when they steal all this money, they have to convert it into something to launder that money back into real cash. So it's usually real estate, it's usually businesses. They have to make it something that can clean their money. If Gen Z intelligence we've been seeing can find out these are all the businesses owned by these people, immediate boycotts, that one hits them in their pockets because they need money, they need to clean their money. So we need to have a new strategy for how we are protesting, one that engages, because as we've said before, all generations are in support. We are letting Gen Z take the lead. Gen Z has taken the guts and said, guys, we are willing to be on the forefront. We know they'll shoot us. We know they'll do all this crazy stuff. They'll arrest us. But we who are older than them must support that movement by saying, hey, there are days we will be in town, but we will stand together and sing the anthem. And by the way, I've stated this also, that one of the amazing things about Kenya is our national anthem is a prayer. So I think since independence, we've been singing this prayer without knowing it. And now God finally, after 60 years and 61 years of rubbish, he has answered it with a Gen Z that has come and said, we are tribeless. That dimension of tribelessness is what has, because of it brings unity, is what has enabled the Gen Z movement to be what it is today. And remember, the devil has no new tricks. If there's anything this government or anybody who hates Kenya wants to do, is to divide us along whatever means they can. They know the oldest thing that used to work was Ukabila. So they are not giving up on it completely, but they are trying classism. There was a time they were saying these Gen Zs are just people with iPhones and using Uber. What do you think that was? That was a push to try and say that you're not, these are just spoiled brats who are trying to bring about this cause. So we have to refuse the old tricks. They're going to try tribalism. They'll try everything. You've seen, as we've said, it's shocking to see opposition trying to merge with government. This gentleman, whom we've respected so long, I have told people, it's that Gen Z might not, were too young to know this. When the first time Kenyans were out to remove KANU from power, and all people had joined in one opposition, this gentleman sold his party, that was called NDP, to KANU. He's the one who enabled KANU to survive. So it's not a new thing he's doing. He's always been a political survivor. It's that people couldn't see it. people couldn't see it. So he's just playing the old playbook. As it's been clarified, they have all put themselves on one side. We know it's about there being a new generation. When you're doing something new, you format the thing completely, you put new software, new operating system. We remove them en masse. So we need to realize that we don't accept, since it's a partless thing, we don't accept tribal kingpins, we don't accept any division along class, and then we be wary. I like what Western has put about the fourth estate. Remember, the fourth estate is the reason why you find big shots always like to own media, because with media you can influence the way people are thinking. That's why you see the Rupert Murdochs and all those people. They use media and entertainment to influence people. Actually, entertainment is also a form of lulling humanity, okay? Because we have to know there's a bigger game at play here. There are people called globalists who want to control the whole world. But you need to do your own research for that. But religion, remember, religion is not a relationship. I want to be clear about that. Religion and entertainment are the opium of the masses. Those are the two most powerful tools they use to keep you in a state of foolishness, like in a trance. Your whole life rotates from you're in the rat race one day, in the evening you're in the entertainment space. You're just focused on the Premier League. You think Arsenal is your team. Manchester United is, when they win the Premier League, do they send you money? Do they send you a share of the money? When Argentina wins because you think it's your team, do they send you any money? I'm not saying you don't support teams, but you be clear to know that this is just entertainment. This is just for fun. I need to be able to look at my country and see what issues are going on and what needs to be addressed. So this kind of space is exciting because I am seeing Wazalendo waking up. We have been wananchi for long enough. We used to say we are wananchi, they are wenyenchi. And it was true. They own everything. And for us, we're just saying that's Bwana. Gen Z has made Kenyans wake up and realize, we, since the promulgation of the new constitution, we, the people, are in charge. They do what we command. Your employee doesn't question. You state it, it's an order, it's not a request. So it's time for us even to put them in their place, to remind them you've been wabunge. You stopped being waheshimiwa a long time ago. So we realize that the fourth estate is open to, fourth estate is about making profit, not progress. They will sell what is, as we say, sexy news. What will sell the newspaper? That's all the fourth estate cares about. So it doesn't matter who is in power. The question is, what will make our papers sell, our people watch our news? Because when people are watching news, they are getting money from adverts. Adverts, the big companies are throwing the adverts in the middle of the news. That's how they make their money. Adverts in the newspaper. The main money is, besides the cost of the newspaper, is the advertisement in the newspapers. That's why if it reaches a point we start identifying companies that are anti the movement, we will boycott their products. We don't care whether it's a local company or an international company. We change tact. Let's stop. We know our young people are ready to die for Kenya. That's why we should say, we who are on the keyboards and behind our laptops and whatever, surely if the young people have put their lives on the line, they can be on TV today, like let's say Kasmuel. He's on Citizen making orders and telling the president, we will not take this rubbish, you should resign. And he's still ready to go on the street. Don't you realize if these guys want to take him out, they would just pretend he was hit by us. He's right there on the street protesting. And for us, why should we be afraid we are behind a keyboard? We can be picked fine. I mean, it's happened. Social media, but you see how fast a lot of influencers were bought. They told themselves being behind a keyboard is not, I can't lose my life for that. But the idea is, if you are truly a person who stands for justice, you are beyond being bought. And the power of the Gen Z movement, also besides being tribeless, is that it's a true cause. It's based on truth, on justice, on that anthem that we pray to God. Haki iwe ngao na ulinzi for this country. And for us to tayari kuilinda. We are living right now our anthem because we've been praying it, we've been singing it. That's why we do a protest where we say on Monday at noon, all Kenyans, wherever they are, here and abroad, we are stopping to sing the anthem. We've done it before. It's not a new idea. And then when we finish, we remind the statement, Ruto must go, and we chant it even if it's for 5 minutes. The message still comes through. And we are recording and we are sharing it. And we tell him right now, you fired yourself from that seat. Nobody pushed you out. The moment you killed the first protester, that was one too many. You fired yourself. You are just now resident Ruto. You're nothing more than that. I've seen people sharing something written, they're not my president. Me, I added, he's just now a resident and definitely not my president. I didn't even vote for him, but that doesn't matter. The point is, again, a good revelation. That's why I love Wazalendo. Wazalendo, we are very smart. We have realized whichever side we had voted, we can see now very clearly the difference would have been the same. They are still puppets, no matter which side you go. That's why it has to be a clean sweep. I don't care who you loved before. I don't care where your affiliation was before. It has become obviously clear that people who have been dynasties before, who have been stealing before, don't want there to be any transition that brings liberation to the ordinary mwananchi of Kenya. That's why we all have to become wazalendo. Beyond, we cannot be citizens who you send somebody to represent you and then you sit back and you hope things will happen. We are going to be in a place where, because we are the people, we have a system that helps us put our voice together and our choice together. For those who've had me in this space before, I said we've started creating a technology for that. I've put it in the comments called mkura.vote. And I'll not go too deep into it. If you want to follow it up, you'll see it or just remember that word, like the way you write M-Pesa, mkura.vote. I've put a link for a Telegram group. So I'm inviting guys who, again, the way we are pulling ideas here, let's meet there. It's, again, leaderless, it's tribeless. It's not about focusing on any specific faith as much it is very value-based and principle-based. What we need is when we bring all these ideas together, we concentrate them, we focus them. Remember light, when you focus light, it becomes a laser beam. The most dangerous weapons human beings can make. Concentrated light. So that unity is part of that concentration. We come together, we have different ideas, we have different ways of looking at things. Like that's why I'm saying I've loved that concept of we can commit different days of the week to a specific hashtag, a day for corruption. Like if you see my t-shirt on my profile, it's Ukabila ni Ujinga. I was singing that from 2008, 2010, after the first post-election, the 2007 post-election violence. You can have an ufisadi ni Ujinga. I point out that Kenyatta came and said that we are going to fight 3 things: Ujinga, umaskini, and ugonjwa. What he left out was ufisadi and ukabila. Can any one of us deny that they did not use those 2 things since independence to date? So they focused on 3 U's. They left the 2 most potent U's. Because let me tell you, ufisadi and ukabila play with each other. When a guy is caught in ufisadi, he jumps behind ukabila. Ukabila is his shield. Oh, people, that's why by Gen Z slaying that Goliath, it has dismembered all these fake leaders in one fell swoop. They have nothing to hide behind. Kenyans refuse to see ourselves as a specific. We are Kenyans. We are human beings. You will not kill our children. You will not kill us and then think you will lead us. We will not relent. And that's why this movement, I'm telling you, I'm feeling blessed to be a Kenyan to know that even if I was the one to go, you guys will not quit. That unity is what will make us, it will make this thing unstoppable. They can't kill all those Kenyans. And as we've been told even by Ismail, I think it was Ismail, I've forgotten his name, that even people in the armed forces are for us. Some of them, enough. They have a conscience. They are our brothers. They are our sisters. So even part of our movement should be, can we start also agitating for the improvement of their lives? They don't live well. We know they live in tin houses. Let part of our agenda, maybe one of the days, be the improvement of all services, including the lifestyles of, so that they know we are not their enemies. They know we are not their enemies. We are against injustice. They became policemen to protect citizens from thieves. Now citizens have said, no, the thieves are the ones giving you orders. And we have evidence, and you know it. So we have to say we shift from being just regular citizens to patriots, ready to sacrifice, ready to push ourselves, ready to support Gen Z. So we have learned that there's no difference between opposition, the old opposition, and these old governments, and that's what we have to stand up against. I'm finishing. I know I need to hand over the mic. I'm just reminding you that we need to say that the power of our movement, of this movement for Gen Zs, is its integrity. I want you to remind you that Gandhi liberated India from the British powers without using force, just that moral authority. And you remember it was called Satyagraha, if you remember your history. They did not need to use violence. Mandela didn't use, South Africa was not liberated through gunshots and bullets. They used ballots. And now that's why for us, we want to make sure that ballot is protected. That's why we are talking about Mkura.vote is about using blockchain to protect Kenyans' votes, so that we have a system that is beyond manipulation of any IEBC. I won't go too much, but I'll put the link again. So let's remember that the strength of this movement is its moral authority. It is stronger than the government in numbers, and it is stronger than the government because we are standing on the right side of history. We are standing for justice, we are standing for truth, we are standing for what is in the anthem. So, and then we need to remember that we are part of geopolitics. The reason this guy went and wanted to be part of, I don't know, a non-NATO ally or whatever, we as Kenyans, when we start speaking as we the people, that's why we want to concentrate our voice using technology. We will say we are not partaking in any world cold wars or hot wars. We are not for BRICS. We are not against BRICS. We are not for NATO. We are not against NATO. We are just for humanity. They don't pull us into their wars. If they put their bases on Kenyan soil, when those guys want to bomb, they'll bomb Kenya. What did Kenya have? Don't you remember the Kenyan embassy was bombed in 2008? We were not part of, we have not been part of, we have been just collateral damage. And at that time, we were angry because the American media had the audacity to only report how many Americans died. They were saying 200 Americans died, CNN, in a bombing in Kenya. We asked them, what do you mean? Over 3,000 Kenyans died in those stupid bomb blasts. So remember, the world, they only see us as they've been thinking we're just backward, a dark continent, but we are shocking them by waking up to become we the people, that even America has never been that we the people. They've been stuck in their racism and in their foolishness, in the sense that as long as you are divided along racial lines, you are not wise. Likewise, as Kenya, we refuse to be divided, especially along ethnic lines. So I want to urge you again, so that I know I've taken a lot of airtime. I wanted to keep it real. I've been told it's important to keep it real. I'm just restating this the last time. The way we get strong, now let's unite our voice. We already have the same, we all know one thing that is playing in all our heads. Ruto must go. Not because we hate him. Let's say because we hate corruption, Ruto must go. He's made himself that. Because we hate injustice, Ruto must go. He's been murdering children. For goodness sake, in Nairobi, if you are caught stealing a phone for Amulika Mwizi, 3,000, and somebody says, Mwizi, aren't you going to be lynched by Kenyans? Because you are stealing something for 3,000 shillings, and we don't know, even maybe you are honestly hungry. You are looking for a way to make money. Have you ever heard of Kenyans when they find somebody has killed his wife? What happens to that gentleman? He doesn't get to court. He doesn't even get to jail. But here are these guys killing us, using the police that should protect us to kill us, to kidnap us, using the NIS that should be spying on terrorists trying to infiltrate our population, and enemies from without to kill, to abduct us, to try and interact, to bring us into scary rooms, to ask us, why are you fighting for your rights? Tried to use the army. The army should protect Kenya from external forces. They put the army in Nairobi city. Gen Z's foreign armies. They're coming with a flag and water and saying we are peaceful. Meekness is not weakness, my friends. They need to know that. The fact that this movement is humble doesn't mean it's weak. And that's why I'm saying, let's unite our voice. Let's reach a point where we have a thing where we can say the Kenyan people have voted together. 30 million Kenyans have said these are the requirements for the CSs. These are the requirements for IBC. We will be stating, we will not be requesting. And it's all within the constitution. So even if you are picked up, let them show you, first of all, what have I said? What have I said that is against the constitution? So let's unite our voice. They can't deny it. When Ruto speaks, he's speaking for him and whoever is in his. How many people are in the Kenya Kwanza team? They only have one vote each. So when 30 million Kenyans or 10 million Kenyans are able to speak in one voice, we are going to use technology to fuse that voice into an incorruptible blockchain vote. They cannot corrupt it. They cannot hack it. It then sit in one server.
Wind up, Alice.
Okay, so I'm done, guys. Let me paste for you the links in the comments. But let's keep at it. I'm blessed to be a Kenyan. For those who are Christians, let's clean up church as well. Maybe let's follow each other. I think now from what I heard from Easter, I was so fired up. I think that's the next spaces we'll start doing, because the old religion system really let down Kenya, and we have to let the real thing stand up. Thanks, guys. God bless you all. God bless Kenya. I'm still listening in. Thanks.
Thank you. Pambazuka, are you there? Can we try to keep it short and brief, guys, so that we have more
Hello,
people coming
everyone.
in?
Can you hear me? I think I was next. I cannot hear the co-host, even though I see his mic is off. Kowino.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Okay, thank you so much. I do not want to repeat. All the speakers who came before me were saying exactly what I was thinking. Mine is to say that I'm so encouraged as well. And I have been thinking about how anxious dictators and wavering democracies around the globe are just building up. It's not just Kenya. They are the worst of the worst that are still struggling for the freedoms that Gen Z have been fighting for us. And I am so encouraged, like everyone else. What I loved the most, and just let's get to work on this, because I'm not on the ground, but I want to help in any way. That strategic messaging of the movement on Monday, exposing lies on Tuesday, it was such a good idea, because I think that's how we don't have to pay attention to the propaganda that they're spewing out there. We can just stay in our lane. I also wanted to just shed light on the brilliance that resides amongst us as Kenyans. Having lived in the US for many, many years, when I hear about things like M-Copper, the first image that comes to mind are these Americans, white, black, who look at it with ogling eyes. M-Copper, M-Pesa, M-Kura, now, and they're like, oh, Africa has been deemed the last frontier since 2013. I believe it was Time magazine that started touting it being the place. It was deemed in the scramble for Africa during imperialism. Everybody was scrambling in 1914 or so. And now Time magazine in 2013 talks about it as the last frontier. Okay. And since 2013, we've seen the brittle authoritarian counterparts fighting for a fresh start on the continent, because with their overlapping crises, they have nowhere to turn but to Africa. The last time I flew from the US to Kenya, it was full of young teenage white American missionaries. And I was shocked. They have been climbing in number, coming to Kenya to spread the gospel. And yet you don't even hear them saying anything now about what is going on. I've been following here, and I'm saying, what do they want? What do they want? So you can see that there's been mention of the global interests that Kenya is. So what I want to say is this, because I don't want to repeat anything anybody has said. I just want to say, come on, somebody. If we have amongst our midst somebody who can create a blockchain technology to protect our votes. Do you know that's money? Okay, that is money, and it's also political. It's like putting a deposit in the bank before the time comes when you have to withdraw it. These are the kinds of conversations we should continue having. The quiet, intellectual, smart strategies, because we're dealing with morons out there, greedy pigs who don't even hata hawezi kuelewa internet ni nini. Let's just take over. And so yeah, I don't want to repeat myself, and I want to drop down and listen to all the other wonderful speakers I've been following, because I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot, and believe you me, here in the US we have issues, okay, and we want to come back home. We don't want to be here in the quote unquote diaspora, disseminating our money that we don't even know what it's doing. Give us some work to do. I'm ready with my keyboard. Asanteni sana. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Next, I had West King, then Professor, then Duncan J. Let's keep it brief, guys, please, because we have a lot of requests, over 40 requests. Let's exhaust this set of speakers, then we can bring in new speakers. West King, can you hear me?
Unanipata?
Yes, I'll put the timer on now. We'll have 3 minutes each because requests zimekuwa mingi ajabu.
Fiti, haina noma. Kwanza nataka kushukuru KOT kwa kuhost space. Sababu nadhani nilimwacha huku kama almost saa 8 usiku bado akiwa kwa space akihost, but your speakers walikuwa wengi, but I want to be very fast because umesema watu ni wengi. Kuna vitu tu nimeangalia. Ya kwanza nilikuwa nataka kuongelea ni wasee wanakwanga wametubeba ufa. Jamaa kuna msee ameongelea kuhusu story ya blockchain hapo hivyo, na kuna mtu alikuwa ameiongelea blockchain ifanye kazi kwa ministry zote kutoka kwa president mpaka chini, all public offices, so that itakuwa ni rahisi kufuatilia ni aje hii ilitumika wapi na ilitumika vipi na ilitumika lini. So hiyo kitu ya blockchain ni kitu poa sana, kama hata inaweza enda hiyo itumike mpaka hata kwa election, so that elections zitakuwa ngumu kufanya nini, kuiba. So alafu kuna nilikuwa na echo statements za speaker mwenzangu mwenye ametoka akisema ni aje we have to think about new strategies on how to beat these people on their own game, because saizi najua hata venye tuko hapa ndani kuna ma CID, kuna ma DCI wanatusikiza hapa pia. Sisi lazima tutafute njia yenye tutawaka pamoja to beat these guys. Nani nasema okay, sisi we are leaderless, tunasema hiyo, but kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Na msee aliongea asubuhi, ile maandamano yenye ilikuwa the most successful ukiangalia pia ni ile ilifanyika in almost all counties Kenya. Ikifanyika hivyo, then unapata hawa polisi tunawaskata, hawawezi kuwa mahali pamoja waitwe. Kama ni hapa Nairobi for example, tuseme JKIA, waitwe wote wakuje JKIA kutupiga hizo tear gas na nini. Tuna make sure inafanyika Kiambu, inafanyika wapi, inafanyika so that wanakaa kwa makaunti zao na constituencies zao. So mimi ningesema we need to restrategize na tuanze kupatana kutoka kwa constituency or county levels. Hata kama tutakuwa na leaders in shifts, si lazima tukue ati na sijui nini. Tunaweza sema hii wiki, because kama saa hizi kuna watu walikuwa naleta maji tao na magari nini, najua kuna venye kulikuwa na coordination, so tunaweza kuwa tunasema ni aje for example Kisii County wewe fulani na fulani na fulani ndio tunaenda kutumia hii siku. Tunaangalia venye tunaweza watumia kakitu wanabai labda hiyo maji na nini. So county zote hivyo, then tuna meet kwa county levels. Kutoka kwa county levels then tutagrow pole tukuje kusema ni aje sasa tunataka watu wote jamaa wasafiri waikuje Nairobi. Unaona, tufanye maandamano yetu mahali fulani. Then I talked about hizi maandamano, state house ni mingi. Wacha tu hizi state house ni mingi, tunaweza enda state house yoyote na tukae huko. Sio lazima tuende hii state house ya Nairobi. Kitu kingine nilikuwa nataka kuguzia hii issue ya kuna msee alisema okay, wakina Okiya Omtatah tuna wakina kama Babu Wina wa politicians kuingilia. At times kuna movie nilikuwa na watch ya kitambo ya Rambo akiambia msee fulani I like fighting from the inside. Unajua? So as long as tuna wasee wachache wenye wako pale ndani, si wote wabaya. unajua. Lakini as long as tuna wale wasee wachache wako pale ndani yenye wako, na tunajua wanapigania hii movement, tunajua kuna counties pia magavana, hizi maandamano hata zikifanyika unazijua, hata sisi tunazijua poa sana. Unajua county fulani huyu ana support, county fulani huyu ana support, MPs wana support huyu na huyu na huyu, tuna viongozi everywhere. So these leaders, let us not scare them away ati sasa we don't need politicians, don't want you to talk in our platform or whatever, that tunawafukuza kabisa. Hapana, wacha tuwalete pia karibu. Wacha pia tuwalete karibu so that we fight from the outside and inside, because kuna mahali itafika tunataka watufanyie vitu zingine zenye zitakuwa zinataka kufanyika either kwa Senate ama kwa parliament. Then kitu ngine ni ya hizi wanajeshi. Wanajeshi kuna time Ruto alikuwa anasema sijui I'm the commander in chief of the armed forces, mtajua mjui. Hii juzi ametuletea wanajeshi huku. So kuna msee aliulizwa ni aje, mbona mlete wanajeshi kwa streets za Kenya alafu mtume polisi huko Haiti? Huyo msee ana reason, anasema ati tumetuma mapolisi Haiti sababu wamesoma law and order, to reinforce law and order. Ati wanajeshi wangeenda huko, wanajeshi wanajuanga tu ni vita ya kupiga watu na kuua. So yani sisi in our own country tunaletewa wanajeshi kwa street, ndugu zetu na dada zetu na mababa zetu wakuje sisi kutupiga, lakini Haiti tunatumati because maaskari wanaenda huko kuongea, wanajua sheria, ati they are going to kuleta law and order huko Haiti. What kind of thinking is that? What kind of thinking is that? Tunafaa tuangalie vitu kama hizo sana. Such a thinking ni very reckless na nini sana. Alafu kitu kingine nilikuwa nataka kuongelea, labda point zangu za mwisho ni hiyo. Okay, hiyo nimegusia hiyo ya nini, hiyo kufanya maandamano kila mahali so that our police wakuwe scattered, wakuwe kila mtu wako busy. Unaona walikuwa overwhelmed ile time yenye tulikuwa tunafanya maandamano kila constituency, hawatoki kwa constituency za watu wengine, walikuwa watu wanaangalia mpaka hata huko Kikuyu huko kwa Kimani Chungwa wenye walikuwa hapo walikuwa tu wanaangalia CDF ikichoma, because hakuna kitu yenye yote wanaweza do, because wananchi ni wengi and they are agitated. Mimi nawaambia hao MPs hata watarudi bunge hivi karibuni, hao wenyewe tena ndio wataturudisha kwa barabara because of their policies, because vitu watakuwa wanaongea na kupitisha. You see the likes of kina Naosoro, vitu wanaongea, yani akifungua tu mdomo yake hivi ameudhi watu more than sijui 10 million. Watarudi parliament na utaona nao ndio wataturudisha tu hiyo tao CBD hivi karibuni tu. Utaona mtu akiongea bunga aongee upuzi tena, amushe tena amaki zetu tena juu kabisa. So ni sisi tu strategize, tujue ni aje hii maandamano sasa. We need to take a new nini, tunajua ni aje tuna hit hapa kidogo, tuna retreat. Retreating sio kuogopa, retreating mtu na retreat kujipanga na kuangalia ni aje. So kitu ya point zangu mbili za mwisho ningeongelea mazejo, hata huyu Sakaja huyu governor wetu pia natubeba ufala. Sasa hatuwezi kuwa tunakati kukojoa town ni 20 bob, macho ni chafu, ati tunakojoa town na 20 bob, na alikuwa anatuletea maji na matanka na mapipa siku ya maandamano zile za kwanza. Huyo pia yeye inafaa tena tumsalimie tena huyo Sakaja, because hatuwezi ati ukienda choo ati ni 20 bob. Then ya mwisho yangu nikimalizia KOT ni okay, kuna huyu msee aliniudhi sana jana, but kuna msemo usemanga when a mosquito falls in your testicles you don't need a hammer to kill it. Hutaki ama. Kuna huyu msee anaitwa Nuru Okanga aliongea upuzi sana jana, na mimi naonanga Nuru Okanga wanashindana Eric Omondi akiongea kwa video zake. That guy hata kizungu hata hawezi ongea. Hata ukisikia hiyo video yake venye alikuwa anaongea hata unaweza ati anasema ati GNZ ati Ruto piga hao risasi, tengeneza kichungi. Mimi nataka huyu Nuru Okanga, kwani nauliza hapo Jakaranda hakuna ma-GNZ, hakuna watu wenye yani waliona anaongea upuzi. Huyu guy amefinywa na ma-CID huko na ma-DCI huko, amefinywa makei. Sasa anaona sisi anaweza tuongelesha upuzi. This guy anafaa patikane mahali afanyiwe ka justice kidogo tu, ka justice kidogo, uso ifure hivi nini, afanyiwe ka justice. So mi yangu ni hao jamaa namalizia na hashtag bado ni ile Ruto must go, let us not relent. Ndio chance tuko nayo. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
West King. Next I had Professor ni wewe.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I have 3 minutes and I have to keep that. I've had the good presentations that my friends have given, and I would like to start from the last speaker who has spoken, and we should not argue with fools. That's what Babu Wino said, and I believe that
whatever Nurokanga was speaking has been paid by the government to speak it, so that he diverts your mind from the real cause of action. So today I want to speak about only 3 things, and I hope maybe each one of them will take a minute also. I could have loved a lot of time to explain these concepts better, but let me just be brief. First of all, you have to understand for every force, there is an equal force which is opposite. So if the force at which the Gen Z and the millennials came, where I fall, the government was going to respond with the unequal and opposite force. That's a law in physics. Now, look at what the government has done. There are tactics that it has employed. First of all, it has used violence and repression, whereby there is the use of police and military to force and intimidate, injure, and kill innocent protesters. The next tactic that the government has at its disposal, and it has used effectively, is the idea of arrests and detentions. We have seen all that happen. There is also surveillance, whereby I know even here they are monitoring our communications, activities, and also sometimes preemptively toward the plans. For instance, Occupy Uhuru Park, they have already issued something that's now legal restriction, under legal restriction. They implement laws to criminalize protests. And whatever, I've read the letter, and the guy is talking about the acting IG. He's talking about the international laws and blah, blah. You don't have readers. That's why we cannot allow you to. They are trying to find a loophole in the legal arena so that they can criminalize the protests. And also they used the idea of using guns and saying how much the country has lost is a way of trying to kill the movement. And to some extent, they are gaining ground because there are people who fear dying and they have decided to stay at home. Also, sometimes don't forget, there are 2 major instruments that the government uses. That's infiltration and also propaganda. Among us here, among the people who are championing for Ruto must go, there is also people who are pro-government. They are telling you Ruto must go, let us go fight. And then finally, they disappear. They disappear, or once you are almost going to State House, like when we were to march to State House, they pop in among us and say, no, we should not go. So now what can we do? That has been the question that most people are asking. What should we do? What strategies can we change? In my view, there are 3 strategies that we have not implemented yet. And one of them is what we call carcasses. We should have, we should make sure that we go to grassroots. We form what we refer as formation of assemblies, small groups. You meet and discuss. That's how the movement now becomes stronger. And come up with resolutions from the grassroots areas. As we speak, I'm in one of the rural areas. I don't want to say where. And I was surprised to find that the youths in those rural areas don't know what is happening in Kenya. Some of them don't even know why people are on streets. They don't know where these people mobilize themselves and why should they come out. So I had to explain to some of them. I spent around 2 or 3 days trying to explain exactly what is it that we are fighting for. And you find that these people don't have that information. So we can think about forming assemblies and meeting kwa mahali tunakutana pale tunakunywa chai somewhere. These small groups can help us achieve that goal. The second thing that we have not really tried to use very much is the idea of trying to see where does the government get its most revenue from, and one of it was the central businesses of Nairobi and major cities, where we have been carrying our protests And that's why you see the government is banning you from going to the city so that you can picket anywhere, even in your shamba, because they believe if the city keeps on running, then they are going to achieve. If it does not keep on running, then we are going to achieve nothing. So that's I think that's the strategy they are trying to use. So I agree with one of the person who said that we should try and occupy all roads. Now, if we cross all roads, we are ensuring that the government is not getting revenue from the roads, and we should also look at companies like Safaricom. We can decide and boycott them. These institutions, these billionaires and businesses can put pressure on Ruto even to resign, because they're the one financing the activities of the government. So if the government loses revenue, then it will lose money that is going to pay the goons that are running in form of police. The police, if the police miss their salaries, then they will also join us, because they will think, okay, they are fighting for a losing cause. Okay, so my last submissions, I have a lot to talk, but I can just be brief because that's my profession and I'm a professor. Then what should we do and what should we not do? Now, first of all, since we are leaderless, we should try and make sure that we crush our enemy totally. Crush our enemy totally. I agree with one of us. If we leave Ruto now, Ruto must go. Tukimwachilia saa hii na strategies zenye anatumia, my friend, you will not like it. You will not like it. Mtaona fire. So we have to keep the pressure moving on. Then also we must concentrate our forces. We should focus on efforts on key targets and maximize impact. What is really making this our movement try to seem like haiko is because tumekuwa na very many targets. Wakati tulikuwa na target ya parliament, we achieved it. When we wanted the ministers to go, we achieved it. When we wanted the IG to go, we have achieved it. Now, what do we want next? So we should have targets. We should reach the targets and concentrate on one target. That's the moment we can break that. Okay? And then also we should make sure that we think as we like, but behave like others. Think as you like, fikiria vile unataka, but behave as others. Let us be a group. I think if we go that way, we are going to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Duncan.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Asante sana. Mimi nasema ni kuendelea yangu is 3 points. Tuesday nilikuwa town, it was very bad, and ukiona venye watu wanashutiwa, sometimes unaisha psych, but we started this thing, so they are reacting to it. So it was not there, and for us to know it's big, Rao na Ruto wana meet. Hiyo ni kitu tunafaa to celebrate. We should not feel like hatufanyi anything. These are two big guys wenye wangeongea last year. Basi hii tumewafanya wakae kwa meza waongee. So I know when you are pushing kitu mzito, sometimes unachoka. So as one of the guys said, kuretreat sio uoga. So tumeisukuma round 1, tuna pull back kidogo, tuna reorganize. Another thing yenye tunaweza tumia ndio tusikimbizane na mbio zao. So they are reacting, so we should not be reacting. Tukae chini tufanye strategy ingine. So every time we have to make sure they are the ones reacting, not us. Another thing, najua Tuesday hatukutokea watu wengi, lakini one guy did kulikuwa na space ya usiku akasema as much as watu wakutokea, the effect biashara hazikufunguliwa, and that's what we want, so that hii information yetu itoke. Point number 2, kwa hii movement yote kuna watu watakuwa wenye wako against us. Hata ukiangalia Burkina Faso, there was this guy mwenye ali overthrow before Traore, Damiba. So walikuwa wanafikiria wako kwa boat moja wote, but Damiba after kuingia kuna kitu moja alifanya, watu wakarealize enyewe huyu msee ako side yetu, and that's why Traore ali overthrow. Hakukaa sana, alikaa very few months. So even kwa hii mission yetu kuna watu watatusaidia watufikishe mahali, but then wako side yetu. Tukirealize au tunawatoa, then we continue going forward. Mwisho ni kuna watu wanatupatia pressure mingi ya kudecide the way forward, and the speaker mwenye amekuwa hapo mbele amesema we need to focus. So when we are asked this question, what is the way forward, tufanye nini, inatufanya tukue divided. So we just need to pick one thing na tukwame nayo. So after Tuesday nilikuwa nimeisha ari, lakini after kuja kwa hizi spaces naona wase tumejikaza, so tusikufe moyo. I would rather be watu wachache wenye wako committed kuliko watu wengi wenye watatutoa saika hapa mbele. So that's my submission.
Thank you. Thank you, Duncan. Lisa? Lisa, are you there? Lisa? Okay, Lisa is not there. Ebu 6 uliza Lisa kama ananisikia. 6 or KOT. Okay. Mzalendo?
Let me ask, Lisa, can you listen? Can you hear Koino speak? Lisa going once. Lisa,
let's move to Mzalendo.
Ni kama yuko.
Yes, Mzalendo. Interesting. Mzalendo ameinua tu mkono sasa amefungua mic na shapotea. Mzalendo?
Acha nimuulize Mzalendo, uko hapo? Are you there, Mzalendo?
Okay.
Biril, can you hear us? Just Biril?
Yes, I can hear you guys. I think the problem is from their side. I can hear you both.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Redemptor, Mikali?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, KOT. Najua tulilala jana saa 9 and you've been here before me, so well done. Keep the fire burning. And all the other co-hosts and the people who've spoken before me since morning. I just want to remind you that 51 Kenyans have died, and it is unacceptable. I hate old men who kill young men. So I'm here as a mtetezi, as a mwandishi, na kama mzazi. And so while you're saying you cannot kill us and lead us, I am saying you cannot kill our children, and we have any respect for you. So the young people told us the revolution will be televised. And we are telling the powers that be that your atrocities will be documented. And where the fourth estate has failed us, the fifth estate is doing a great job because we have thousands and thousands with cameras. The president has refused to read the mood. So maybe I just need to remind him. You cannot kill us and lead us. You cannot kill our children and we forgive you because you've lived your whole life. And so has Raila. You've lived your whole life. I've heard people say, let's get united. We are not united, but I can assure you again, we are united by conviction. We are united by oppression. So that every time people say this is going to fizzle out, shule zitafungwa, Gen Alpha that will come and they will be angry when they see the images. Come election time, I'm very excited to see my old friend Wallace. Is an expert with IT. So if he says our votes will be safe, I can guarantee you he's committed to social justice. The ukabila ni ujinga thing, I can vouch for that. He has been on that. So you are the every day a young person goes out there ready to get killed. And that is an honorable thing. And every time an older person goes there ready to kill, you can think you're untouchable, but this movement is going to become unstoppable. So the more you oppress people, the more they come out and unite. So again, just to pass condolences, I have been documenting atrocities. People have been hurt by the state, either by omission or commission, from 2017, and the number has grown so much. I would have gotten depressed if Gen Z had not come and taken the lead and said, enough is enough. So the conviction is you all know that you need IDs. So we need to have groups, clusters, in as much as they're saying we are leaderless, everyone is being led by what they are good at and what has annoyed them about this. Just a kind reminder that I keep hearing you mention institution. Let's focus. One of our biggest enemies is the parliament, and I have said this without fear, that as people were screaming, they were still discussing a bill. So we moved let me summarize, we moved from reject finance bill. A lot of media is misdirecting this topic and calling it anti-government. It is not anti-government. One of the young people told us it is a movement. It is a clamor for good governance and accountability, and that all the killers and the thieves must go. All of them. Asanteni.
Asante sana Redemptor. 6, you can add the new set of speakers sasa. It was another new set of speakers. Kuna a lot of requests. Can bring new fresh people up.
I can see I'll just add them by the order which they appear on my end. So ukiona umekuja ni by the order of which you appear on my end, from first to the last. So
The boy who is missing, anaitwa, let me check this, from Nyahururu. There's a boy who is missing, anaitwa Mairoinyan Griffin. Yeah, he's a media personnel and he has been in the first line on the Nyahururu protest, but he's missing now. He's been missing since the day the president attended AIPCEA Ndogino on Sunday. Yeah. That is the news I'm receiving. Aya. Miss Kimani, you go first. You have 3 minutes.
I've seen people saying they're afraid, people are being abducted. These are kicks of a dying horse, according to me, because they know we are leaderless. They keep saying there are people civic education, being a civic educator. So I remember in the Bible, it's a story where when the Israelites wanted a king, they said, we want someone who we can see. We want someone who can lead us to battle. And God was like, you really want a king? And he told Samuel, if that is what they want, give them. And they really, really regretted. So this is what I mean. Most of us here fell into the traps of the government ikikuja kufanya their whatever, what is it called, campaigns. And most of us, actually, I usually give an example where I was almost beaten by a group of Gen Zs then, now a group of young people, and I had a contrary opinion against the government. I was like, "Mna believe huyu mtu?" And they were like, "Who ni hustler?" and all that. Now we need to learn from our mistakes. Because the fact that someone was able to convince me and convince 100 others, it means that if we use the same energy to talk to people who are not able to access these X spaces, who are not able to access the social media, kuna watu hawajui what is going on really, they are just hearing rumors. Please, when you go home, ukienda ushago, please go talk to those people. Carry the evidence. We have had people talk about a lot of things here. Please listen, note them down, go talk to those people and tell them, this is what these people are doing with your tax. And lastly, make noise about these ideas. Honestly, if we do not make noise, they are going to play out. Now we know their game. They're going to delay these ideas, and they know most of us do not have ideas. Most of them have lost them during this protest. Others have just turned 18 now, because the Gen Zs now, and they do not have ideas. They are going to fail to issue you those ideas so that you will not vote. Please make as much noise as you can. We really need those ideas. And please, guys, make sure you tell 2-3 people that we need a better government, and voting is not the solution. Not voting is not the solution. Thank you, and I love you guys. Keep fighting.
Thank you, Ms. Kimanthi, sorry. Thank you so much. Guys, mmesikia, tuchukue ID, tuchukue vitambulisho. This ID in another 1 year or 2 years, they will take longer than they're supposed to take. So please tuchukue ID. Kifika wakati wa election, tuchukue na ID and we register as voters. Mzalendo?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I clear?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So first, allow me to comment on something that we had between Six and a lady there about Ruto being selected by God. And I'm happy Six is here. Six, the next time you see that lady, tell her that the Bible says in the book of Hosea, chapter number 8, verses number 4, that you appointed leaders without my consent. And by that, you brought destruction upon yourself. So I will go straight to the strategies that I would like to propose. Strategy number 1, just to back up what the last speaker has spoken, is civic education. Guys, let us occupy churches, let us occupy functions, let us occupy funerals, and educate people. I think it was Wallace who quoted ya kwamba there are youths down there in the village who don't even know what's happening. So it's my plea that because we have this exposure, we have this knowledge. The Bible says that my people perish because of lack of knowledge. However much we will make noise here in space, there is somebody still there in the village mwenye anajua Ruto ndio kusema, ati Baba Shali ndio kusema, wapi? Simply because they don't have information. So kindly let us translate what we are doing here to the funerals, to the public functions, and anywhere that we can find a chance to do that. And our civic education should include registration as voters, good governance, and sensitize people how this regime is actually evil. This regime is very evil, and we should tell people that Ruto actually used, if you read the 42 laws of power.
Mzalendo unakatika. Sijui ni from my end pekee ndo nakusikia unakatika.
It's very clear. I don't know. I can hear you.
Koino ni kama umeswitch to Airtel.
Because Mzalendo is very clear.
Okay. Okay. CARICOM wanashughulika na abductors.
I can continue.
Yes, Mzalendo, go on. You have
Okay,
30 more
thank you.
seconds.
Oh, wow, too small. Okay, Ruto actually used rule number 32 when you read the 42 laws of power.
Amani mute.
The 42 laws of power, which says play to people's fantasy. So Ruto played to people's fantasy because Ruto knew where he wanted responsible. The clergy has become a puppet of the state. So tukiona hawa bishops na hawa mapastors wanashindaga wakienda State House, to occupy kwao, wako na ufala sana, to occupy kwao. Let's occupy those churches of these bishops and pastors who go to State House. Sorry, can I have 1 more minute? Let us occupy churches.
Finish up, 1 more minute.
Okay, thank you. Of these bishops who go to State House and come back with envelopes. Strategy number 4, and maybe the last one. Let us go for the media. Some of the medias have been used to sell us fear. Unakuta news, the whole news mtu Kenya anasoma tu, or someone was killed in Kitengela, someone was killed where, someone was killed where. This is a strategy, a state capture, whereby now the state is selling us fear through the media. So tukipata media kama hiyo imekuwa captured, tuna deal nayo. Na mwisho,
I think there's a problem.
Let us deal with, fight every de la luz, every dissolution. Let us fight all dissolutions. Believe in yourself. Don't believe in Ruto. Don't believe in Raila. Let us believe in this move. Na tusonge nayo kusonga. #wazee, Ruto must go. Mkisema kesho tuko Uhuru Park, leo nimekuwa job, kesho na occupy huko. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've utilized your last 1 minute very well. Mamaliza right on time. Guys, tunaendelea. Tafadhali, someone here was asking kama anaweza ongea. Ukikuja huko kwa speaker panel, please. I believe hakuna mtu anaingianga space kama amekuja microphone immediately. First, maybe mtu anakuaga listen na kuanza at least you hear. There's an order. Ukikuja, just raise up your hand. Your microphone inakujanga ikiwa off. Let it stay off. Then raise up your hand. Utapewa time ya kuongea. We'll just go in that order kindly. Next, I have, don't forget again to follow the host, the co-hosts, Apa, Six, Makoino, and everyone else, because that is how we communicate. Tukifollow each other hapa ndani kila mtu, tutapatana rahisi. It makes it so easier for information to spread if we have something to talk about. Next, I have Shafi here. Shafi, are you there? Shafi, are you there? Japhet Osman. 6.
Yes, I'm there. Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, your 3 minutes starts now.
I'm Japhet Osman. I'm in Nairobi. Maze. Hello. Hope mnanipata. Mazee, baba ameongea shit. Baba lazima asalimiwe. Mnanipata? We have to unfollow him. Kila kenye nilikuwa nataka niseme pia imesemwa na watu wengine. So mimi nimetokea hapo hivyo. Huyo mzee lazima asalimiwe.
Thank you, Shafi. I have who else is here?
Koino.
Yeah. Yep.
Let people know there is nobody called Baba in Kenya. His name is Raila Odinga, a failed presidential candidate who has been using his stomach to benefit from Kenya. He's been using Kenyans to benefit, and he's just a hungry man who's now looking for power and money. So kindly know there is nobody called Baba in Kenya. His name is Raila Amolo Odinga, a failed 5-time presidential candidate. So kindly, I was just to clarify that.
Thank you, Six. Habari mmeisikia, habari umeipata. Next I have Igor. Alafu tafadhali muinue mkono, mnafanya kazi yangu ikuwe rahisi mkiinua mkono. Igor, then Six, you can add more speakers again. Igor, are you there? Igor. Well, hayuko. Jojo, your 3 minutes start now, brother. How are you?
Doing fantastic. You know, been chilling out here, listening to these great speakers. You can tell they did some speaking lessons. I love them. I didn't even know in Kenya we have great people like this, smart people. Ruto must go. And when we say Ruto must go, hello, governors. Hello, governors of Kenya, the 47 governors. Kenya is in a heap of trash. It's a heap of trash. Let me give you an example of the chairman of the governor. I'm a Kenyan. I know what the fuck is going on. Waiguru, you are the chairman of the governors of Kenya. But you're a good example of Wango wa Makeri. Wango wa Makeri is was a chief in my village. She hated men and their rule. Every move she did was to make sure that men understood that women have power. Waiguru you took, and it's not just Waiguru. I'm calling Waiguru out because you are the chairman of the governors of Kenya. When we are talking about Ruto must go, you need to be resigning and taking your asses home. Waiguru, what do you do? The other day, it's not too long ago. You going to an apartment complex in Nairobi. It's in Lavington. You go, the guy at the gate, the security guy asks you, you need to identify yourself and the house that you are going. What happens next? This bitch is so arrogant. The security guy ends up in jail. Waiguru, huyu jamaa ulimpeleka jela. He's a poor security guy. This summarizes the arrogance. If Gen Z does not do what it's doing, there is so much trash. And this trash gonna have to be taken out. And then what do? You divide my Nairobi in two. The raw Nairobi or matatos. Or matatos. That will never end. The trash matatos. They will never end. You will never create an underground rail system for a beautiful city as Nairobi. You come to America. Here. You come to Tyler Perry. What the fuck Ruto, what the fuck you coming to Tyler Perry to do? What does my mom know who is Tyler Perry? My mom does not even know. My mom is the one you are representing at this Gen Z. My mom does not even know who is Michael Jordan. I'm sorry. Let me just finish. 30 seconds. Okay. There is a heap of trash, and this is what we are trying. We are trying to clean up our house. Governors, you have the attitude of your chairman of governors. We know this. We have not even touched you. But you need to be resigning. When we are doing this discussion, we are asking you to clean up your house. Because if we have to come, ikiwa lazima tukuje tukusalimie, ili you clean up your house, it is not going to be sweet. My people, thank you. My people of the diaspora, we are fighting a giant. Come on, where is the international community? Come on and help my Kenyan people and the diaspora people. Send some money. And if you're going to come for me that I'm sponsoring this because of sending $10, or you better come on now. The movement need to come strong. We need to boycott a lot of shit. Boycott it. Boycott. Occupy Karen. Occupy Westlands. I love you. Let's go. And we are strong. We ain't going back.
Thank you, Jojo. Thank you. I think we tunasemaga ni even if we cry to the international community, those people now are not going to help us. They only help us when it's beneficial. We have to clean this mess by ourselves. If we wait for international community to come and help us clean this mess, then it will never happen. They also have their interests when they help us. So Buyaki, Jambo.
Jambo, my brother, good afternoon, and I love the energy in this house. Thank you very much. The hosts, may God bless you so much, Kioti and the others. I'm humbled to be here, and this is my first time to speak here, and I want to congratulate the Gen Z fraternity, wherever they are, those who have lost their loved ones, those who have been maimed. We pray for you, and we are praying for you, and we pray to a living God who is going to help us save this nation from all the mess that has been there. Actually, if I have only 2 points to make. One, Gen Z, as much as some people are against us, we are cleaning a generational heap of rubbish, as our friends who have spoken have said. From 1963, from the first president, he left a heap of his mess. He covered it and went out. Second president, the same. Third president, the same. So we have layers of messes, political messes and injustices that have been all along been covered. But God is using the Gen Z generation right now to remove that heap of rubbish. Mark you, wherever we are, even if we are, let me say we are staying in the estates and we see those rubbish, the heaps of rubbish outside our homes. When those people who are carrying that rubbish, they come to clear, maybe it's a week or a month old. It's so messy, it's so smelly, it's so ugly. Even the people who pass around that place, they just go smelly. So my brothers and sisters, the Gen Z generation, people will call you names. People will mock you. People will discourage you. But be focused. Be focused because God, we worship a God who is in heaven and we are behind you. Me, I'm a medical person, and wherever in the 25th, the first mandamano we had, I was there behind with my first aid kit, and I helped very many young people to do first aid before they could be ferried to hospital. So we are behind you, my brothers and sisters in this generation. We are behind you, and God is behind us, and is ahead of us, and is beside us, and He will walk with us. Ruto must go. Ya mwisho. I also believe in the Bible, in the book of Nehemiah. And whoever is here, kindly go and read the book of Nehemiah. Nehemiah, the Israelites had refused to listen to God. They were taken captive, and they stayed for many years in captivity. People were born and died, and no one went to the authority to tell them what they wanted to do. And Nehemiah went, and he was given permission to go and rebuild the wall of Jerusalem. He went there, and there were some guys who came and they wanted to bring him down. Sorry. I'm finishing. He told them, I want to build. I cannot calm down. I have to stay focused. And finally, he finished the wall with a very few people. So don't mind. Go ahead. We are behind you. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Buyaki. Six, you had your team let a new speaker. I think we've exhausted the last set of speakers. Afrocentric. Jambo.
Jambo.
Ongea na sisi.
Mambo yangu ni matatu. Number one, reject tribalism, reject tactics of division, politicians are now fearing. They are huddling together. They are planning. They are meeting in hotels. They are meeting in their current homes, planning to balkanize us back to our tribal cocoons. Let us reject to be identified as the ethnic persuasion that we come from. Reject fear, reject kuziwa uoga. Hatuwezi, wameanza kutuua, wameanza kutuabduct, trying to lie and hold flimsy accusations that the youths who are caught in the maandamano were told that they were drunk and disorderly. Just pure lies. This regime is the one which is trying to perpetuate anarchy because they're operating outside the confines of the constitution. Number two, inject. If you're on this space, please retweet this space. Let more comrades come into this space. That is injecting social media activism. Inject. Ruto must go home. Keep injecting. Na kwa ya mwisho, eject. We are here to say unilaterally across Kenya that we have lost confidence in William Samoei Ruto and his illegitimate regime. They are all thugs stealing our public coffers money. They have borrowed over 6.1 trillion and not even one project to show. Nikuuliza, what has Ruto done in the past 2 years? You can't even say. Kutengeneza tu jina yake huko abroad every day on a plane. Lying and flying. Those are the only two things Ruto can do very well. Lying and flying. Anyway,
Tunaendelea majamaa. Again, follow each other tafadhali, follow host, follow the co-host, follow everyone else hapa ndani. Tafadhali. Follow back, follow. Kuna nani hapa? Guys, tafadhali tuinue mkono. Fanye kazi, murahisishe kazi. Aya, okay. You go first, your hand is up.
Thank you so much. So good evening, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much, Kenyans, for coming up and addressing the issues that are affecting us. So I'll go straight to my.
Nah.
Sorry, can you guys get me?
Go ahead. Guys, tafadhali, just a minute. Tafadhali tulisema ukikuja kwa speaker panel, please don't on your microphone until you are told to. Please. Wacha ikae on mute. Then raise up your hand kurahisisha kazi. Okay, go ahead. I'm restarting your time.
Okay. So most of African nations fall because we rely on churches and religion to hide the reality and the desperation and that's why the politicians have actually taken advantage of this situation and they're exploiting us. Politicians are swindling money through the churches so that we cannot support, so that the president claiming that he's the chosen and someone is claiming that the president is the chosen person by God. How can the Lord choose someone to come and kill people? People are dying. The police are very brutal to us. Everyone is in danger. People are fearing their lives because there is abduction. So let's not bring the religion in our revolution, kindly, because God does not choose someone to come and kill people. Yeah, so I wanted to start with that. So I wanted to move on the strategic moves to spread information. Number one, I want to keep it short. We can invite experts. We can bring in knowledgeable speakers to add credibility to the discussion so that we talk about facts regarding the financial matters. Because now we know that our money is being swindled, our money is being stolen, but we need the financial people to come and actually tell us what is going on so that we know the specifics and what is happening. Number two, let's emphasize on the importance of civic engagement. By number one, we need to register our ID cards. We need to highlight the obtaining an ID card that obtaining an ID card is crucial for voters and registration and empowerment. So we need to go ahead and start registration of our ID cards because when you give these people time, they're going to start claiming that the systems are not working, that everything has been, the machines are not working as they're supposed to be. We've seen in these cases because most people had applied for their ID cards and it is now taking a long time. Some have taken a year, some have taken 8 months. So let's stress on that. Number 2, voting. 2027, kindly, just in case this guy survives this revolution, let's vote. Let everyone come out and vote and, take this guy home. He need to be the first president in Kenyan history to serve a 1 term. Kindly, everyone, let's register as our IDs and, prepare for voting, because this guy has to go. Number 3, advocacy. Let's encourage peaceful protests, petitions, and other civic engagements. As we are protesting, let us be peaceful, because now I can see they're saying they've banned, the demonstrations in town, which is they are disrespecting the Article 37 of the Kenyan Constitution. So we have the right to, to demonstrate peacefully, the way we've been doing, unless provoked, because we have to protect ourselves. So as I finish, kindly a minute, Kowino, kindly. Let's begin by okay, thank you. Let's begin by acknowledging the complex socio-political landscape in Kenya. The government manipulation, corruption, and human rights violations are pressing. These are real pressing issues. So it's important to frame these discussions in a way that is accessible and relevant to the lived experiences of our audiences. So we need to focus on key issues like providing a strong foundation for effective education to our community. People are in the dark. A lot of people are in the dark and they don't know what is happening. And that's why you can see yesterday someone is saying we don't need to occupy the state house. Kindly, let's come out in large numbers and fight for our rights. I can see people are going up, but let me just finish from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I have Moses Otieno, then Hezi, in that order.
Okay, thanks. So mi kuna kitu namba moja yenye nimeboeka nayo last maandamano yenye imekuwa Tuesday. What I saw at Kitengela sikubambika nayo. Cause unapata askari alishutu huyo kijana mwenye alikuwa anatangazwa ati amepata accident Juja. So hiyo kitu ikunifurahisha by the way. Mbona saa maaskari wanatuua bure? Why? Then ya pili, I was at Kajiado. At Kajiado tulikuwa tunafaa kuwa na maandamano huko kupinga hii risto za Ruto must go. Then I hear by watu walikuwa wanasema ati governor amelipa vijana huko. So ndio maana maandamano haikuwaka huko. So vijana, miki tunaweza kuambia hii ni life yetu tunafaitia. By the way, tunafaitia life yetu. Na kitu yenye inafanyika hivi mtu unapata mnalipwa, hiyo ni ujinga mnafanya. Cause haifai mnalipwa. Unaona? Cause hizi we are so haifai kuwa tunalipwa kwa hizi vitu zenye zinafanyika. Cause tunafaitia rights zetu. Alafu hawa watu wa media, story ya kuficha news ati mnasema ati mtu ameuliwa Juja accident, hizo vitu hazifai, sifurahi. Na kitu iko hapa, Ruto must go. Asanteni.
Asante sana, Moses. Hezi, your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, agenda number 1. Sanctions. Hizi kampuni zote za wanasiasa zikuje tuache kununua vitu zao. When you hit where the money is, they feel the impact more. Mambo ya Uhuru Park, let's leave that kwanza. JKIA vile brother yangu alikuwa amesema tuende JKIA. Tuseme tunataka kuhama nchi, hata watupatie passport, tunataka kuenda. Tumechoka na wao, hatuishi nchi ambao wanatuibia. Let's leave. Watu wa Mombasa waende Moi International Airport, waende Port Authority huko. Kila kitu isimame. Let this money stop kabisa. Wa feel impact ni tunafeel pia sisi. Because hakuna vile wanazo watu 50 plus abali wanataka tuongee. We have no time. Kitu ya tatu, kuhusu religion and everything. Do you know how much money is collected kama tithe na sadaka in Kenya? Tuamue for the next 3 Sundays at least kanisa atuendi. Let's tell our parents wakae nyumbani. they'll feel the impact. They need the money, they need the tithe, they need the sadaka. Let them know they are alone in this war. Thank you.
Thank you Hezi. Wengine mmekataa sasa, mkono nayo haitainuliwa. Okay, interesting. Kama tuko na Ruto wengine huku pia, but ni sawa, tutamanage our Ismail. Sorry Ismail. Sylvia, your hand is up. Mtu akinua mkono tunakupea priority.
Good afternoon everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, mimi nataka tu echo what others those people who have spoken before me chenye wamesema. Let's actually occupy penye kutakuwa na attention. A place kama hiyo JKIA ama any other seme airport, twende tu occupy huko hata kama hatutaenda wote, because hata hiyo tear gas tutakula tu na hao watalii wanakuja, so that whoever will be recording or will be going live from whichever country they are coming from, we will be heard internationally. And pia wakati tunaenda huko, let's make our placards, let's put their information that we want to yani ikue aired huko nje. Tusiandike tu vitu fani zenye zitusaidi. Let's speak about corruption, about bad governance, about police brutality, hizo vitu. Then I was also suggesting that we occupy, we barricade things like these highways. You see, what we don't understand is that these neighboring countries, they rely on these highways. And these politicians, most of them, they have big businesses. Nani import na export. So hata kubarricade tu hii barabara tu hii highway ya kuconnect these two neighboring countries, tutakuwa tumefunga mchezo, because even 12 hours they will lose a lot of revenue, and for those business people who are maybe supporting the government, they will also lose a lot of money. And that is when they will wake up and listen, or maybe they will even want to negotiate with us and ask us, what do we want? And maybe our bargain will be Ruto to step down, so that we go ahead. And you see, now the main agenda here is how do we get this person in power? We have so many good ideas, we have all these suggestions that we want to put in, but we cannot actualize anything when this guy is still there. He's showing us the middle finger. Another thing, even the IMF, these people, this World Bank, they are the ones who mostly fund these highways. And our colonizers, they have never left Africa. And the reason why they also, somebody said that we elected Ruto. Are we the only African country suffering? No. Even these other African countries that have leaders that they do not want, have you asked yourself how they found themselves there? It's because these our colonial masters, they're the ones who put these people there. They are their puppets. So wanakuja hapo, they mine our minerals. Hizi barabara, hizi highway ndo zinapitisha hizo madini kutoka Congo, kutoka hapa Kenya. When you hear people say that there is active mining here, so let's occupy where it will affect their business, so that they speak to us. Na bure saizi we are just there, na huko hao wanaendelea mikutano zao with their international friends who are here.
Next I have Future 6 uko available?
Unasemaje kwa hino?
Uko around because I want to give like speakers time, then I want to leave it up to you delay.
Leo niko brief jaingia job mzee.
Aya, sawa. Let me finish with Future and Masha, then you take over. Future, go ahead. Your 3 minutes starts now. Unamsikia? 6 unamsikia? 6 unasema uko available na uongee.
Mimi siwezi msikia mzee.
Uwezi ama humsikii?
Simsikii.
Future, fix your connection, then you will come back. 6 KOT watakupatia microphone. Masha, are you there?
Yes, guys. Mnaweza nisikia?
Aya, safi. Go ahead. Your 3 minutes starts now.
First of all, I wish to give my condolences to all the Gen Zs and other guys who have lost their lives. Now, ambazo mnataka mnisikize kidogo. Mimi, I'm not a Gen Z, but niko millennium, and I support fully in this movement. But nataka niwaambie hivi. I've worked in government institutions. Hizi position za chini tu. But guys, nataka niwapatie siri saa hizi. These political classes zitaua hii Kenya. And I'm telling you this president we have, unajua huu jamaa amekuwa wakati wa Moi. You see, anajua all the tactics, vile watu waliuawa, anajua kila kitu. Akakuja wakati wa Kibaki, akaingia wakati wa Uhuru. So this guy, he knows everything. And if we don't be careful, huyu jamaa tukiachievement atagonga moja moja. You see now, Raila Odinga has gone to bed with William Ruto. Kwa sababu anajua asiposhika Raila Odinga, then this movement is going to the other Azimio guys that are going against Baba. Baba, we have always respected him, but now he has lost the ground completely. Huyu mzee sasa ni aende pamoja na Ruto. Now guys, nataka niwaambie hivi. We need to have a strategy. We have been having the strategy. Tulikuwa na ile matakwa yetu yote. Yes? Huyu jamaa amewekelea moja moja, but he has not yet done it. Now, we need to retreat, not to attack. Retreat and to retreat, si eti wewe ni mwoga, una take ile strategy and then you attack. So we need to have a strategy, tujue what next after. Na kama ni strategy, twende moja moja. Tusiende zote kwa pamoja, we will fail. This guy will naambiwa eti Kenyans hawana kazi. Kazi ziko mingi sana hapa ndani kwa all the government institutions. But you know what? Hizi kazi zote zinapewa with the political classes. You can imagine an MP anapeana watu 100 kwa institution fulani. Another MP anapeana without merit kabisa, without merit kabisa. So we need to remove the entire political class. Hatuwahurumie, tusiwahurumie, all of them. Now, kuwatoa, we need something, a voters card. Right now, lazima tufanye njama zote. All the agencies, millennials, lazima tuwe na voting cards. ID lazima kuweko. Na hawa jamaa wanajua, seti hawajui, they're going to sabotage these young kids not to get ID cards. Then we should take the step forward. Ikifika 2027, anyone who has been the political field for years, waende wote. To remove these guys away. Thank you so much. I'll be contributing more, guys. But mujue ni hayo. Thank you.
Asante sana Masha. This is now where I live. I want to give it to my other co-host, 6,000. You will take over from there. KOT, it was a pleasure being here with you guys. Thank you for all you said. I love this discussion. Napenda venye tunaendelea.
And I can only say that we cannot give up. We will find avenues of which we can air out our issues and which we can bring our leaders accountable from time to time, even if ni mpaka 2027 general elections, so that when we go to elections, we elect accountable leaders. We don't elect leaders based on political parties or leaders enforced on us by tribal kingpins. We elect leaders based on credibility. I think that is the direction we are taking. We also don't elect leaders based on which tribe they come from or what is their political background. We elect leaders based on what they can do for us. You can bring someone else up to help. Thank you.
Well, yeah, Jachode. Sikupoa. I'll definitely have a call with you later on. So guys, as Koino departs, we now come to have to continue this conversation. So who was next? Who was next? Keoti, who was next? We'll go with the Biril. Are you there? How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So my name is Joanne, and I'm not a Gen Z. I'm a millennial. A proud mother to a Gen Z, and a teacher, a very proud teacher now that the people that I taught are now coming out to. What I want to just comment is the fact that I've been listening in different groups, different spaces, and what I've heard is just impressive. Me nimefurahi sana because I remember I was thinking about it some months ago and I was like, where are we heading to as a country? Nilikuwa ninaona nasema, oh my goodness, religion, wametumia religion, yani ni colonize Kenya wakitumia religion. Ruto came, sasa amekuja ameradicalize our parents to an extent that hawezi hata wakasema huwezi ukawaambia anything, like you try to tell them this is not the right thing, wanasema no, this is, mimi ni mtu wa Mungu. But I'm so happy that kuna watu waliona tuko nyuma yenu. Me, I totally support you. Kitu yenye nataka tu kuwahimiza ni kwamba there are people who don't actually know what is happening. Bado they still rely on the politicians wakuja wawaambie this is the way. So what I will ask us is, ukipatana na mtu hata kama ni Gen Z, kuna wenye hawajui, they just rely on the information that they get from the politicians. So let us tell them that nowadays ati tuna rely on politicians to tell us this proper ni nini ameguza yako, you get it, like so
John, you're breaking.
Sorry. So nilikuwa nasema tufanye sensitization. Hiyo ndio something that I would want us to really focus on. Otherwise, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Joanne. That voice has made me happy this afternoon. So, Ismail, then Vicky, then we add new speakers. Ismail.
Habari majamaa. Thank you bana. Mimi simu yangu iko karibu kuzima, ndio maana naona narusha mkono juu. Niko hapa karibu na parliament. Tuangalia upande ya Uhuru Park, askari ni wengi kuliko mamiti. Asubuhi nimechai simu vizuri, tumeingia tao mpaka simu inazima. Sasa nataka niepe tao. Six, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Six.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Muko ama najua ni kama leo mjaingia tao. Kwani mlikuwa aje leo?
Bwana, leo tulicheza mind game. Tuliacha waende wakae Uhuru Park, alafu sisi tutulie kwa nyumba. Wakishapigwa na baridi, we will strike again on Tuesday. Today tulikuwa tunawaonyesha na hii weather we can also play mind games. They have been there since 5 a.m. in the morning. They are now. Wacha tutakutana na wao kesho. Hawana masweta.
Wamepigwa. Naona wameingia kwa malori, hata wasimama nje sasa hivi, wamekaa kwa malori tu. Wamesurround Uhuru Park. So kama spirit high bwana, spirit high manze. Naona parliament yao wamewekewa fence ya curtain. Sasa huwezi ona ndani. Hivyo tunajua wakora wako ndani bado. Watu tunataka kuambia watu wasivunjike moyo. Kama amua Tuesday tunatokezea, basi watu watokezee Tuesday. Tumesema tuweke namba kwa watu wenye watakuwa wanaweza saidiwa hiyo siku kufika hapa. Otherwise mimi ni simu yangu inataka kuzima mpaka nifike kwa Kejani kwa kidogo ni boost. Nimeingia asubuhi town mapema. Hata mimi mmenichezea mind game bana, nimepigwa na bahati leo. Ya jenzi. Anyway ni sawa tu.
Sawa, shukran Ismail. Nan Vicky.
And a struggle na mic, I guess. Add just more speakers.
Yeah, naona requests zimekuwa kibao. I'll add speakers randomly. Everybody will speak. Everybody will contribute. And here we accept everybody's opinion, unless at some point you're not making sense. So I'm adding speakers randomly. If you come up, raise your hand. We will give you strictly 3 minutes. Kindly stick to that. If you have a lot to say, just try summarize. You can put them in bullet form, so that we don't the least time possible. So if you hear and you want to speak, raise up your hand so that we can have order as we flow. We have a very, very huge list of mics that have been requested. So this is how we will go. Eunice, you have your 3 minutes ending at 15:21. Kindly keep time.
Okay, can you hear me all? Just confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, you can hear. You are audible enough.
Okay, great. So first is to just to to condole with those that are mourning our fallen heroes, those who have really fought hard for us to get here. And number two is to congratulate all of you for what you've done so far. I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, a very old millennial. I'm a mother of a Gen Z, and I have been, following, actually, I'm almost becoming an activist. And what I would say is, so far we have achieved quite a lot, and let's not give up. And also to remind you that culture takes so much time to become. And the strategists say that culture eats strategy in the morning for breakfast. What does that mean? We have a nation that has a culture of impunity, a culture whereby we glorify the corrupt and the thieves, and blame this begins with each one of us to ask, when I get an opportunity to be corrupt, do I get corrupt? When I get an opportunity to do good, do I do good? And then we start holding each other accountable on that. And the other thing is, we need an environment in Kenya that we are able to manufacture. So that's my few submission for now. But let's think critically, inwardly. What are we doing to make Kenya a better Kenya, even as we go to we do our activism online and even on the streets, wherever we do it, let's shame the behavior. We must shout, we must stop businesses that are supporting the corrupt. We must stop anyone who is supporting the corrupt. Thank you.
Maybe I would like you to write tweets about culture so that I can follow and learn more about. I like your submission when you started, and we need such conversations to keep going. The second speaker was Mr. Know-how.
Hello guys, I hope you are fine. So mine is not a lot, but I want to say that one thing sets the pace and endurance finishes the rest. So we must endure to the end. And then another thing is that sometimes we are always acting as if we don't know some things were supposed to come. Such things as betrayals, divisions, and other things will try to come. Like, for example, now we see like the political class, right? Are clearly in danger. When the citizen unite and say no to political party, they are clearly endangered. So what they do, they have restructured. Wao restructure, and they have now united to stand against us. Now, one thing we also should note is that we are supposed to be adaptable. Like, one thing is that one thing that was giving strength to our movement is to remain undefinable. Like, they cannot tame us, they cannot define us, they don't know who the leader is, and the movement goes on. And this is actually proven to be a problem to them. That's why they can ban mandamanos by saying that due to lack of leadership or such. They clearly know that. Okay, they clearly know that that is very dangerous to them, and they'll not be able to tame us. So we must be very adaptable. For example, kama leo ilifaa twende Uhuru Park and then wakapeleka kule askari na watu wengi. Like what we ought to have done is like tungetokea and hadi tuko na hii nini smartphone, it can be so easier to communicate and change. Like what if wanajua tunaenda Uhuru Park, waweke huko wanajeshi wengi and then juu wase wametokea, message zinasambaa haraka, tunaamua tunaenda tunaoccupy another place. That will prove to be so hard for them to tackle. By the way, mkiweza master to that one, like to be undefinable and to have effective communication. Like Uhuru Park is not the only place we can meet. As long as watu wametokea and then we have like vision. Yes, we don't have leaders, but we can have visions whereby tunaweza sema okay, so wamesema anaenda huku and then we change immediately to occupy another place. Like kuna places nyingi tunaweza occupy, including there are places business zenye wameiba pesa wameweka huko and many other things. So we can change immediately and go to that place. So you'll realize that once we master that, it will be so hard for them hata wakiamua ban any other place, they'll not succeed in any other thing. And then another thing is that we should avoid slippery ground. As religion, actually one of our targets should be to separate religion and politics. Yeah, I'm also a Christian and I actually believe that Jesus Christ says that let what belong to Caesar be and what belong to God be. So actually a good policy should be that religion and politics should be apart. Like hatuhitaji politician apeleke kwa church like 200 kwa hiyo shule hawana uniform and such basic need. You see, that's a waste of time. So we should separate religion and then we should also choose our wars very well, the battles we fight. Like, let us not fight just everything at once. Like venye tu msee amesema hapo, tukue tuki narrow down with one and then avoid slippery points whereby they can now, like for example, an idea kusema kwa still have so many people wenye wako confused, hawaelewi kama tuko on the right track. Some like mona idea kama hiyo ya kwamba we are burning the country imeingia some of those people who are supporting us. So we should avoid slippery grounds whereby the enemy can use them for our disadvantage. So for example, tukipersist na Ruto must go. Me, I always remain to say this way. Hiyo first Thursday, kama ingekuwa watu kugawanyika, watu watokee, saa hii tungekuwa tunaishi bila Ruto. We will be having good life now.
Land, Mr. Nona.
Okay.
It's only 3 minutes. Kindly.
Let me learn. Yeah. So we should have a unified front. That's my last point. Like hiyo siku kama tungeendelea people, hata tuachane na hizi mini maandamanos mara ingine. We just decide for one, tunakuwa undefinable and we attack. Kama Nairobi tunafika hivyo. It will maandamanos na wanajaribu kutudilute and then they do the way they are doing. So have a nice time.
Thank you. Biril, I texted you. Kindly check. Check.
Yeah, I've seen you.
Biril, are you there?
Yeah, I've got you. Just carry on.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the next speaker after Mr. Noit was Smith.
All right. Smith. I've seen Smith, and then Eunice, and then Mr. No. So I'll give you an emoji of 100 to confirm.
Eunice has spoken. So it is Smith, MC, Pinky, Mr. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate for this opportunity. Too strategic tuone vile tunaweza kuwa objective na to achieve whatever we want. Number one, sahi tume maintain stand Ruto must go, which is a good stand. Now, the political class currently wamesha realize give out a signal of a vote of no confidence. Now, wako in panic that what if nobody comes in? What if they lose the influence? Now, sahi wameshaenda game ahead of us. Ile watafute vile wanaweza kutogawa totally. What can we do at this hour? Alafu, what parliament ikirudi elections zote, all the seats, the new people wakuje na tuhakikishe kuwa the ODM ime lose power yake, UDA ime lose influence yake, so that hiyo tutakuwa tumepunguza confidence yao. Lakini if we assume that we are fighting Ruto and Raila again is being assumed that is not an enemy on this other side, we don't plan on how to win the war, then nothing. I think we are sabotaging ourselves at a certain point. Let us ensure also we achieve hii mambo ya parliament ni kitu yenye tulisha achieve. Tusiachieve hapa inaenda home. How about pia as much as tuna hold protest na protest hii sasa mali tumefikia tunafaa kuwa na protest Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday na Friday, so that tuhakikishe it is a run ya Monday to Friday. How makara watapata chance ya kureplan kunini, they will be exhausted na in fact wataput out pressure is ya kuplan on how to counter us. Unaona? So I'm suggesting that if we want to achieve this, pia kuna wale wenye wako maushago, kuna people wale wenye bada waelewi anything, they still believe that the minds and the likes of Raila, like you realize that Wanga the other time was saying that Luos, this is not our fight. Now they are trying to coerce those who are in wale wenye wako kwa zile counties za nyumbani kueleza kuwa hii ni vita ya Wakikuyu. Unaona? So Pardon?
I'm saying your
wakati tuna push for hizi mambo ya police, National Police Service reforms, tuhakikishe kuwa hauwezi weka EPOA, the command come from the same place, the same OCPD mwenye alipeana command for somebody to be killed in a protester to be killed. You can't expect this same OCPD to give out a command to arrest the same officer that he gave a command command yao ikuwe separate so that we don't the same point. Now it's a central point. Now it sabotages everything. So that is my today.
Thank you very much, guys. I really like. We have almost 22 speakers. Kindly. Not what we are discussing. It's not like other spaces where people just go and rant. No, we are not saying everything. So when we give you the mic, kindly make use of it and be brief as you emphasize on your point. So Pinky, you go. Everyone else, I'll give you the mic. So once you take the mic, I'll take it so that I can add more speakers, and then we carry on like that. You're most welcome, and just be patient with us. Pinky.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Ismail, I'll give you after Pinky.
First of all, if we are able to shout kwamba someone must go, tufuate watu directly kwa offices zao. If tunaweza kuchanga pesa tukatengeneza maplacards, tukatengeneza ma stickers and ma signboards na tukazunguka town siku nzima tukirushiana tear gas na polisi, kwa nini tusishikane to print these things are public on the websites za Auditor General? We print hizi reports zimetoka since 2021, tuzitoe zile zenye zinali mtu anakuwa awarded a tender for kuchimba kisima ya coal 200 million, anakuwa awarded leo the tender and tomorrow analipwa tari 200 million, and they end up doing only 9 wells out of 54. Why don't we print these things? If we have funds, let's do site visits. Let's start in Nairobi. Tunashikanisha hizo with the reports za auditors kwamba there was money spent kujenga barabara mahali, there was money spent kuweka mataa mahali. We take those pictures, we go visit the office ya anaitwa nani, prosecutor. We visit them in their office, says tuna our question, we have photos here, we have the report of the Auditor General here, kwamba money was spent doing this and this and nothing was done. What have you done about it? We have pictures here. Tuende kwa DPP, kwa huyo prosecutor, tutoke kuzunguka town kama wagoroki. We face them sasa. Wao wakitarajia tutaenda Uhuru Park, sisi tumeenda kwa visit hawa jamaa kwa office, tunauliza maswali magumu. Tuende City Hall, tuulize governor Sakaja, tulipewa pesa fulani. Kuna there's a report saying money was spent in doing ABCD, and tumeenda site visit, tumevisit hizo places, it has not been done. Hawa watu wakikuja kuvisit exit report ikitoka, when the auditors want to leave, wakienda kusomea governor ama ni nani hii report, wanatengeneza pesa. Hiyo website ya Auditor General. If we have time to print all these posters, why don't we print these things and share them around? Tukienda Uhuru Park, hiyo siku tukikaa hapo, tufanye about the governors, it is about the MCAs. Money is being spent every year kutengeneza barabara inakuwa, there's this thing called grading and marraming. Every year unapata, let's say every financial year 10 million is spent on marraming and grading a road, while inaweza tutafanya renovation mahali, tunaenda site visits na budgets tunaangalia, nothing was done. We take photos, we get expenditure reports, people are being paid for this money. What mtu amelipwa, kazi haijafanyika. We follow the companies, we go to the banks, we get bank statements, tuulize hii pesa imelipwa kwa hii kampuni, nani ametoa hii pesa. Tukipata hizo vitu zote, tukienda kwa face nazo, utapata mtu amenyamaza, hakuna kitu ya kusema, hakuna kitu anaweza kukujibu. Because you have the picture, you have the video, we have a budget, we have an expenditure report, we have an Auditor General report that alisema EP. If we do it next week, tukienda Uhuru Park, tukikaa next week, watu wako diaspora, sisi wenyewe tuko hapa, most of us are working, the Gen Z are not working, but tuko wengi katika hizi shida.
Thank you.
Tushikane, tutoe resources, to print hizi vitu, tukienda Uhuru Park to share, watu wajue what is actually happening. It is not only about Ruto. Money inavuja hadi chini kwa MCAs. Over expenditure, over pricing, all those things are happening. Hii tumesikia leo ya governor ana price crate moja 1 million. Hizi zote zikiaccumulate, unapata pesa inatoka.
That. Thank you very much. Allow me to go to the next speaker. Ismail, I'll give you 2 minutes. At least everyone to be able to speak, because some people are inboxing that we are denying them speakers. Ismail, 2 minutes is yours. Pinky, you can go rotate and then you can come back again once I rotate the speakers if you've not exhausted your points.
Thank you, Biril. Am I audible?
Yes, carry on.
Please, one thing. Let's note one thing, yeah? There are a lot of distractors who are coming in. And for sure, going forward, please, listeners, everyone is entitled to his opinion, yes, but please, let's not keep on talking about some issues that we know it doesn't add up, because the government of Kenya, the so-called government of Kenya, is a crime scene. There is nothing that can work. Institutions have failed completely. People are talking about, we visit these offices. These are in office appointed by Ruto. Nobody was appointed on a favor. Most of these people who are in these offices have bought those positions. Money was taken from them. We have reached that extent. Corruption has reached that extent that people are buying positions. The permanent secretaries, when they are being appointed, we know what happened. The parastatal heads, we know what happened. They were doing it So occupying is not a problem, but focus. The focus is this guy has failed this nation. It starts with him, it ends with him. So there's no bargaining here. Talking about is in somebody's pocket. It cannot work. There are laws that are put in the constitution that safeguard IPOA for it to be for them to be a working team. They cannot do anything. You talk about leave about EACC. We're talking about the DPP, handpicked by Ruto, incompetent person who is in office. People are withdrawing. Major scandals and major corruption cases are being withdrawn. Governors are being grilled, and what is taken to questioning. We can see everything that's happening there. This guy is supposed to be prosecuted. The DPP withdraws the case because there's money that is changing hands. The governors have money. They have stolen enough. Rights. We will fight to the brim until this guy gets out of office. So there's nothing. Don't say at where we relent. No, he pressured before it was Tuesdays, Thursdays. Now they will have it every day in unexpected places. This guy will not. We will not give him. Regarding Gachagua, the ones that are saying that if Ruto goes, what happens? As Raila is claiming, you think regarding Gachagua is better? Regarding Gachagua is the same. And there will be no vacuum if these guys leave office. Msidanganywa at these guys, there's a space that kutakuwa na vacuum. What the military will have nothing to do with us. We pay the military. Kwani military mnaona kama they are from somewhere else? The taxpayers understand one thing, put it in your brains. We are the majority taxpayers in this country. Gen Zs combined with the millennials, only that. We are the majority taxpayers in this country. So tusidanganywe hapa that we are talking about something else. No. If you don't want to be accountable, then we go to the what the Constitution provides for us. So Article 1 is us. It's us. We shall, not may. Us. Our focus is these guys should leave office with his regime completely. The ones who have joined them, they are doomed. We are waiting for that. We want you to see if they will sell us as traitors, but they will be with us. They have chosen their way. We love this country. That's why we are dying for this country. So people, msidanganywe, let's not be distracted. Our focus, our aim, Ruto must go. Ruto must go. That is it. So don't lose hope. We are winning. This thing we are winning. Ideas. We don't want that. We have a goal, and we will get this guy out of office by whatever means we can. If he enter the hard way, we will fight. If they want to listen to the constitutional way, we'll use the way. If they go their own way to violate the constitution, we will violate the same constitution. We'll remove them from the offices they are holding. Shit.
I've been waiting, guys. I've been waiting.
Someone else.
Sorry, who is speaking?
I've been waiting.
Okay, MC, you can go.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity.
6,000 nasikia.
Yeah, nakusikia Biril, nakusikia. It's MC who's been waiting, so I think he can go next.
Okay, just give a lineup of 3 speakers. MC. Give a lineup of 3 speakers. Carry on, carry on.
Thank you. Guys, at first, we've been in the battle for so long, but it's never long. It seems like the journey is just kind of kicking off. You know, we are facing a lot of things. Like, honestly, let me express my feelings on this. Today, I saw some poster on calling us to go occupy Uhuru Park. And that it was a prank. So my question is, and as a point one for me, where are we finding the real information? Because me coming to space, I'm being told like it was a mind game. I, as part of the movement, how am I to be sure that this is the right information or this is the right way to go? Like I spent my time going all the way to town only to come back and notice that, oh, it was all about mind game. That is first point. Generally, it's about the source of information. What information am I to go for? Secondly, recently, that governor of Homa Bay, and suddenly my friend Denzel is coming home lifeless, a Luo from Homa Bay. And you're trying to tell me that I, a Luo, should not be in this. This is not our fight. In a lot, man like Denzel, whom I scored with, my friend is coming home lifeless. And someone is coming with some tribal games telling us that, no, this is not our fight. In short, youths, we should strode forward. We should stick to the line. The few who are still intact in this, we should go. And if you are capable of mobilizing someone, just call in someone. The fear is fading away. You're seeing how they are mishandling things, and it's kind of instilling some fears in you. We shouldn't be afraid in any way. We shouldn't be afraid in any way. This thing is a marathon, but we shouldn't run even for so long. I heard of someone spoke of it really touched a lot of people. It worked. We should not give these people time. We should not wait to be bought, because the more we keep taking long, is the more we are fading. But the reality is that they won't be punished. They won't be punished, because who should be punishing them is dining with them in the same table, and is the same person feeding them, and it's the same cycle we are fighting. It's not all about political class. Those guys are okay. Was that short? But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Umejua kuna kitu umesema and it's only you and the former president of Kenya who say it, irregardless. I went to research and realized irregardless is not English. It is regardless. Yenye Uhuru
Usikatishe tu point. That's it, I'm done. The host means land inamaanisha
It's okay.
malizia, but thank you.
aha.
Hello, can I, hello, good afternoon.
Anto.
I'm on, I guess.
Statement halfway.
Oh, niko siko available.
Okay, sawa. 6 cents uko na hiyo nini? Do you have that timer?
Nitaweka tu timer. I hope itasikika. I think the last speaker nilimwekea time. Make sure this space appears on your timeline. People should be aware of whatever is happening. What are our next plans as a revolution? We don't care who listen and who won't listen. At the moment, it's just to create awareness of whatever is happening, so that when we attack as a group. So make sure you tweet the space. Make sure the space appears. Comment section and do the honorable thing also. The host has been doing this every now and then. Make sure you follow the host, that is KOT Sonko. Follow people on the space and follow the co-hosts too. As
Hello, good afternoon. I've seen this space from YouTube. I didn't know it was happening. Big up to KOT Sonko, though. Try to amplify it more so that we can be able to know what is happening. Class, you may realize we are walking. So, what is happening? Ruto, Raila, wameshikana. These people will beat us down if you're not strategic.
Sasa tuko online kila saa, oh Tero alifanya hivi, let's say oh Sonko alifanya, Kioti alifanya. Today we are saying we want to remove the MPs. How do you approach it? How do you approach, inabidi kwa the questions which you are asking within ourselves. Sasa tuko tu zile za leo jam, but there's no one who can amplify this information. Do you know why? The information is scanty. Sisi tunaogopa tukiamka hivi tuna protest, inageuka unaongea chafu, inageuka the governor atakam analipa wasee. Juzi we tried protesting, alipewa kurudi nyuma. Reason being like no one cares. No one cares. So my 50 cent, what I think, let's pass information to everybody. Let this thing be strategic. Let tuieke up engine. Put ourselves and our lives in stake atujali. But the question ni, kuna wase wana take advantage of this movement. As you're speaking, there's some people say washakatiwa yao. Yesterday Gaitho alishikwa. Why unapata hii kitu hujashika sana? My thinking, let's be united. Let's focus. Yeah, kuandamana si mbaya, but let us be strategic. Tunaandamana tunajua leo ni Uhuru Park, tunaenda Uhuru Park hata kama tutadai that game ni mess. So sasa ile story ya tribeless fearless ni nini? Mimi niko huko mbaya. I'm still young. Siwezi kuwa hapa nikitetea mzee fulani na anijali. So for us Kenyans and my fellow youths, let us be strategic, let us be focused, let us know the goal ni nini. Wataua wasee, watafanya nini, but revolution must watu wadai. Hiyo tujue tu. That's all.
There's a lady that is on the speaker. We've had a lot of gentlemen. Justin, and then Esther, then Matson. Mavrero, you go after Lisa. A bit of a balance. We get to hear our ladies. Esther, if you can hear me, open your mic.
Hi, I can hear you.
Kindly proceed.
Strategic. Let's think through our plans, especially the plans where we know there'll be a high number of deaths, like walking to State House. Let's get really strategic. We need numbers to go to State House, like to dare anything, actually. They overpowered them. They took over, they went to the swimming pool, they swam, they went to the bed. Going to State House until we know we have the numbers, we know we have the traction. Let's get very strategic so we can reduce the amount of lives that will be lost in this journey. Siwauzi uoga, nasema tu let's get strategic. Buckingham Palace, the Westminster, there's no place that the people are blocked from, like the way State House is fair, because of the votes he got from the Kenyan people who are but let's get there strategically. Let's plan this thing meticulously so that we know that the lives that have been lost and that will be lost at that time, we know that we have done our best to protect lives even as we move forward in the revolution. The education ministry and the education sector, there seems this Ruto government, I'm willing to die for this, even through help, we studied through Kibaki's free education, and then in this, when this government of Ruto came in, the first thing they did was hit could hustle with the parents and then come up with something together with the help amount that they were given. This administration, I'm so angry because no government has done this to Kenyans. For the big courses, Kibaki's government, not only was there help and reasonable fees for university, reasonable. I think he paid 24,000 to study engineering during Moi's time. This is the only government, the only president in Kenya's history that has refused, that has closed the door to poor from the great equalizer that is education. And they know a poor generation that is uneducated, they'll be super easy to control. They won't be like us, Gen Zs and millennials, who question every step they make. Because of how educated we are, we